Morning. We're going to go.
Good morning. In progress.
There we go. We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting this morning and convene the public meeting of the Wyoming Board of Business Council Board of Directors. So we'll go ahead and start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Good morning and welcome. I know we're all excited to be in person today. So it's been a great time in Rock Springs. We got to tour one of the Trona mines and really see the value that industry brings to this community and the jobs and the economic impact that it has here. It's very exciting. It's been an exciting year overall so far, and really the stuff that we have on the agenda today is also very exciting for this board, and the strategic plan that we developed a few years ago and just the foothold that things have been taking and the direction that we've been moving in is very exciting over these last couple of years. So we're excited to be in Rock Springs and have Dr. Kim Dale here with us. But we'll go ahead and start here with a welcome and roll call. Yep.
Oh, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Very loud. Okay, Mr. Ahrens.
Here.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Klein.
Present.
Ms. DeVore.
Here.
Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon. We don't see Mr. Kenyon virtually. Mr. Kinsler.
Present virtually, unfortunately.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Law.
Here.
Ms. Moore.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
And Ms. Thayer. And Ms. Thayer is excused, Madam Co-Chair. Ms. Tomasi, oh, I didn't scroll down. I forgot my birthday person. My apologies.
No.
Thank you. Madam Co-Chair, you do have quorum.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Amy. So we're going to start off here with a consent agenda to try and keep things efficient. We're all about efficiency here at the Business Council. So I'd first like to ask, is there anything that anybody would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, perfect. At this time, I would take a motion for consideration of approval of the items included on the consent agenda.
So, nope. Oh, I would motion.
All right, I have a motion from Kim and a second from Mark. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, perfect. So now Dr. Kim Dale is here with us from Western Wyoming Community College to give a welcome, and I'll have Kaylee go ahead and do the introduction.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Board of Directors, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for being here today in beautiful Rock Springs, Wyoming. To properly welcome you, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kim Dale, President of Western Wyoming Community College. Dr. Dale came to Western in 2019 and is the 8th president of Western. I've been lucky to have been able to work with her since that time in a variety of capacities and have watched as she leads Western into a future full of opportunities. Dr. Dale is open, passionate, and a doer in both the town and the college, and she leads with a little bit of Western grit. Dr. Dale will often think and talk in song lyrics and has a love of the outdoors and her grandchildren. She's done a lot in her few years to make Western Wyoming College more resilient. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kim Dale.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I promise to be brief because I know you have a lot going on, but it's so exciting to have everybody back in person on our campus. You can imagine you've all had an opportunity to go through our building, I hope, and all 580,000 square feet. And you can imagine what that was like during a pandemic when no one was here. As a matter of fact, if you had an opportunity to go down to the T-Rex and see our T-Rex, I swear, I was in this building one day by myself. I swear he winked at me. So I wonder about that. So happy to have students, so happy to have people in the building. Anyway, again, welcome. I did hand out a couple of brochures for all of you to take a look at your leisure. Literally, our annual report is smoking hot off the press. Our trustees are getting this tonight. And you can take a quick peek on the inside of this brochure. And you can, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see that our total head count here at Western is about 3,500 students. However, what is not taken into account here with this number is the fact that we also do workforce training that's not in that number. For instance, you got a chance to work or tour the Trona mines, and we work very closely with them. And those folks come in, those employees will come in and get retested for welding. They will do MSHA training, which is mining safety. And so actually, in fact, we serve more than that number, okay? And then you can look at some of our demographics here and our foundation and our academic excellence. We do have a 10-year accreditation visit coming up in November. You can imagine how my stress level is right now about that. We are accredited by the Higher Learning Commission, and they will come in and do a site visit and analyze us over the last 10 years. But I will tell you, I'm very, very confident in our preparation. Couple of other fun facts that I wanted to share with everyone is that we are celebrating our 63rd year here in Rock Springs. And if you didn't know, Western covers 29,000 square miles in the state of Wyoming. We have the largest service area, and so that's a 5-county region. And we have 10 outreach sites, which are very important to our mission because our mission is first and foremost to provide access, higher education, post-secondary access to any student, anytime, anywhere. We take that very seriously. And to that end, you may be interested to know that Western does offer over 400 online classes per semester. So that's in order to reach our mission. And you can imagine how interesting that was when the pandemic occurred. I'm so proud of our faculty and staff who pivoted so quickly to put everything online, including nursing courses, which was very challenging. I already mentioned the square footage of this building, but if you add in our residence halls, we are well over 760,000 square feet here. You can imagine what our major maintenance is all about every year. Kind of pricey, right? But a beautiful building. Our students never have to get cold and wet and wind driven, except going from the residence halls or the parking lot to the building. Perhaps if you were out front, you saw that our mascot is the Mustang. Kind of makes some sense since we have thousands of those beautiful horses in the area. A little fun fact is that every year our students eat over 8,000 pounds of French fries. but their favorite food is pizza. So we go through almost 3,000 pounds of mozzarella every year. So we're working on these healthy options, though, I promise. We have 5 sports teams. We have women's soccer, women's volleyball, men's and women's basketball, and men's wrestling. And perhaps some of you already know how successful our men's wrestling team has been over the years. We're just this close to being number 1. We've ranked in the top part of our rankings for years and years, but we did take second in 2020. But what we're also proud about regarding our athletes, they do very well in academics. So in that particular year, not only did the wrestlers take second nationally, but they were first in academics overall. So we're proud of that. And Western is the only college in Wyoming that does not have a rodeo team. Isn't that interesting? But yet we often host the high school nationals and a lot of the competitions here at Sweetwater County Event Center. Some of you may have heard me say this. Patrick probably has heard me say this, and Kylie, that sometimes I call Rock Springs the Palm Springs of Wyoming. Okay, now we all have the wind and we all have the winter, but the sun shines all the time. It's wonderful. So that was a really, really good transition for me. A little bit real quickly about my background. Most recently, before this position, I served as the executive vice president at Western Nebraska Community College. So I had to just switch that name when I was talking about my position. And prior to that, I served 20 years in the Colorado Community College system, where I started out as an adjunct business faculty member and was raising twins and a 4-year-old during that time. Actually, I'm a Columbine High School graduate, and I did my student teaching at Columbine, and I was teaching at Arapahoe Community College when Columbine happened. My kids were in lockout. They were in the elementary school. I couldn't get them for hours. And that's a story for another day, perhaps when I see you next. But I will tell you that safety and security is on my mind all the time here at Western. And to that end, one of the things Western has done is we have implemented, and this was not easy, you can imagine, an access control project here where we can lock down this building with one button. Okay, 580,000 square feet, pretty incredible. So we're also in the process of getting more cameras and some other security devices so that this president can sleep a little better at night. An example of how our experiences help us lead and what's important. One more thing about this building is you may recall, if you pay attention to the capital construction projects and what's on the Joint Appropriations Committee agendas, Western just did receive $11.5 million from our legislature to revamp our HVAC system. Okay. Think about what that system is like for this building. Incredible. We ended up having these little critters that are microscopic in the soil here that ended up putting some little holes into the piping. And so we're doing this monumental project management or project here to redo our HVAC, and we're doing our best not to disrupt our students in the classroom. So, and we're grateful to have that funding. So allow me to just move on and just speak very briefly about some of the economic development things we're doing here at Western. It sounds like you already have been exposed to some of those, which is great. You may or may not know that Western, this last graduation or commencement, we graduated our first 5 bachelor's degree students. So Western has one bachelor's degree with 2 areas of emphasis. And one of them is a general organizational leadership emphasis, but the other one we developed for our industrial partners in the area. And that is an area in industrial management, so that folks out in the Trona mine, for instance, who, we know this in management, right? You're really good at your job and now we're going to make you a manager, and then we don't teach you how to be a manager. So we developed that program as well. And so that is alive and kicking. The legislature allows us, each of the community colleges, to do bachelor's degrees. And so Western is now looking at what might be next. You're probably already aware of the SEDC projects with the Middle Baxter and BRE, and of course, Caltech coming to our area. Of course, Western was part of that original conversation. How can we train these workers? So we're looking at ramping up our machining program. And we're having this expansion, and actually I should say we need to explode our manufacturing and industrial technology programs, because the demand is there, the growth is coming, and in those particular areas, we partnered with all of the manufacturing employers in the area a few years ago and developed the plant operations program. That was through a Next Gen Partnership Initiative. And that program's full. One of the cool things about that program this semester is that there's a mother-daughter team taking that program. And you know, those are very well-paying jobs. All of the jobs around here are very well-paying. So we were very fortunate through the governor's initiative, the WIP initiative, the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, to be the recipients of $2.5 million. We started the first power line technology program in the state, lineman program. Still looking for the line women part of that. Maybe they know better than to climb that pole. But if you have a chance, the pole lab is up. We have 8 students in the program, and it is going to be in the west corner over here near what we used to call the oil and gas building. It's a workforce building, but you can see the poles. So I encourage you to look at that. And then we developed a fiber optics program as well with the WIP funding. And then I would just like to talk about our nurses and of course the demand for healthcare. And Western has one of the larger programs. We have 80 nursing students every year in our program. And our facilities have been well, in great need of upgrading. And so we were successful in talking with our legislators and the Joint Appropriations Committee, and of course, the SBC, to obtain a $5.5 million contribution to a new addition onto our building on the west back side. And that will be our health sciences addition, hoping to break ground this coming spring. More to come on that. And that'll be about an additional 18,000 square feet. And then, of course, lastly, the big thing that's on everybody's mind is this Natrium facility. So Western serves Lincoln County, Uinta County, all of these counties down here in the southwest part of the state. What the heck is going on with that? So next week we have our first, it's a Zoom roundtable. And we anticipate maybe a couple hundred folks being on that to listen to the folks from TerraPower and start to dissect and really delve into what our workforce needs and how do we prepare. I think that's on the minds of everyone. The growth is coming. When is it coming? How many jobs? Where are they going to live? Where do they get their groceries, et cetera? So Western is front and center in that initiative. I have the pleasure of facilitating that roundtable next week. And we're hosting our first Impact 307 grant. You may know about that. And we have a competition later this month where we will have an opportunity to award some cash for new entrepreneurs in the area. So thank you for listening. We have a little bit going on here, And it's just such a pleasure to see all of you and have you on our campus. I'm happy to answer any questions and also invite you to come back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, Dr. Go first, Cindy.
Have to get that up.
Oh, we are so happy that you came to Sweetwater County. Can I just say that as a
Thank you
resident? I'm thrilled. And
so
we're
much.
so proud of what you've done. Thank you.
You're welcome. I look forward to our future. It's very bright. Dr. Dale, thank you. And it's truly wonderful what's going on down here in the state. So,
Thank you.
okay, perfect. As we move through our agenda, one thing that I just wanted to kind of let everybody know is there's a number of items on today's agenda. And there were opportunities to submit written public comments for a few topics on the agenda. So the written public comments received have been reviewed and are included in our board packets today. For today's meeting and following our regular practice at board meetings, verbal comments will not be taken on the proposed, verbal comments will only be taken on the proposed VRC projects listed in the agenda. So we just wanted to kind of make sure everybody knew what was going to have public comment and which items were not at the early onset in case that impacted anybody's plans for today. So, all right. With that being said, we're going to keep moving along and I will pass it over to our CEO, Josh Durrell, for the CEO report.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair and members of the board. And, first of all, thank you, Dr. Dale, for the words, but also thank you for hosting us and being such a good host. And I think a real bright light in this area. I know that in every meeting I've been in or every tour I've done with Dr. Dale, she really has a high energy about her, and she makes sure that what's great about this area, and there's a lot to it. So she's very busy. She's done a lot for the community and a lot for the college, and we just appreciate it. And ultimately, I think with her work in the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, she'll do a lot for the state as well. So thank you for having us here today. I'm going to jump through, and this will not be much of a surprise to folks, but I'm going to talk a little bit about a triangle today. So Ben, I think we have the remote, but we can jump to the next slide. There we go. And so, I think this isn't new to anyone, but it's something that we focus on a lot. And it's important for us to continue to look at how do we shape economic development in Wyoming and how do we lead economic growth? And I think about that jump to that next animation there, Ben, if you would, you can do that one. And I think about that in a few ways. I know we talk a little bit about policy and we talk about funding and we talk about leadership. And so we're going to jump into some elements of that, some what I'll call success stories about those. Some of those are success stories that are going to happen in the future. They haven't quite hit yet, but they will. And I think that that's really an important element to economic development, is to know that we're sort of working in the past. If you fast forward, the things that we do today will have far-reaching impacts into the future, and they may not come to fruition for quite some time. But that doesn't mean that we can't, do that work now and really have that foresight and make those important decisions. And that's what we're doing today. So I'm going to jump through the elements of the top part, the leading economic growth, and then we'll talk a little bit about building resilient communities, because ultimately that's the goal of what we do. I jokingly, but not so jokingly say, if we're doing our job right, we're not really needed in our communities. The Wyoming Business Council should try to work itself out of a job. And I know that many folks in the audience are starting to furrow their brow a little bit and say, wait a second, is that our job to work ourselves out of a job? And I don't think that will ever occur, because there'll always be that next thing in leading economic growth. But it is something that we want to look for ways that we can help by doing small, important things that make an impact across the state. And today we're going to be talking about some BRC projects. We're going to be talking about we've put on the consent agenda, the ag processing rules and the BRC rules. And those are important elements to us continuing to succeed in the future, as well as the broadband rules. That's a really big opportunity for Wyoming. But I want to highlight something that maybe it seems a little bit smaller, but it really does a good job of showing how leading economic growth can build resilient communities. I want to highlight what might seem like a small loan program or a small policy change, but I think it has really far-reaching implications in our communities. And I believe that it will benefit especially our smaller communities in a big way. And that's the succession loan program. Josh Keefe, our finance manager, has worked really, really hard over the last few years to make very positive changes to our loan programs. Our loan programs now fit the need in Wyoming. And I think he set a really good foundation for those programs to be utilized. So much so that only a couple months after it was enacted, we'll have one before us today. Now, how that decision goes down and what happens with the pleasure of the board is a different story. But I think what that illustrates is that the Wyoming Business Council and Josh Keefe saw a need, enacted policy. It was immediately utilized, and it's going to make a difference in our communities. And I think that that's something that we need to understand, is that by setting those policies, now the entire state can benefit from that. And you think about the business opportunities that are available in our small towns or our cities, and you think about the opportunities for people to build and grow a business, and then maybe move on to the next phase of their life, and to have someone to be able to pick that up. Sometimes that's a hard thing. And so it's really important because that helps build resilience in our communities. So it's just a perfect example of that. I think it's a perfect example of the government filling a gap that needed to be filled, and really kind of kick something over the edge that will make a lot of opportunities in our community. So that to me is a perfect example of how you can lead economic growth with policy changes and really help build those resilient communities. When I think about funding, which is another mechanism of leading economic growth, this board gets together quarterly and we decide on a lot of projects. We decide on funding various projects in these forums. And it's an incredible thing to be able to make those kinds of recommendations to the next level, to SLIB, and to say these are the opportunities that we have put before them. And it's something that I know this board takes very seriously. We have some really exciting projects in front of us today. We have some really exciting projects coming down the pike, and some that are pretty big, pretty different, and opportunities that maybe we haven't had in the past. And I appreciate the team being willing to put those together and to make those projects come forward, because it's not something that just happens. It takes work. It takes dedication by our team and by the communities to put those together. And it also takes a lot for our board to scrutinize those and to make good decisions and be good stewards of state money. And I know that we're seeing some today that represent a new approach to an old problem. And that innovation is really important to our state, because I think we have opportunities in our state to build upon the foundation of our university system and our communities and the big brains that we have out there in business, and really make a difference for not just Wyoming, but for the world. And as we toured the Trona mines today or yesterday, it was really apparent that there are a lot of things about Wyoming that you don't see, right? They're underground, literally and figuratively. And we don't always want to be that. We want to be the place that stands tall and says, hey, these are really big opportunities. Let's take advantage of them and show those off a little bit. I think humility has its place, but sometimes being humble can be a little bit of a detriment as well. But I think also, when it comes to funding, we also have to have a laser focus. We have to make sure that we continue to scrutinize these projects and look hard at the projects that we recommend, because we want to create that change in Wyoming. And that's not always easy to do when the answer is always yes. We talked to our folks in the legislature over the past year about the number of projects that we said no to. And I kind of want to remind everyone that that's a hard thing to do. And everyone sitting around says, yeah, we all know we were part of that. It's a difficult thing. And whether you on the board or us on the team of the business council or those communities, it's a really hard thing to deal with. But I think we've seen some examples where that no was just a no in that moment. It was a not yet. And those communities rallied, did other things, and made things happen. But I also want to remind everyone that those projects that we've said no to over the past couple years have resulted in us saving $21 million to utilize for other projects. And that's really good, because then when those bigger ones come along, those impactful projects come along, we're prepared. This definitely isn't a speech about our funding, but we have some of the lowest funding that we've ever had at the Business Council for Business Ready Communities program, which is our program, right? That's a program that we administer. That's a program that we really work to build resilient communities, and it's the lowest it's ever been, yet the opportunities are bigger than ever. And if you cruise around the state, there are a lot of opportunities coming at us. And I think it's really an exciting time. It's a great opportunity for us to, again, continue to be selective, continue to make investments where they're most impactful, and make sure that we're staying disciplined to that economic growth and knowing that there are really exciting opportunities coming at us. Again, the tours of Southwest Wyoming and the reports from that we hear from Kylie, it's exciting. It's a little scary, but we all know, I think, that we can come up with solutions to solve those challenges. I think it's pretty easy to see how policy and funding make a difference and build resilient communities. Those are two that you can kind of see them on paper. You can do the math and the ROI can work out. There's another area, though, when it comes to leading economic growth that you can't really put on paper sometimes. It's harder to do. It's harder to see. And that's the element of leadership. And that is something that I hope that you all see when you interact with members of the Business Council, is that there are a lot of leaders here. There are people who are very passionate about Wyoming. They're passionate about their areas of expertise, and they want to make Wyoming win. And so, we do that in a number of ways. One of the ways that you'll hear about later is what's called Pathways to Prosperity. It's a project that we're working on with our team and throughout the state with the folks at Harvard's Growth Lab, in order to really kind of unlock the economic potential of Wyoming and look at where there are areas that we can kind of, again, have that laser focus to get rid of constraints that might be stopping us and come up with solutions that make a big difference, again, in policy and funding. But the other area that's maybe even more fun about leadership is our people. And I think you've all heard us say yes if a lot, and that's important to us. And our folks are eager to find a way to make a project happen. That doesn't always mean that the answer is yes, because sometimes the if is a little too onerous, right? But it's an approach that we take to make things happen, to not have things stop because it's a no because. And along those lines, I think we've been really in a lot of ways fortunate over the last year. We've got a number of new people that have come aboard. We've had new positions that were filled by our friends in the legislature who provided us extra budget and positions so that we could do our job. And so I want to walk through a few of those today. So Ben, if you could jump to the next slide, I want to walk through some of the new folks that are on our team in the last few months. I'm going to start with our interns, and none of them are here today because they all should be attending class. I'm hoping they are. It is, after all, only Thursday, so that should be pretty easy. But we have a number of interns, and really, this program was started because we definitely need some more horsepower, and there are a number of ways for us to do that. But one of the things that we wanted to do was develop a pipeline, a feeder system, if you will, of new people exposed to economic development in our state. And so we have Rylan O'Brien, Zach Valerio, Colton Drury, and Ryan Kilpatrick, who are all University of Wyoming students who are working with us closely to help out with special projects, to understand economic development. And our goal with the internship program is to work them really, really hard, but at the same time teach them as much as we can about economic development. And that so far has been a real good shot in the arm, I think, with energy. I think it's always easy to see that bright-eyed optimism of students and feed off of that. Our next group of folks, if we jump ahead here, we have in the last few months, we have Patrick Edwards, who's our West Central Regional Director. He's located in Riverton. He's looking forward to making a difference in that area. I know there are some really exciting things happening there. Patrick is also sort of famous for his podcasts and his outdoor adventures. We have Taylor Vignaroli, who's our Entrepreneur Development Manager. We'll attempt to fill the shoes that Bert had, and I know he's already diving in and making a difference. He's got a really interesting background, and I think a lot of energy toward entrepreneurship that is going to make a difference. He's seen some companies, big and small, and been part of those, and I think that's going to be really, really useful in his role there with entrepreneurship, and especially as you think about how Impact 307 is expanding. You think about how SSBCI can be utilized for venture capital and how we can really develop that ecosystem. It's a pretty exciting time, probably a little nerve-wracking too, because you're building things from the start, and that can be both a gift and a curse. And I think more than anything, he's saying yes if about the gift part. We also have John Jenks, who's our Economic Initiatives Director. That's a role that we felt was really important to us because we understand how important it is to really, as we look at this triangle, we're going to have to do some experimentation. We're going to have to try some things. We're going to have to develop policy. We're going to have to develop programs, but we're really going to have to develop a program to develop policy and programs. And it's not a circular reference. It actually kind of works out. But that's really what we want John to do, is to spin up ideas, spin up initiatives, and be the first to say, these aren't working. We're going to go a different direction and start new ones. And we were lucky to bring John from the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce there. And when we were talking to him in his interview, it was pretty fun. We were talking to him about, well, have you worked with policymakers and legislators, because you're going to get to do that here in Wyoming? And he said, oh yeah, I've done that. In fact, maybe you didn't know this, but Kansas City is in both Kansas and Missouri. And so I get to work with legislators in Kansas and Missouri. And so we kind of got a twofer there. I feel like we've got somebody who understands how that works at a really good level. And so I think that's going to be great. He's really dove in and understands how economic development can make a difference and how policy is important there. If we jump to the next slide. The next two arrivals are brand new. In fact, this week is their first week. So their first day was here in Rock Springs, and they got to see what goes on in our communities. They got to see how the communities kind of come out and understand what's important in their communities and show that to the Business Council, as well as take some tours of some of the exciting things that are going on, and also get to meet all of you, which is I think we all know that we're all just regular old people doing our best for Wyoming. But if you think about that for a second, and you're a brand new employee, haven't even really been a day in the Business Council, and they got the whole deal in a week. So their ramp up time is really fast. And so we have Kaylee Holyfield, who's our Business Retention and Expansion Manager. And that's a role like our next role that we were able to have the legislature fund and say, yes, business retention and expansion is incredibly important to us. And we're going to see some projects like that today and recognize how important that is to the state of Wyoming, because one of the things that we talk about a lot is how we want to take care of the businesses that are already here. And we said, over the last year, said, well, we're all in business retention and expansion, which means none of us are in business retention and expansion usually, because we all have other jobs. And so we're really excited to have Kaylee aboard. I think she brings an energy and an excitement and already an understanding of Wyoming that I think will help. She spent a lot of time at the University of Wyoming's College of Business doing corporate engagements and really working on developing those corporate relationships. So again, she'll be able to hit the ground running. Our next new person is Chance Price, and he's going to be working on our recruiting efforts. He'll be working with Wendy on that. Again, we said we have too many opportunities and we want to become really focused on recruiting, and we can't do that with just one person. You know, Wendy has been incredibly busy and doing a great job of it, but it's something that we need more horsepower there. And so we were happy to also bring Chance from the University of Wyoming and the Alumni Association, and his work there will fit perfectly into what we're going to ask him to do in terms of recruiting new businesses to Wyoming and really helping beef that up. So we're extremely excited about the new folks who are here. Of course, our team has been, working with them to bring them aboard as much as possible and really to continue that spirit of leadership. And again, I think it goes beyond the new faces we have. It goes to the attitude that we have, which is centered around yes, if. And it's much more difficult to come at a problem with yes, if. It's a lot easier to come at a problem with no, because then you don't have to do anything after that. But our team is not like that. Our team is really eager to jump in and solve problems. And one of the things that happens when you start talking about yes, if, is that the solution may change in your mind, because we're coming at it from a what problem are we solving perspective. And yes, we can solve that problem if perspective. And I will say that takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of guts, but our team is willing to do it. And we have found that communities are also willing to do that. I think the partners that we have out there are willing to do it. And this board is willing to do that and come at problems with the yes, if approach. So I think it's not just about the new folks or retaining the team that we have, but I think it's about setting a course for what we continue to look like in the future. And to that end, Hava Case, I call her our human performance manager, but in HR, she's at the University of Wyoming today at a career fair. And the idea is not just to, show off the business council as a potential employer, but it's also to look at the businesses that are there recruiting in Wyoming, and the businesses that are, to take a look and see if they should maybe come to Wyoming if they're not already here, and how can we help them grow. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to be close to the business community. It's a great opportunity for us to understand what talent is out there. And it's a great opportunity for us to brand the leadership that we provide. And if you jump to that next slide, Ben, but it all comes back to this, right? That leadership that we exhibit, that we have, it's all about building resilient communities. And I think that this board meeting, it provides that really great opportunity for us to make policy and funding and investment decisions for the entire state. And it's something that, we've taken very seriously, and we work really hard on it. But I do want to touch on some of the things in building resilient communities, because our services team and the education that we provide, the services that we provide at a local level are really, really important. And so there have been a number of things over the course of this summer that we've done to really build the capacity at a local level. And one of those was a trip to what's called the Mid-America EDC. I think it's a convention or a show where we took a number of people outside of the business council on that trip with us to really help them understand the principles of economic development and to begin to network with other states to see what challenges they have. Because while, yes, Wyoming is special, we're just as special as every other state. They have many of the same problems that we do. And sometimes they have ways to solve those problems that we hadn't thought of. And so getting out there and learning from others was something that was really important. We were able to take a large number of our team, but we were also able to bring a few folks from around the state to, again, build that local capacity and understand leadership in economic development. The Main Street Best Practices trip is something that we do each year, and Kayla Claire has been really working hard to not just do those trips and bring people along, But I think the part that is again, it's really exciting, and Laramie actually won. Laramie's Main Street won the Great American Main Street Award, which is pretty exciting. And if you look at Wyoming's record there, we have 3 or 4, I think, communities that have won awards at that, which is really, really impressive. And I think that goes to the Main Street program, the leadership there, but also the work that our communities put in and do there. And Kayla has continued that approach, which is, let's not make this a top-down type of thing. Let's let this build from the communities and let the communities decide what's next and how that should be, and really provide that facilitation and leadership there to get the work done, but to increase the buy-in and build the capacity at a local level, which I think is really, really important. We were able to kick off, and it's being developed right now by an organization here in Wyoming, but kick off an economic development leadership program that I hope someday has the same reputation and maybe camaraderie that Leadership Wyoming has, because it's a program that I think is really important. Because while leadership as a whole is really important, I believe that economic development leadership is even more critical, and it's something that we as we go out in the state and as we work with folks who do this every day, we realize that it needs to be broader than that. It needs to be bigger than just those folks who have economic development in their job title. And I think that program is going to do just that. And we're really excited about what that is going to mean to the state, as well as to our group in developing that leadership and economic development understanding across the state, and really build that capacity. The other part about building resilient communities comes from our funding. And I know that, yeah, we kind of put that at the top of the triangle as what do we do in our communities, or what do we do at a state level to build those resilient communities. But one of the things that's really important about our funding and our investment decisions that we make is, how do those investments spur on future development? How do those investments begin to create that cycle where economic development can take hold, maybe not necessarily without us, but with less of us? And how can those communities begin to really build that resilience inside? And I think that that's one of the things that I look at a lot when I look at these projects is how does this investment that we're going to make, and how does this project have that ripple effect? How does it spur on more economic development? And is that a clear path, or is that a build it and they will come type of a situation? Now, we all know that that's not, it's a great movie, but it's not reality. And so when we think about the decisions that we make, when we think about building resilient communities, we want to encourage those communities to see not just the project as the end point, but that project as the beginning of economic development. In fact, when that ribbon cutting happens, that's actually time 0. That's the time when all of the economic development starts. And I think it's really important for us to look at these projects and say, we don't want to focus necessarily on the project itself. That's an important component. It's something we have to look at. But we want to look at beyond the project. How much planning has gone on into what's next? What will happen after that ribbon cutting happens? What will that spur on? What will that mean to the community? How will that build resilience? And I think that that's an important component in all of the decision-making we have. Now, here in a few minutes, you're going to actually hear some Wyoming success stories that are recent, not into the future, as I've been talking about from our regional team. But I want to kind of, say again how important these decisions are, how much of a difference they can make in Wyoming when we make them, and when we focus on the important questions that we ask, the important decisions that we make, and how we build that local capacity. I think over time, we're going to build a system that will run. And that's ultimately what we're trying to do. And I think, again, we're building Wyoming success stories in the future. So thank you for everyone for being here. Jason, we too are sorry that you're virtual, because your personality is one that we love to have at the board meetings and be around. But I know that you'll still bring it virtually. So thank you all for listening, and I'm looking forward to our regional directors reports.
Thank you, Josh. It's for sure some very exciting times and lots of exciting things going on. So, all right, we'll go ahead and start with the regional directors reports. And Heather, you want to kick us off?
I'm happy to. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. I have enjoyed our last couple of days together. It's been nice to do real board things again. It feels like we kind of got far away from that. I'm Heather Tupper. I'm the Southeast Regional Director, so I cover Goshen, Laramie, Albany, and Carbon County. And I'm also the team lead or director, which is super awkward. So we stick with team lead for the regional team. So the regional team is here today to give you some examples of the work that we've all been doing across the state as it relates to Josh's economic development framework. And Josh either did me a favor or stole my thunder, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a trip that we all took in July. So in January, so going back a little bit, several WBC team members had an opportunity to go to a conference in through the IADC leadership group. And we found a lot of value in that opportunity to take several people, have time in conference setting, but also have time to sit together and just talk about what we learned and what we're working on and how it relates and all kinds of great things that come from spending time together. So we wanted to replicate that experience with our partners around the state and also utilize a lot of the lessons that we've learned over the years through the Main Street best practices. So we focused on the Mid-America EDC organization, which is made up of 13 Midwestern states and what we sometimes call the flyover states, the ones that don't have a lot of the population base, a lot of the ports and those kinds of things, similar logistic challenges that a lot of our communities in the rural part of the state face, workforce challenges, all of those kind of things. We actually joined this organization 4 or 5, maybe 6 years ago. We haven't had much participation from around the state other than a few business council people and occasionally the WIDA board will go with us. So we wanted to take advantage of that existing organization and get more of our folks from around the state sort of out there meeting other people who do the same thing and face the same problems. Mid-America EDC hosts 2 conferences every year. One of them is a best practices conference. So that one goes to different places in that 13 state region and focuses on things that are great and things that are challenges in that region. So we thought that would be a perfect opportunity. So this year in July, it was held in Springfield, Ohio, which is sort of close to everything and not close to anything. It's an interesting location, but we invited partners from across the state to come with us. We offered some scholarship money to help incentivize them, but also just recognizing that one of the bigger challenges for especially some of our smaller communities is budget and not being able to actually travel out of state and go to some of these conferences and have the opportunities. Some of them even struggle with going to the local economic development conference. So we offered scholarship money, helped pay for registration, and then helped set up the kind of their schedule for them. So we did a lot of it just to help show them and help lead them in that. Ultimately, we had 10 partners from different parts of the state in all versions of economic development. So we had town clerks, we had economic development, CEOs, and a little bit of everything in between. And then 9 WBC team members were also able to join us, which really helped to add to that Wyoming contingent. I think everyone I talked to was like, oh yeah, you're from, there's a lot of people here from Wyoming. So it was great to see that and know that, because besides people from the local area, I'm definitely sure we have the most. So we actually started our week there with a tour and getting to know the Greater Springfield Partnership. So that's how we sort of integrated that best practices part. The Greater Springfield Partnership is economic development, it's chamber, it's workforce, it's the visitor kind of experience, and it really is the downtown management arm. So they sort of do everything in Springfield. They talked to us a lot about their structure and really focused on the value of working together, which is something that we spend a lot of time talking about with our partners, but it was great to hear that coming from another place. They told us about their programs, their challenges, some of the really cool stuff they're doing, some of the stuff that they're like, oh, we just started doing this mural thing. We're like, we got that. So it was also nice to hear things that we're doing really well that we're already doing. And I think it was really a good opportunity for our partners to see that. We had an opportunity to tour Topre, which is a Japanese auto parts manufacturing company that just recently had opened in Springfield. I think it was like a 4-year build out. So it hadn't been open too long, but it started as a brownfield project. They did a site evaluation with the same group that we're actually getting ready to launch our site evaluation program with. They are a company that is in a few places in the United States, but they have a very specific piece of product that they're making there. So we had that opportunity. It was super fun to get to tour another manufacturing company. The conference itself was about 2.5 days. With deeper dives into all kinds of economic development topics, probably as you can imagine. One of the interesting things in Ohio is their structure. They fall under Jobs Ohio, which is their kind of workforce, where like their WIOA funds and stuff live. And they are, then their economic development, is under a lot of that. So it was a really interesting structure. And I think there's some things that we probably all took back from that could be useful in future conversations. So we learned about those workforce initiatives. We learned talked a lot about childcare initiatives. And we even talked about flying cars. So Cindy. No, it was really very interesting. Actually, they have a very strong Department of Defense focus there in that area. So a lot of great topics and a lot of things that, again, we were, it's always nice to hear and go other places. I think that's one of the biggest values of going to a conference somewhere else, and that networking is that we are not alone in this. We are not the only ones with workforce or housing or childcare challenges. So it's great to hear best practices, but it's also great to hear other people are working on it. At the end, or when we came back, we asked our participants for their feedback. And we're going to use that as we look forward into our future leadership development opportunities. We got great feedback from our partners. They shared the things they learned, what they enjoyed the most, how they're going to take that back to their communities and implement it. But across all of their feedback and reports that they sent to us, the spending time learning side by side came out on everybody's follow-up. That was valuable to them as it was, I think, to all of our team. And so I think for me anyway, just seeing that and being able to take all of that just good feeling and happy, yes, this is what we need to do, really makes me excited as we step into more leadership opportunities, as we step into more, helping the building resilient communities piece of our overall mission. So ultimately, that was not the only thing we've been working on, but I thought that was a great thing to share with you all. So unless you have any questions, I will step aside and let Kristen come up. All right, thank you. I'm going to leave this on. So.
Good morning, Madam Co-Chair and Board of Directors. I'm Kristen Fong, based in Cody and represent the Northwest region of the state. So Bighorn counties, Park counties, Washakie counties, and Hot Springs. So Heather kind of set me up nicely, actually talking a little bit about childcare. And Josh, thank you for bringing up the yes if. So I'll get to why those come together in a moment here. Things I've been working on lately include questions that come up from community members. Problems that we're trying to solve include everything from how do we get funding for this small business, which is not necessarily what we do, but also how do we, take care of the elder care facility that might be closing down the street, or how do we expand childcare opportunities in a place where it's rather limited already. And so you'll see 2 projects coming up on the agenda later today, and we'll get into those in more depth as they arise on the agenda. But I wanted to kind of give you a sense of what kinds of questions I receive as a regional director, and how do we go about resolving those issues, or how do we go about facilitating answers. And the approach that has been remarkably helpful in providing good perspective for that is the yes if approach. And so, you can say, hey, I don't know that the business council is the right tree to bark up with this problem that we've got facing us. But how can I help you research other options for funding? How can I help you figure out how to get your financial structure in a place where you know exactly what you're asking for too, because that's also part of our problem in some cases. So the people that I'm dealing with that love Wyoming as much as we all do come from a wide variety of experiences and backgrounds, and a lot of them are professional economic developers, but a lot of them are the city clerk or a really passionate volunteer that really cares about their community. And so the way that I go about those questions is, yes, how can I help you? Yes, yes, if. So couple of projects that have really been taking some time and taking some thought for me. One is a childcare facility. And I don't know that that's something that we would traditionally approach. Is it really traditional economic development? Well, maybe pause, rewind, say, yes, if your workforce doesn't have the ability to find a place to put their children during the day or during the working hours, then yes, maybe that is economic development in a way. And I'm not telling you all what and how to approach that kind of topic, but I do think that it's worth investigating and worth responding with a yes if. So that's what I did. I connected with this childcare facility, learned a little bit about what they have going on and why they see a need to expand, why they are seeing a demand for their services, and how can they facilitate growth while maintaining a staff with rather low wages, because that is the reality of that profession. So instead of just saying, oh no, I don't think that I'm the right person for you, I consider myself a resource to talk through that. And I think that's really valuable for us as people, as humans, and for us as the business council as well. So looked at their business plan, did a little, advising and coaching on how to structure that and how to find the right market. And then walked them through a little bit of, what are some ideas, some ways that we can creatively approach this problem? And how do we fix this, right? So the things that they came up with are remarkably innovative and very creative. So they've partnered with businesses in the area to almost create like a membership program where the businesses can pay an annual fee, and then the employees of those businesses can receive discounted childcare, dependent on the number of employees at their organization. I think that's really some great creative approach to one, collaborating within a community, but two, growing awareness of what they do and supporting them from the bottom up that way. So that brings to mind the triangle that we're also fond of, because it really does illustrate how do we build resilient communities by responding with yes if. So when that entity came forward, it was like, yes, sure, we can talk through this together. And ultimately, we might not be the right place. This probably is not going to be a project that you all see, so it won't be, a success story necessarily for the business council. But maybe it is actually a success story for us because we were able to get them leveled up. They were able to take a look at that business plan, take a look at their fee structure, take a look at the memberships that they might be able to garner and the support that they might be able to garner with the businesses in the community. And all of that effort, slow, steady effort, builds the base of that triangle and it builds that foundation that we talk about pretty often. So yeah, yes, if. Anybody have questions about that? Anything? Okay, wonderful. Thank you for having me. And on to the next person. Want me to leave it on?
Great. think Patrick is up from our West Central region. And welcome, Patrick.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, WBC staff and members of the community. It's truly just very humbling to be here. Very excited to be a part of this team. I'm sure you all know this already, but this business council staff is incredible. I came to the team not really knowing what to expect, and it's been just an honor and a blessing to be a part of this team. There's obviously a lot of different things going on around the state. I just started at the end of May, like very end of May. And so I'm still kind of getting into the rhythm of things, but I wanted to just tell you a little bit about me and some of the stuff that's going on in my area. So with the West Central region, I have Fremont, Sublette, and Teton counties, as well as the Wind River Indian Reservation. And so I'm a fourth generation Wyomingite. My family hails from Fremont County. So it's kind of funny because I didn't grow up in Fremont County. My mom grew up in Crowheart, Wyoming. Some of you know where that is, very small town. And I actually ended up being born in Casper and raised in Cheyenne. I went to East High School, also participated in the community college system. I went to LCCC for a couple of years and then went on to the University of Wyoming, had Josh as one of my instructors, which was an awesome experience. And as far as professional experience, I left the University of Wyoming with 3 job offers. And I told Sue this story yesterday. I actually went to Josh's office and I said, hey man, I've got these 3 offers. Love your feedback. And so we kind of went through them and he just asked me questions. It's like, well, what matters to you? What's important? We went through all this stuff and basically by asking questions helped me answer my own question about what I wanted to do. And so I went to work for Lowe's Home Improvement. Some of you are familiar with Regional Distribution 965, which is in Cheyenne, Wyoming. It's a 1.2 million square foot facility that serves a number of different stores. When I started there as this young 22-year-old, I thought I knew a lot. I started in receiving and I had 55 receiving team members that I supervised. And it was a really cool experience. I learned so much that first year of just how much maybe I didn't know, and I learned so much from my employees, which was a really cool experience. Worked at the distribution center. I did all areas of operations there and all the support roles as well during my tenure there. And it came up, there were always opportunities coming up of, hey, Patrick, you could go on and do, another job in another state with us. You can move up the chain, do this and that. And I just couldn't leave Wyoming. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't swallow that pill because this state means everything to me. I really love the state of Wyoming. And so, it was one of those things where I was like, you know what, maybe I can get back up to the farm, which we have a little farm in Fremont County. And so I did what I could do, found a job in Fremont County, and I worked for Central Wyoming College the last 7 years as their director of admissions and advising, which was a great experience. I had a lot of fun. I got to meet Kim Dale, lots of other, people from around the state and the community college system, which I think is a vital part of what makes this state successful. I mean, workforce is a huge issue everywhere, and all of you know that. So I did that and actually ended up hearing about this job from Kylie. So applied for this job, and it's just been super grateful for the staff. Like I said, at the Business Council, they've been very welcoming, and it's been really cool stepping into this role. I'm also a husband and a father. I have 4 wonderful kids that run me just all over the place. We're doing all kinds of sports. My oldest is 13, youngest is 8. So we're involved in everything, swimming, all kinds of different things, baseball, softball, piano, you name it, we're doing it. But really the reason I applied for this position is I love my community. My local community is Riverton. Riverton has a ton of opportunity. Fremont County has a ton of opportunity. And I really feel that it's important for people to not just say, hey, we don't have this, Because you hear that a lot, right? People are like, hey, I don't have a Chick-fil-A, I don't have a Target, I don't have a Starbucks. And they forget about what they do have. They forget about the opportunities that are there, and they have a hard time sometimes thinking about what could this be? You know, maybe where could we go as a community? And so I've really enjoyed stepping into this role and talking to people and kind of doing like Josh did with me, like asking me questions like, what do you want this to be? What do you want your community to look like? So for the past couple of months, I've been kind of doing a road tour, going around talking to different communities, different leaders, and asking that question, like, what do you want this community to look like? How can the business council help you with that? You know, what kind of businesses make sense coming to your community? How can we help businesses in your community expand? What kind of infrastructure do you need? You know, have you thought about future development of industrial parks? Have you thought about all these different issues, the workforce, the housing? And it's been really good conversations, and we're getting people together. Kayla's been great. We've got a couple of my communities that are looking at Main Street programs, so we're actively working with them on that. And so that's exciting. Hopefully we'll bring on some new ones soon. But there's also been businesses that have reached out to me, and there's some really intriguing and cool things that have been brought up. Like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? And I'm not going to spoil it at today's meeting, but there are some things that we're working on, and I'm hoping to bring some projects before you at the next meeting. But I am very excited to be a part of this team. Again, very humbled and grateful to be here. And I just think that the Business Council is just such a great organization. It's important to the future of Wyoming. Like, we really have to be on the tip of the spear. We have to be innovative. We have to think about what makes sense for our communities and what does our community need, and how can the Business Council be a player and come to the table. And so I just want to say thank you for having me today. Thank you for allowing me to just kind of do a little introduction. But I'm excited about what the future holds for, you know, my service area and the rest of the state. So I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Patrick?
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Patrick, and again, welcome. Kylie.
Madam Co-Chair, Board of Directors, staff, members of the public, thank you for giving me just a few minutes to speak today. My name is Kylie Ingersoll. I'm the Southwest Regional Director for the Business Council, which covers Lincoln, Sweetwater, and Uena County. And again, I have to tell you, I'm so happy we're meeting on this side. I love it. So thank you for being here. When I look around my region, I really look at all of the opportunities that this area is ripe for, including trona mines, hydrogen projects, carbon capture, sequestration, solar, new manufacturing, and nuclear, just to name a few. I've often said in the past year, I might have been better off getting an engineering degree of some sort, but I'm past that and have communications and photography, so I'll have to work with my own strengths. I try and leave all of the technical aspects to the experts, but I try and at least understand the technology and what they need from their perspective. And then I use my own strengths to try and help lead these opportunities into life. With so much happening in my region, especially large projects and navigating transitions from different technologies and energies, a lot of focus has come on this area because there are a lot of small communities to talk about if they're community ready and what the influx will do. A few weeks ago, I was looking at a, back of the napkin statistic, and it says that in 2028, there will be 5,800 new jobs in Southwest Wyoming. That just means long-term jobs. So we're just talking an increase of 5,800 long-term jobs. That doesn't include their their families and kids, which we hope take part in our schools and shop in our stores. So this this area really does need to prepare and update or make sure that the infrastructure and housing is ready for the workforce that will be coming, because it doesn't, we currently need to have a few more people. So with that, I want to focus on just one project and one community and talk about how they're increasing their own capacity today and this year to be ready for the project. Last November, Lincoln County was blessed with the announcement that TerraPower would be building their Natrium demonstration project in Lincoln County. Since that point, the Kemmer-Diamondville area and Lincoln County have really worked to prepare and make sure their community is successful for that project. Of course, we're letting TerraPower take care of the project. They're experts in that. But because there is a little bit of interest in that, I will tell you that just for a quick update, they have been working since that announcement on that project. This past summer, they have done over 200 site drills for core samples. See, not an engineer, but for core samples to make sure that the infrastructure or the land is stable. Those went really well. They had some work trailers out at the site. I do get a lot of questions about, can I tour the site? You're welcome to, but it right now looks like a pile of sagebrush. So those are now gone. All of the actual work at the site specific is done for right now, and those work trailers have been moved off. So it is really bare land at this point. They're doing the engineering and technical stuff outside of Lincoln County. But in spring 2023, we're expecting 150 construction workers to start building a sodium test facility. That facility will be permanent and will test the sodium nuclear reactor portion. Again, not a technical expert. And earthwork will also start as soon as possible in the spring. TerraPower is taking care of the project, and so we started focusing on the community. When the project was announced, it became clear that the interest in that community and Lincoln County was heightened, and they started getting a lot of questions about housing development, infrastructure needs, water. So we started leading a monthly meeting with all of the community members to talk about what the community needs were, kind of one at a time, and kind of dig down and see what we could do to help in that area. What came out of that, we're still meeting monthly, and we quarterly get an update from the TerraPower project. We get some, next month we're having the real estate agencies in the area come talk to us about what they're seeing. So we had the Water Joint Powers Board come talk to us about water needs. So we're trying to figure out and make sure that the community is ready for the 3,000 temporary people that will be there shortly. And then hopefully more permanent people as well. The community decided that they needed a point person to help coordinate all of this. The city administrator of Kemmer, as well as Lincoln County, their commissioners decided that it was the best option to have one point person, because not only is the Natrium facility coming, but there are several other large energy projects, a solar project, a carbon sequestration project happening. And it would be a good idea to coordinate and have one point person that was kind of leading the charge on all of these similar issues. So the county, Lincoln County, the city of Kemmer, and an economic development volunteer organization called SCLEDC, South Lincoln County Economic Development Coalition. came together and put funding together so that they could start to hire what they're calling a community liaison. And they have funding for a year to 2 years and hope that they see value in this position and can find some funding for that afterwards. But they're in the process of hiring. The applications have been out, and they are starting to interview. So I think hopefully shortly we'll have a liaison to help with all the media attention they're getting. They've also been inundated with national news, stories, communities calling to see what they can do to help. They also, so we hope that the liaison will be put in place so that they can help start funneling information and people will know where to go when they have a question on the project from a community side. The community also tries to help inform. The leaders of the community are also trying to help inform the community itself because they want to make sure that they know that the project is a positive thing for the area, which overwhelmingly has been. They did a water bill survey and majority of the respondents were very positive about the nuclear industry coming to town. They do weekly Facebook posts to kind of give an update to the community and tell what people is going on. They also attended a Energy Community Association Nuclear Forum and presented their project there. That forum brought together nuclear communities from all different areas of the country. And they really got to talk and use resources from Idaho and Tri-Cities, Washington to connect and see how communities that already have nuclear have dealt with some of these issues. We are daily looking at housing and water and infrastructure needs. The county hired a grant writer to help part-time, and she helps to write grants, but also plow through all of the infrastructure opportunities or community development opportunities that are available so that if there is an opportunity for funding, they can put in to apply for that. They also connect with, I've helped them connect with a federal group as well as some state groups to try and move forward and make those funding connections. The community of Kemmer has recently had a developer who's gonna build 200 houses. Sign on the dotted line, I guess you'd say. So it is a good start. It's not all rosy. We have to continually keep communicating and making sure the right hand knows what's the left is doing. But I do want to just put a spotlight in that community for recognizing their need to increase their own capacity and doing what they can locally to try and do that. I want you to know that they're really working hard to get ready and making sure that their community is successful so that the project itself can be successful. And that I've been there along the way to try and help wherever I can. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You haven't had any questions for anyone, so let's go.
I don't know if you're gonna get off that easy, but are there any questions? Yes, Cindy.
Just as a point, as a board member, I have never heard as many Sweetwater County community leaders say, yes, I've met, yes. I've heard." So I just want to say, I know you're out there. I know you're connecting with everyone and working hard. Thank you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Okay.
I hope I'm doing my job.
Kylie, I think you're doing a great job. I do have a question. So this is a huge project for Wyoming and also Kemmer, because I know, Ms. Tomasi over the last couple of years, has been sitting at these tables talking about what are we going to do about our power plant closure and, not such an exciting economic outlook for Kemmer. And, with some effort in the last couple of years and some really positive outlook, that ship has been completely turned around, and this conversation wasn't even remotely on the table just a while ago. And so I think it's a testament to how quickly when, looking for opportunities that are out there and grabbing those rings, we can really turn things around in our communities. And so I think it's exciting that this is going on. And it sounds like, and it's very exciting that the community is looking at this and saying, all right, how do we take the best advantage of the opportunity, right? Because the follow through and the hard work, it's not just about landing and saying, yay, it's moving here, but it's about the follow through that happens afterwards. And so that update is extremely exciting. How are you overall feeling about dirt work starting in the spring? Is super exciting and really close. I'm just interested in, how everybody's really feeling about hurdles and obstacles, and just, is there anything that we should be thinking about as a board in terms of, what needs to be going on there, and things that should be communicated out about that?
Thanks for the question. I will tell you that overall, people are excited and happy for this. There is still question about, there's a little bit of a time lag between when the power plant is scheduled to shut down and when Terra Power is scheduled to start. So there is still some concern or thought about, will this transition take place smoothly for the workers? I think what was interesting, or what I have found interesting, is that the announcement of the Natrium facility has brought a laser focus to that corner of the state. And so other projects that may have a little bit quicker timeline have started looking at that area as well. So there may be even more happening, if everything were to work out. What I will tell you is that before the announcement, I don't know that, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I don't know that the community was fully prepared to understand the infrastructure needs, as well as what other opportunities might come along with it. And so this first part has been a lot about looking and planning and trying to figure out what they are actually going to need. And it's now time to get on it and start digging. And so I think they're ready and will pull through, but I think there will be some, I hope construction goes well. Or the timeline does, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think, there have already been some significant movements, and I think that will continue.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think the realities of this is it's a big project with lots of complex moving parts and pieces. Where's Mike Easley? But that's great. And those are the things that we really want to hear, because those are the struggles and the realities of dealing with projects like this. And if we handle those well, it'll mean really good things for our communities. So thank you very much for bringing this.
Yeah, of course. And I will just add, I should have said it before, and now you're going to have to end again, and I apologize, but I do think the other issue really is the amount of people that are actually doing the work. And when we look at cities and counties, it's in Kemmer and Lincoln County, it's a commissioner and it's one full-time city administrator and volunteers or people who have other jobs. that are passionate about that community. And so I think it is going to take some manpower to make sure it gets going. Sorry.
No, that's appreciated. Yeah. All right, thank you. Brandy. Good morning. Thank you. Now can you hear me? You usually hear me anyway, so. Good morning, I'm Brandy Harlow. I'm the Northeast Regional Director, Sheridan, Johnson, Campbell, Crook, and Weston counties. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. This has been a great opportunity to see everybody, talk about projects, get some energy going, moving towards doing great things in Wyoming. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about a special project that we've been working on, and Kylie actually set it up really well because she talked about the infrastructure needs. And you've all heard the media coverage out there about there's so much federal money coming out and Wyoming needs to get its fair share. We've read that everywhere. I don't know how many times I've heard it. So I led a team this summer to really look into the infrastructure funding and what's out there. And I wanted to share a little bit of information with you about that. It's called the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. It was passed last November. It's also known as Bill, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. $1.2 trillion in that bill. The funding is for transportation, energy, and water infrastructure. That's the definition. But when you start digging a little deeper, only about half of that, $550 billion, is new programs. The rest are existing programs that we've always had. They just funded those. So we dig a little bit deeper in that. Only 40% of that money is competitive dollars. So the rest of it is actually what's called formula funding that goes directly to state agencies. Like WIDOT gets money from the Highway Administration, those type of programs. So as we take a step back and talk about what problem are we trying to solve, Josh's favorite question, you know, I really thought it was about building resilient communities. I thought it was at the bottom of the triangle, finding additional resources for communities. But as we worked through it a little bit, it actually moved up the triangle as well about leadership and creating economic opportunities. So within that bill, there's 375 programs. I worked with our interns a lot this summer. In the last month, they've done a great job helping research all of this. Most of those programs have different requirements and different timelines. Some, the guidelines have not even been released yet. Some, the programs are closed. So it's very difficult to keep your eye on that. And so we've been working a spreadsheet internally to try to help all of our staff understand what's in that bill and how can we match that to projects that might make sense in Wyoming. As we started filtering through those programs and really looking at what programs Wyoming is actually eligible for, there's about 75 programs in there that pertain to economic development and infrastructure. But as you dig a little bit deeper, and I'm not including the broadband funds, that's Elena's world. We're not talking about broadband, we're just talking about infrastructure money. They're really specialized. Most of those grants are, you know, really large Department of Energy projects like the hydrogen hub you've read about, direct air capture. There's some small community funds like helping with airport terminals, electric charging stations, but not really that typical, you know, we need a water line so we can build housing, so we can have workforce in camera. Those programs really aren't in there that I've found anyway. So then we started looking at, you know, that need for leadership and policy change. And at the same time, the other effort that's happening on federal dollars is the interagency working group. Some of you may have heard of that. The Biden administration created that to get more federal dollars into coal impacted communities. So he really tasked the federal agencies to meet with those coal states
and get that money out there. But what we've learned, and we've been active in that, meeting with local communities, the state and the federal agencies, is those programs are not proactive enough for our communities. You know, we still have a fairly decent economy. We still have, you know, a lot of jobs here, and we're competing with communities like in West Virginia that their economy is devastated, you know, super high unemployment rates. And so we've really tried to push back and say, you know, we need to be able to help those communities now and be proactive before we get to that point of not having jobs in our communities. So we've been working on that as well. We brought the regional team together with Senator Lummis's office. Her policy state advisor is Tyler Lindholm. We had a meeting with Mr. Lindholm as well as Kathy Lenz, and most of you know Kathy. She was the town clerk in Sundance for several years, super proactive about economic development. Now she is economic development and business director for Senator Lummis. So really great partnership there. And we really had the opportunity to talk about at the federal level, how can the state collaborate on economic development projects? The need for additional planning dollars. These communities, we have small planning dollars, but they're super specific. You guys all know that. These communities need full overall infrastructure plans to build for the future. And so hopefully we can get some support on that side. And then also we've been working on developing a project checklist. The one thing we've learned that a lot of communities have a hard time putting projects together. And you guys all know how much work it takes to answer all those questions. So if we can help them make their projects stronger, then we can help them access some of these additional funds, hopefully. And then also trying to do some collaboration with the federal agencies on some grant writing training and some training to get through their process, because that is difficult at best. So, you know, I think these projects, it's been a fun summer to work on these. Really looking at both that top and the bottom of the triangle, you know, leading economic growth as well as building resilient communities. So learned a lot. Hopefully that was useful, and we can keep pushing to try to bring additional resources to our communities. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Brandy? Josh?
Madam Co-Chair, it's probably less of a question and more of a comment about when you dive deep into things. And I really appreciate the fact that, you know, here's the headline. The headline is there's, you know, $1.2 trillion. So go out and get it, states. And then, you know, that's what members of the public and members of you know, I guess everybody sort of holds on to. And it's not like, and I think that diving deep into the particulars of those programs and understanding which ones can help our communities and which ones we will not be able to get into, that's a ton of work, but it's really important. And as you were talking through that today and walking through, you know, all of a sudden you cut it in half, and then you cut that again over half, and you start to look at that, and then diving into that 40% to the 50%, right, which gets pretty small pretty fast. Which ones are even we're eligible for, or which ones will we never be able to compete for because the other states are being devastated? And I just appreciate that you've dug down and found out what is important for us to focus on, so that we don't focus on the big numbers, we focus on the really particular programs. But I also appreciate the pushback to the you know, with the federal delegation saying these are the things that are important for us, because we don't want to be in a spot where we have this rampant unemployment like West Virginia does. And so I think that's a success. Even if we, I think we will get some money, but even if we don't, I think it's a really big success for the future for us to understand what's in those funds, and also to push back and say what we need as a state. I think that's really important. So thanks for all that work. It's a lot. So thank you, Brandy.
Thank you. Thank you. So Brandy, was there a particular project like in your region that precipitated all this work? This is a lot of work. And I just wondered if something that you saw a need for made your decision to dig deep like this?
Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I think there's twofold to that answer. One is, I have a background in grant writing and grant administration, and I'm originally from Montana, where we used federal funds a lot because we needed to. A lot more collaboration up there. So I had that background. So I definitely have an interest in that, as well as I can see our communities, our programs aren't enough, our funding's going down. These small communities need more infrastructure. And then at the same time, I worked with the leadership team and they really saw a need for somebody to take the lead on that. So it's been a great opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, moving right along. We're going to get into the Operations Committee, and I will turn it over to our committee chair, Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The Operations Committee, we have one item for the board's consideration today, and that's the fiscal year 2022 Q4 financial report. For that, turn
Yes.
over to Amy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. Lindsay Orr is not able to join us today, so I'm going to go ahead and present our quarter 4 financials. So beginning on page 53 of your board book, you will see our quarter 4 fiscal year 21 or biennium 21-22 financial report. This financial report is actually the end of our biennium financial report. And so you may recall that we run the state runs on a June 30th fiscal year. And so June 30th marked the end of the fiscal year as well as the end of the biennium. And so the report that you're seeing in your board book is the reflection of those numbers. Lindsay very kindly put together an excellent executive summary that's also included in your board book. And I'll just point out a couple of things as highlights for you on that. So the budget utilization, well, let me back up. Just as a reminder of how we break down our financial report, it is broken down between general funds, federal funds, and agency funds. And looking at the general funds, the budget utilization overall was 71.27%, and that's compared to the 100% budget optimum. Our budget is actually broken into, the general fund budget is broken into a couple of different areas, and two of those, the WBC and the economic diversification budgets, are the only budgets that revert within the Business Council at the end of a biennium. And so we did have 91.67% utilization in those two budget areas. We reverted a total amount of $979,000 at the end of the biennium. A good chunk of that was actually personnel and telecom expenditures. And so it was more difficult for us to spend because it's tied to our 100 series, our salary budgets. But the non payroll budget portion of that budget, we only reverted $57,000. And so we well utilized our budget. We maximized it. We were able to really embark on a lot of programs that Josh touched on and that you've heard about a little bit today as well, to start to move the needle on building the bottom layer of that triangle and building community resiliency and capacity. And so we're really excited with how we were able to use the rest of our budget at the end of the biennium. Moving into our into our federal fund area, the total expenditures on our federal programs were $1.6 million for fiscal year 22. You will see still the CDBG program on this financial report. There are some remaining encumbrances in that area. You may recall that we have transitioned that CDBG program to another state organization. We've transitioned it to the WCDA program, but we are continuing to monitor and maintain projects that are still active under CDBG. And so that's why you're still seeing it on your financial report, but very soon that number will start to tick down and will be zero at some point in time and will fall off our financial report. The agency funds section, as of June 30th, the Economic Loan Development Fund had an available budget of $25.9 million. That includes $25 million for large loan projects. The total cash as of June 30th is $36.9 million. But again, 26.9 of that is reserved for large loans, leaving 9.9 available. In total, the fund has earned 3.3 million in investment income and principal and interest on loans. The Rural Rehabilitation Fund had an available budget of 161.5 thousand and 4.6 million in available cash. The fund earned 46,000 in investment income. And the Wyoming Business Council Fund had an available budget of 11,700 and 208,000 in available cash. It earned 7.7 thousand in investment income. Moving down into the budgeted expenditures, you can see that loans made up 47% and grants made up 38% of the total $83.3 million budget. The line item expenditure table at the very bottom, you can see that we had greater than 90% utilization in a number of categories. The loans is where you're seeing a lower utilization and you're seeing that at 10%. Again, the reason for that is that 25 million for large loans is included in that area. Loans receivable, the net loans receivable balance of June 30th is 23.6 million. Total principal and interest payments received during the fiscal year is 3.8 million. So, Mr. Committee Chair, that is the Q4 financial report.
Great. Thanks, Amy. Any questions? I'll just make a quick comment. We had an item or two that was on the consent agenda. And we had a good discussion about those things in our committee. I was real satisfied with the depth that we got to on those and the thoroughness that those were covered at. So I just wanted to point that out. Any questions before we move on? Okay, we're looking for a motion to accept the financial report.
So moved.
In a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that concludes our committee report. Madam Co-Chair, we're ahead of schedule.
All right. Perfect. I know. We'll see if we can maintain that. Do we want to go ahead and take a break early? Yeah. Let's go ahead and we'll take our morning break and we'll go ahead and break until about 10 o'clock. So, all right. Well, I've learned one lesson, and that is you don't send Josh to rally the troops. So. All right. Well, the easy part of the agenda was check. Now it's all uphill from here. All right. Welcome back. We're going to go ahead and jump into the Services Committee, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I know we have Brandon on the phone, I believe, and so we're going to hand over the presentations, if you will, to him. But before we do that, I would like to, as part of the Main Street agenda, mention that our own board member, Derek Smith, was recently approved and appointed by the governor to the Main Street Advisory Board, and will be a perfect liaison between those two entities for us as we come to the come forward. So one, congratulations, and two, thank you for what you're going to do in the future. With that, Brandon, are you out there?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before I hand over to you, Brandon, I do want to make mention one more time that from a rules and procedure standpoint that we did go through public comment already on the Connect Wyoming program, and as such, no public comment will be provided here at the meeting. The way that works forward is we have to receive all of that and work through that with rules first before we can move into any action items that take place. And as such, we cannot necessarily take additional public comment, or that creates a new timeline for us that we need to make sure at this moment we stay on course for hitting all the timeframes that are involved with that contract. So Brandon, I will hand this over to you at this stage. If you would help us with the Main Street presentation.
All right, very good. Well, I believe we have Kayla Claire in the room there. She'll be joined by Matt Ashby, who is the chairman of the Wyoming Main Street, or Business Council's Main Street Advisory Board. So really heads up, I guess, to Carrie and Amy. If Matt Ashby is on the line, he needs to be let in as a panelist. And I cannot see the table, so I'm hoping that Kayla is headed there now, or maybe Matt's with her. Okay, very good. Well, I'll turn it over to Kayla and Matt for an update on the Main Street program. Just to, everybody knows this, but we want to make sure we understand the Main Street program is just extraordinarily vital to the work that we do at the Business Council. Makes huge impact on the communities that are members of that program. It's one of the things we like to talk about. It's got one of our higher ROIs of any of the programs going on through the Business Council. So it's a great model that fits perfectly into what we are looking at in the future, and continuing to modify our other programs into a capacity building model. And so Main Street provides us that model, which is sort of excellent. And a lot of exciting things go on there. Kayla has been the director or the manager of that program now, I believe, for a little over a year, and has, and I promise not just blowing smoke, truly excelled, and has great respect to the advisory board as well as the communities that are part of that group. So with all of that, I will shut up and pass the baton and Matt.
Thank you, Brandon, and Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. Thank you so much for having us here today to talk about Main Street. Like Brandon said, my name is Kayla Claire. I am the manager of the Main Street program. And yes, it's almost been a year. So crazy how time flies. I just wanted to take a second to recognize the members of the advisory board that are in the room. And then we also do have Matt Ashby as our chairman online. So to my right here in the room, we have Jen Ford, who is one of our advisory board members and playing a supporting role today. Also, we have Derek Smith, who is an advisory board member as well as a regular Business Council board member. So kudos to you and thank you very much for your service on both boards. And then in the audience behind us, we have David Tate, who's another advisory board member of ours present today. And then of course, last but not least, we have Matt Ashby as our chairman. And I believe he is on the line now. So with that, I'm actually going to kick it over to him to start us out.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kayla. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, just want to thank the board for providing us with this opportunity to present. I think over the years, we have worked to build strong relationships with the Business Council Board, and certainly with the appointment of Derek as a joint board member on both the Business Council Board as well as the Main Street Advisory Board. We have the strength and ability to build those relationships and create even more synergies between our two components of economic development. And I'm constantly amazed at the wonderful things that are accomplished by both the Business Council Board and through the grassroots efforts of our local main streets. We've often identified that Main Street is the most localized of our economic development tools, and certainly do recognize the efforts of our local businesses in really truly shaping the overall economy of Wyoming. So with that, we do have a presentation to provide you that we'd like to share with some of the slides. And let me quick change the view so that I can see that presentation better. There we go. Just wanted to provide you with a Wyoming Main Street 2020 to 2022 in summary. Certainly, as with everybody, we've had an interesting couple of years, has certainly kept us on our toes as far as being able to respond to the needs of our small businesses across Wyoming. But also want to provide those of you on the board with a little bit of information on the program and how it is represented across Wyoming and how it fits in to a broader national program. Next slide, please.
There we go. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. So we do have 6 members on the current advisory board. We do have one space vacant currently, but our board is established by a Wyoming statute and really focuses in on the goal of revitalization. And that means the process of engaging in activities where we are preserving and building upon the historically significant characteristics of a place. And one of the terms that you'll hear us talk about pretty extensively is place-based economic development. And with what we've experienced during COVID, we've realized that people are no longer tethered to certain locations, to big cities, different geographies, but they have the opportunity to choose the location where they want to live, where they want to raise their families, and quality of life is becoming even more important. And I think this goal of revitalization really enables us to accentuate those place-based characteristics that many of our Wyoming small communities offer to really amp up and accelerate economic development on the street. So our representatives are from across the state and provide for an excellent cross-section of experiences, including local government, historic preservation, business development, and private sector experience, and really give us a good perspective to be able to shape this program. Next slide, please. So we're here. We're here to help Wyoming. We're here to help the overall Business Council in achieving your mission. And ultimately, we have 3 tasks that are identified in statute. First is to assist the Business Council in developing a plan to operate the program, which we do regularly as part of our ongoing meetings to shape and drive the program forward. We do annually review the program and provide a report of findings and recommendations that hopefully influence future legislation and provide the governor with an understanding of our small business main streets across the state. And I believe that annual review report was recently completed, and we'll provide you with some highlights on that later on today. Additionally, being able to provide an evaluation of the program to the Minerals Committee is another important function. And again, making sure that we are providing for recommendations on legislation to overall support our economic development on Main Street. Next slide. So Main Street is part of an overall broader umbrella organization, including the National Main Street Association, which is the umbrella group that provides for technical assistance and guidance as to how the program is deployed across 46 different states that have state coordinating programs. Just a few of those are pictured on your screen here in the middle. And additionally, then from that state coordinating level, there are local programs that are rolled out. And basically those programs sometimes are situated a little bit differently. Some are nonprofits, some are embedded within local cities. Others are affiliated with chambers of commerce or other nonprofits. But ultimately, it is a locally tailored process that is intended to provide for a grassroots involvement in generating economic activity and that place-based economic development that we talked about. Next slide. There are 46, as I mentioned, coordinating programs across the country. A lot of them are in the southeast, and Wyoming is really rocking it out here in the west. With 1,220 local programs in total. Next slide, Wyoming has 3 different levels of the program to be able to offer our communities with varying degrees of assistance and requirements. If we go to the next slide, I believe we've got all of our communities listed. And you can see the certified level has a higher level of responsibility and reporting, but also a higher level of engagement of resources available to them. Our affiliates provide for an opportunity that is kind of an in-between with not quite as many resources available, but also not as much of a requirement for staffing and reporting as the certifieds. Hopefully looking at moving those communities into the certified where they have that strength. And then we have aspiring communities that are just getting to know Main Street and have an interest in exploring it. And Afton is one of our aspiring communities, and also Glen Rock, which you'll hear more about, is our newest Main Street community. So the vision for Wyoming is empowered communities with distinctive downtowns, resilient local economies, and dedicated local leaders. And we've been working on providing an update on this vision here recently. And Kayla, I'm not sure if you want to jump in here and talk about that process, but really it's making sure that we have that vision encapsulated so that folks know who we are and what we do. And next slide. So to help in addressing the approach to Main Street, we've got a couple of different projects and initiatives highlighted based off of those major vision initiatives. And we'll be talking through some of those here and a couple of the programs that we've run recently. So Kayla, am I missing anything? Is there anything you want to add at this point?
No, it's great. Matt, if you want to jump into the Wyoming pickaxe and talk a little bit about that project, and then I'll take over from there. Thank you.
Sounds good. Well, we'll keep this short. The Wyoming pickaxe, next slide, please, was an initiative that was really requested by communities to help provide them with a toolkit of communication strategies that would help address the questions of that local supporters or local government might have regarding what the Main Street programs do. Next slide. And this is a comprehensive approach to storytelling that really helps a local program identify a community's audiences. So whether that's business owners, property owners, the local government, the general public, each of those has a different way that interact with Main Street. And this program has helped to identify those communication strategies. It also helps to create a platform for communication innovation, as well as establishing a baseline for institutional knowledge so that our main streets have the ability to weather changes in personnel or board members effectively and seamlessly. Next slide. There are 5 main components to this process. Part of it is branding, but a large component of it is implementation. How do you create a stronger organization through your communication strategies and make sure you're building those relationships with other players in the arena of economic development? And the communities that were assisted through this process included Goshen County, Rollins, Evanston, Rock Springs, Gillette, Cheyenne, and Laramie. So most of our certified communities were provided with this assistance over the last year and a half. Next slide. So just a few examples of some of the materials that came out of this toolkit. And again, each toolkit received probably 30 to 40 pages worth of content and information, as well as a comprehensive branding toolkit to help them deploy these tools in their community. For Evanston, we really looked at their need to identify a difference between an organization, which is their Urban Renewal Authority, and destination branding, which would really encourage people to come to their downtown as a destination. Next slide. So through the process, we were able to define a character for some of their branding. Some of their other destinations include the Engine 4420, the Bear River, and obviously the Roundhouse. And linking that with the branding strategy to help them tell the story about why Evanston is so great and why people should invest in buildings and properties and bring their businesses to Evanston. Next slide. One of the other things that was really important for Evanston was really telling the story of their organization. It's an urban renewal authority, but you know that's something that folks may not be fully familiar with. And the other thing that they were struggling with was people didn't realize how long they've been at it. You know, having that storyline of that they're an overnight success, but 40 years in the making. They've been working on it for a really long time and made some great strides. And this type of storytelling can help folks really build that capacity and understanding within the community of the importance of their Main Street program. Next slide. Over in Rollins, they were interested in developing some communication strategies related to pulling people off of the interstate and into their downtown. And one of those strategies was related to restaurants and food opportunities. And being able to start to market that was one key strategy that we explored. Next slide. The other one that we, in addition to many other tools, the Escape in Rollins was an idea that really started to give them opportunities to highlight how they could position the downtown to attract more folks, attract more visitors, and thereby support their local businesses. Next slide. Up in Gillette, it was really an evolution of their Main Street branding to help highlight those 4 points, creating that 4-point approach and really giving them the ability to extend their branding system. We also provided a number of different extensions to some of their events, which again is that place-based economic development. When people fall in love with the community through an event, they are more likely to invest themselves, their local business, their family in that community. And so that's how these tools start to fit together in terms of bringing together that economic development component with the Main Street. Next slide. Just a couple more images of some of the downtown branding that was provided in Gillette. Next slide. For Goshen County, really it was more of a strategic planning effort to identify how their comprehensive economic approach really fits together. They're doing economic development. They also manage the Chamber of Commerce, the Main Street program, and travel and tourism. And being able to identify how all those pieces fit together was a key component of their workshop and toolkit. And I think really helps to explain not only to their team, but also to the community what the organization is all about. Next slide. In Torrington, we were also able to visit a couple of the stores and help them highlight some of the cool things that they have going on. This was just a feature that was produced about how to highlight new businesses, including the Old Moose, and telling the story about the building and the connection to historic preservation, as well as highlighting some of the great features of that store and really the character of how this community contributes to the local community. Next slide. So that's an overview of the pickaxe toolkit that was rolled out. Kayla, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to carry forward with the new community highlight.
Thanks, Matt. I just wanted to take an opportunity to also highlight a few things that also have been going on within the Wyoming Main Street program outside of some of these projects that, thanks, Ben. Outside of some of these other projects that we were going to highlight. So one of the newest communities that we've had join our Main Street program is Glen Rock Main Street. I just wanted to take a second to highlight all of their hard work. They, once upon a time, were a Main Street community. Took a bit of a break, and now they've rejoined Main Street now that their capacity once again exists, and they've got a dedicated staff person and really a renewed sense of community commitment, which is really exciting to see. So they've got a great, beautiful new town square right downtown in Glen Rock, which is really a great catalyst for the Main Street movement for them. So super exciting to get new communities involved within the Main Street program, and I'm sure we'll see more. So next slide, please. The other thing I wanted to highlight here was Main Street America, or the National Main Street Center, has a certification program, kind of an educational opportunity for those interested in learning more about Main Street and being more involved in the network. And so that's the Main Street America Revitalization Professional Certification. With that, they have some online opportunities for classes, and they host 2 workshops as part of the certification program, one of which is called the Community Transformation Workshop. It's a 2.5-day workshop. It's a traveling workshop, and so the location for these workshops always changes. It's been held all over the country in past years. This year, Main Street America chose Wyoming as the host location for the Community Transformation Workshop. So that will be held next week, actually, September 14th, 15th, and 16th. Laramie is the primary location for that workshop, and then Cheyenne is being recognized through a 1-day as well. So a super cool opportunity, and Wyoming is definitely not going unnoticed in the Main Street network, which is great. Next slide, please. So I want to move on to some of the work we're doing in fostering economic resilience as part of that greater Wyoming Business Council mission. And the first thing up we have is the Business Bootcamp Project. So I'm going to turn it over to Jen here on my right to talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Thank you guys for having us today. I know you're very busy and some exciting stuff, but I'll keep this short. What we really wanted to do today is just let you know what we're doing as your advisory board to really make sure we're carrying the flag and the mission of the Business Council. So we can go to the next slide. We started a program called the Business Boot Camp, and it was a vision to bring high-level consulting services to entire communities within Wyoming. That's a very expensive proposition, as you all know, from moving through the CARES Act and many other things. Go ahead with the next slide. So we started this in 2019 in Buffalo and had just phenomenal results. We saw businesses growing up to 50% through just 2-day programs. So we expanded it with your support, and we're able to serve an additional 5 communities in 2020, between 2020 and 2022. In those 6 communities total, 49 businesses participated. And that's a beautiful opportunity for the Business Council to go face to face with business owners in a way that's meaningful, impactful, and without mission creep. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. So I just want to go back to our purpose as Main Street is we have these core principles to balance growth, development, and distribution of time, money, and effort. And that's across the 4 points of economic vitality, design, organization, and promotion. And you already saw that in some of the branding. So Business Boot Camp is about economic vitality. And one of the things that Main Street managers talked about was, you know, we're community organizers, we're managers, we're here to bring our communities together, but we don't have that subject matter expertise. So this program was designed specifically to hit that economic vitality point, and it became even more important when COVID hit. Go ahead and hit next slide. Thank you. So again, just highlighting what we mean when we say economic vitality under the Main Street is new and existing businesses, catalyzing property development, create a supportive environment for entrepreneurs and innovators that drive local economies. And I can tell you, as we sit here in Rock Springs, we did a boot camp at the beginning of the new era of the pandemic in June of 2020. And that community saw new businesses open that same year through this program. So go to the next slide. This just kind of talks about what the business owners experience. So growth strategy, understanding the customers, marketing, and one-on-one coaching. You can get into that later if you'd like. Next slide, please. This is something I brought this forward. This is part of the agenda packet. So we moved to a one-day model in the COVID pandemic, and we actually expanded it so that any Main Street that wanted to participate, we just made the funding work so that we could make sure we were getting the right information out. And once the pandemic hit, we kind of became concierge, if you will, to the Business Council and the many amazing programs you guys stood up, the CARES Act funding. It's one of the way you guys deployed the CARES Act funding directly to our businesses was so revolutionary and so critical to our survival that we actually had other Main Street communities calling, going, how did Wyoming do that? How did they stand that up? And I was like, the Business Council, don't be surprised. So anyway, this is just a little sample of the agenda and really helping businesses understand and focus. You know, when we're talking about Main Street, these are mom and pop shops. These are really small people just coming out with an idea. So giving them some serious structure on how to grow is really helpful. Next slide. This is just a little bit of feedback from different communities. The only other thing I would add about Business Boot Camp, having conducted all of those programs, is it was also a wonderful opportunity, not only to highlight the resources of the Business Council, but also the partners. So the Business Resource Network, the Small Business Development Center. Again, I think we had 42 businesses served. I worked to connect all of them with your regional managers, with your SBDC people. So it's a beautiful opportunity to actually really be out there on the ground. And that's the work that your regionals do every day. So I don't want to undermine or take away from that, but it was just another opportunity for us to also carry that flag. I believe that's the last slide, but yeah, I just wanted to give you some feedback. The 2-day model is the most successful. Again, with COVID, pardon me, we had to switch. But the business owners, I mean, there was such a hunger for that. You know, when you live in a major metropolitan area, there's always some shiny, fancy somebody coming in saying, you know, here's my 11 herbs and spices for growing a business. So these are rural communities that don't typically get that experience. So it was an honor to work with them as a Main Street Advisory Board member, and certainly under the banner of the Business Council. So I just want to thank you guys for supporting that. It was huge.
Thanks, Jen. Like Josh said earlier, I also wanted to recognize a really awesome award that one of our communities won this year, which is the Great American Main Street Award. Laramie Main Street Alliance was recognized this year, one of 3 in the country for Main Street programs. And this is an award that happens every year. It's facilitated by Main Street America. There's an application and an interview process. It's fairly extensive. I had someone equate it this year to the Oscars for Main Street, but I don't want to take away from any of the other hard work beyond, you know, what we connotate the Oscars as, because really it's recognizing communities that are mature, have dedicated staff, have really truly made a difference. And I think we all know how great Laramie is, and it's a very well-deserved and frankly, a little bit late of an award. So we've got 3 GAMSA winners in Wyoming right now. And then we did have Evanston recognized as a semifinalist twice. which is awesome. And so it's a great ratio, particularly for, we only have 14 Main Street communities in Wyoming, and we have 4 of those recognized in some capacity by GAMSA, which is amazing. And I hope to continue to add to the list through the work that we do. I did include a YouTube link here. We won't watch it today, but if you're interested in watching the full video that the professional videography team produced for this GAMSA award, it is on YouTube and it's amazing. So I encourage you to watch it. Next slide, please. So we also really focus, like Matt talked about earlier, on creating genuine place-based experiences, particularly downtown and particularly for the people who live there. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge some of the work that we've been doing with exploration into new organizational structures for our Main Street programs. We do have a variety of structures to our communities in Wyoming. Several are set up as nonprofits, 501c3s. Several are set up as a city or a county entity and are recognized as city employees. So it's great that there's the opportunity for such a diverse structure, but we've been really working with several communities to explore possibly a hybrid option of either opening a URA, for example, an urban renewal agency, or exploring that DDA model, and maybe also accompanying it with a nonprofit. I think the flexibility to have both of those things within a Main Street program offers the greatest sustainability and success for our communities to grow. The other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is just placemaking as a general concept and how it's being executed in Wyoming. Placemaking as a concept is really about transforming underutilized spaces, not only downtown, but throughout the entire community. So that might be an unused parking space that could be turned into a parklet, or it could be a little dirt lot on the corner that could be a green space for anybody to access. Placemaking is a very flexible and very, I would say, creative forward concept, and I think you can spin almost anything to be placemaking, which is almost the beauty of it. And so the Wyoming Business Council does have a placemaking program. It's not available just to Main Street programs, but to any community in Wyoming, regardless of size or financial responsibilities that they already have. Placemaking can be done for $0 to as great of a check as you want it to be, or as great of a bill as you want it to be. And that's really the beauty of it, is that you don't necessarily need money. You need community buy-in and maybe some donations to make it happen. So just these next 2 slides are highlighting some of the placemaking work that's been done around the state, from Laramie to Lusk to Evanston and beyond. Every corner of the state has experienced placemaking, and it really is economic development in the way that, you know, we all know that quality of life is a big factor in businesses and people moving here, and placemaking is just one part of that greater improvement of quality of life. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to end with some numbers. So all of our Main Street communities are asked to fill out a monthly report to demonstrate the return on investment that we're putting into these communities and these Main Street programs. These are cumulative numbers for the calendar year of 2021. 12 communities are included in these numbers. This is specific to their downtown boundaries or downtown districts. I just wanted to highlight that in 2021, when we really truly COVID was still affecting all of our communities and all of our businesses, we still had 53 net new businesses opening in our downtowns, 132 new jobs, 168 improvements in buildings and infrastructure, again, just specific to downtown. So whether that's outside improvements or inside, and something I always love to highlight too, it's almost 15,000 volunteer hours around the state in our communities, which is just amazing, because truly Main Street is volunteer first. It's a grassroots movement. None of these numbers would be here, and none of the work that we do would happen without the volunteers in local communities to make it so. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for letting us talk about Main Street today. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Any questions from the floor? Mr. Massey?
I do have some questions for either Kayla or Jen. So is there a population parameter to be a Main Street? So a city can do it, a rural community can do it, anybody can do it. Okay, and then the next question is, what is the advantage of being a Main Street? Is there a lot of marketing. Who markets Main Street? I have to admit, until I joined the Business Council, I didn't know a lot about Main Street. And then now I hear continually about it and it's so impressive. But how is it marketed, and are the certified communities marketed different than the affiliate communities, et cetera?
Yeah, so I would really say marketing is a dual effort, both from the state level. I think with the audience that we have from the Wyoming Business Council, it gives us a great advantage to highlight our local communities. And then there is a lot of work being done within each of those local communities to leverage the projects that they're individually working on if they've gotten recognitions like GAMSA. And of course, we're assisting with that too. I think marketing is an ever evolving thing for us, something we can continue to improve upon. I think more than anything, your question about the certified versus affiliate level and how they're marketed, I think we like to boast all of our communities equally. I would say the biggest difference that those different tiers of communities receive is the assistance, such as business boot camp projects or the Pickaxe Toolkit or some of those grant funds that we might have available. But we like to be able to market all of our communities from the state level as much as possible equally.
Are they nationally marketed like the Laramie?
Yes.
And so the Main Street USA, I guess, would be it's nationally marketed.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially those GAMSA recognized communities get a ton of marketing through the Main Street America Network. Something that I thought was really cool this year is with that GAMSA video that was produced for Laramie. They actually reused some of that footage in helping to market for the Community Transformation Workshop, which was really awesome. And Main Street America has this great initiative or general want, I suppose, to get local community highlights and put that out in newsletters, publications, social media. They like to highlight communities from all over the country and really recognize those local programs as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a
Questions?
question.
Mark?
Question.
Hello.
Thank you. Capacity is number one. Absolutely. The staffing to actually make a Main Street program happen. I've had plenty of communities approach me with an interest in it. And I think we're still kind of ironing out the possibility to assist some of those communities that maybe will never reach the status of certified and be able to check those boxes and fulfill those requirements. But I do feel like having a champion within your community, and they deserve to be compensated, frankly. And sometimes those resources just aren't available, whether that's through the city or otherwise, whatever structure makes sense. I do think that that's what prohibits more communities from being involved within the Main Street program.
Well, certainly want to convey congratulations on the accolades that you guys have received and to all the hard work of the advisory council. So appreciate everything you're doing to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Take Mark's lead on this one. And Kathy, as a board member of a local Main Street organization, just wanted to kind of answer your question from the other side. The benefit of the Wyoming, the state Main Street organization is really the toolkit and the support that's provided through the Business Council. Kayla has done a fantastic job of the network between the communities that have helped the conversation between Gillette and Evanston, help facilitate that on a regular basis, the sharing of information, both within the state, but then pulling from the national level. Really that support, you wouldn't be able to replicate that in our local on that note. So that's really the primary benefit of being a Main Street, that increased reach and that toolkit, the ability to bring in experts like Jen, really help our businesses, not just doing what you're doing. How do you grow? How do we recruit? And how do we really make our cities focused around our downtowns and the character of each of our communities, rather than just big boxes that are identical across the country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Brandon, I think you're up again, and I understand you have Ms. Fanning with you for the contract for the Women's Business Center.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, up next, we have a recommendation for funding of the next contract that we have with the Wyoming Women's Business Center. Executive Director Wendy Fanning is also joining us, I believe also by Zoom. So thank you for her joining. What I'll do is just give you kind of a brief overview. The contract itself, as well as the scope of work and an annual highlights report from the Women's Business Center is included in your board book. So that information is there for you. I'll go through those things, and I will pass to Wendy for some highlights, and then be available for questions on this. What we are requesting this contract be for a total of $246,616. We are requesting this as a 2-year contract. We have over the last couple of years done single 1-year contracts with the Women's Business Center, mostly because we were in response to budget certain uncertainty, I suppose. At this point, we are starting into our new biennial contract and are comfortable proposing to do a 2-year contract with the same principle as we presented to this board in our spring meeting this year with the larger BRN contract with the university. With an idea being next year, over the spring and summer, we'll be discussing expansion of programs that are needed to match the WIP initiatives, as well as any needs for budget that are necessary because of programs doing bigger, better, greater work. And a real example of doing bigger, greater, better work truly is the Wyoming Women's Business Center. They've, over the last couple of years, changed several of the ways that they operate, which was truly was reflected in the scope of work that we presented to you guys last year. Nearly identical scope coming into this upcoming contract. They run a microloan program, which has been very beneficial to the small businesses around the state looking for funding not available from other sources. They provide business counseling and education. They have a specific workforce upskilling program that's been very successful. They run the Works of Wyoming program, and then provide a artist space, as well as various forms of networking and outreach. That's what you'll find contained in the scope of work for this contract. And as I said before, I think we found real value for the businesses of Wyoming and small businesses and the specific clientele that the Women's Business Center serves. So, oh, and one thing you will note too, just to see if you look in the text of the contract that is in your board book, there is a typo that was noticed last night. We will be able to get that corrected. It's in the amount. Up at the top, the text reads half of what it should, and the numbers themselves are correct at the 246,616. So with that, I am going to turn the microphone over to Wendy Fanning, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Women's Business Center, for a few comments, and then, like I said before, happy to have questions after that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Brandon, and thank you, board, for allowing me a bit of your time and your continued support of the Business Center through your support. Just some highlights, because I want to take much of your time. In 2022, thus far, we have supported 520 plus Wyoming entrepreneurs with free client services. We supported 60 plus business starts throughout the state of Wyoming. We offered $230,000 in microloans in the state. We have supported 65 plus artists through our Works of Wyoming artist development program, and they are represented in 7 of our counties throughout our state. We hosted 60 plus business education webinars. We started 10 cohorts of our flagship program, which is our Dream Builder program. And then we had 50 plus graduates of that specific Dream Builder program. And then recently we have expanded our staff, which we are very excited about at the Wyoming Women's Business Center. We hired a bilingual Spanish business education instructor
And she does work part-time, but we are confirmed to launch our first Spanish-only Dream Builder facilitated course on October 18th in partnership with the Teton Literacy Center. This will be a closed cohort specific to the Literacy Center. And once our instructor has facilitated this training, completed this training, we will work to develop our Spanish language infrastructure, which means application, website, and et cetera, to allow Spanish-speaking clients to enroll in our services beginning in spring of 2023. And I would just love to hear any questions. Again, thank you for your support. We are excited about the good work that we're doing for this great state.
Any questions for Ms. Fanning? With no questions, this is an action item. So is there a motion to accept the 2-year contract? So there is a motion.
Second.
There is a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Brandon, you want to move on with Lena's help here on the proposed amendments to in regards to the public comment received for the Connect Wyoming program?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll ask for, I guess, your patience. What we've done here is put together very specific things that need to be said to address these rules going forward. So if it seems like I'm reading, it's because I am. So appreciate it. So we want to make sure that we note when we move into the subject of broadband, Connect Wyoming rules, it's important to note that our goal in amending the Chapter 4 Connect Wyoming rules is primarily driven by maximizing opportunities for Wyoming broadband carriers and broadband expansion in the state of Wyoming. We also want to clarify that there are 4 chapters addressing the Connect Wyoming program. The rules in front of you today are only one of those 4 chapters. The other 3 are not amended. The goal is to have the rules in place for the launch of the second round of Connect Wyoming funding, or Connect Wyoming 2.0, as we're referring to it. The Connect Wyoming 2.0 program won't be launched until federal funding is received, but it is important that the groundwork be laid to launch the program as quickly as possible upon receipt of the federal funding, and not delay getting broadband infrastructure in the ground as quickly as possible. Therefore, we embarked on a Chapter 4 rules update and are currently working on draft program guidelines and draft program application so that the pieces will be in place as soon as the timing and funding align. In that effort, and while not all of these very valuable public comments were appropriate to place in rules, we will consider using much of this input in the development of program guidelines, application materials, and application evaluation. We did receive comment from 3 providers during the allotted 45-day comment period. Their full comments are included in your board materials beginning on page 108. While we appreciated all the comments and feedback, we do not recommend you accept all the changes suggested. These final rules, as presented today, evaluated the comments received in conjunction with the federal guidelines. The final rules were also reviewed with the aid of the Attorney General Office and our industry technical expert consultants. The changes that we do recommend include 1 of substance and 3 to correct errors or correct grammar in the original draft. The primary change we've made will greatly improve the rules by clarifying ours and the governor's intent to maintain broadband service in the areas we fund through these programs rules, and was expressed as needed change in all the public comments we received. It should be noted that federal guidelines serve as the source of truth when evaluating comments received. The federal guidelines were the ultimate driver in determining if rules needed to be altered per public comment. Because the final rules include a change of substance, the Business Council recommends that the board withdraw the rules packet that it submitted for notice and comment on July 7th, 2022, and instead adopt a new rules packet to include the changes presented to you today. 1 second. There are three versions of the rules included in your packet that will help show the progress of the rules process and where we are today. Starting in page 91, you'll find the strike and underline version of the rules, showing the version that went out for public comment. On page 97, the strike and underline version of the rules shows the version that went out for public comment, plus the highlighted sections, and those that are changed after public comment. Then finally, on page 103 in your rules book, a clean version of the rules that we are asking you to adopt today. That includes the edits noted before public comment, as well as edits added after public comment. Because all the commenters from whom the Business Council received comments suggested changes along the same lines, and because we are recommending that the board adopt changes to the rules that address those comments, we recommend that the board not resubmit the new rules packet for further notice and public comment. The council is statutorily exempt from the requirement to engage in a notice and comment period. And we believe that where the council has already had one such 45-day comment period, which opened on July 7th and closed on August 22nd, and we received multiple comments, a further notice and comment period would not be helpful. I'm now going to turn the microphone and the presentation over to Elena Zimpel, our broadband manager. She's worked tirelessly over the last several months, perfecting the rules, working with providers, and getting us to the point where we can present these rules as edited and suggested to you today. So with that, I will turn it over to Elena to talk about the specific changes we are recommending you adopt.
Board, my name is Elena Zempel. I am the broadband manager for the Business Council. Seated next to me is Dave Johnson, and he's our industry consultant expert that was referred to in Brandon's read through, is what we call it. If you will turn with me, we did 3 clerical, 1 change to further explain, and then 1 change that had an additional responsibility to that, 1 substantial change. So I'll go through those changes and where they are located. The best that I recommend you look at is the clean version, rather than become bogged down in what we have already struck and underlined. If you will look at section 4A, Romanet numeral I or 1, or however that is, the Wyoming statute needed an additional Romanet numeral II on the very end of it to make it comport. And then at the very end, the other clerical error was the last on section 12, letter E, any other certification required by the Wyoming Business Council. That is standard language, I'm assuming, because it was at the very end and it was on a different page on one of the versions that it was left off. We caught that, and in consulting with the Attorney General, felt that it was best to save it and introduce it at this point in time. The other 2 changes both occur in section 4, letter A, Romanet 4 or IV, and that is where it talks about the replacement of the end of life obsolete non-functioning equipment, so that speeds are at or above those committed to the award are continued and reliable services provided for the period stated. That particular clause that was added in, recommended by our industry expert, allowed for manipulation, which is not my best word, for that infrastructure so that it can keep up with the ever-changing development of technology. It was only as a further explanation that according to Attorney General, we could assume that that assumption would be there. The 1 sentence of substance change, because it added another responsibility, is the next sentence. Any successive owners are required to comply for the remaining time period. That was an additional requirement, and that's why we thought that was a change of substance. And that's why we chose the path to ask you to take off the old rules and accept these new. Again, we did not feel also, and because we do not have to opening this up for another 45-day comment period puts us dangerously close to not having these out when we need them to have it out for the federal funding that we anticipate coming through the broadband and the Jobs Act, as well as the ARPA funding that we are anticipating. With that, Dave, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Madam Co-Chair, members of the council, I would just reiterate one of the points that Brandon made, that we felt like it was our obligation to put it out for public comment. We've done that. At this point, it's critical that we move this forward so that the rules are in place. Also of note, some of the comments that were made by the providers will be addressed in the application itself, and also the guidelines for that application to address their concerns.
With that, any questions? All right, with no questions, this is an action item. And as such, the recommendation again from the Business Council is that the board is to authorize the agency to withdraw the prior rules packet from the Secretary of State's website. The Business Council further recommends that the board adopt the new rules packet as presented today, and authorize the agency to upload that new rules packet to the Secretary of State's website and to submit to the governor's office for approval of the final rules. With that being said, is there a motion to accept the recommendation?
Whatever you said, because I can't repeat all of that, but I do.
There is a recommendation from the floor. Yes, Amy.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, can I also add an addition to the recommendation you just made, to add on the tail end of that, contingent on any format or other substantive edits the agency identifies before submission and adoption.
Thank you
Thank you.
for that clarification. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second from Ms. DeVore. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, everyone, for the hard work.
Appreciate it.
And with that, we will hand it back over to Ms. Moore.
Thank you, John. One thing that I will state on this is very helpful for broadband providers to be able to, do some planning and in preparation for the funding that's coming down, because it's a lot of work on their side. When these funds come and when they do come, they come fast, especially the quick turnaround time that we have to have. And so getting these out there in plenty of time so providers can start determining where they may add additional expansions in what they're already planning on their books really helps. And I'd also like to note that Elena and Brandon have put together a one-pager. Just going over, there's a lot of the funding in regards to that's coming down on broadband and what is what and what can be used for what. And there's a lot of complexities around this. We'll be doing some workshops around this topic here very shortly, but this kind of gives you a brief synopsis of what's the potential funding that Wyoming will get and how we can use that. So I just wanted to note that that's available for you to review and look over, and if you have any questions. All right. We are moving right along. So nicely done, Mr. Quinn.
I think that's a first. Investments Committee was never as clean.
All right, perfect. So this takes us into the strategy committee with Ms. Kelsey.
Thank you. So we did meet. It looks like there's not a lot to talk about, but we did meet and we had some very interesting and comprehensive meetings with some of the Pathways to Prosperity people and the Harvard people that came. And so we are just going to give a few reports about what has happened. So I'm going to hand it off to Sarah. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. Members of the board, great to see you today. I'm Sarah Fitzgerald. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer here at the Business Council. And I do have just a couple slides to give you all a quick update on what we're working on in the strategy group at the Business Council. Just to preface that for you though, you know, for the last few years, I have been showing you data that says we've continued to lose jobs for decades. We're continuing to lose jobs. We're continuing to lose jobs. Through COVID, we lost a lot of jobs. We came back a little bit, but in the long term, we're continuing to lose jobs. And today I'm going to continue to tell that story, but it's a little bit more optimistic because we're sort of peeking around the corner to seeing pathways where we can actually start to overcome what we lovingly call the jobs hole that we're trying to fill. So here are those graphs that you see every quarter from me. We are continuing to lose jobs. No big news, nothing surprising here. But like I said, this is data up until today. This is past data, and what we're looking forward to is in the future. Oops. Sorry, this is really fast. I also want to just remind you all, this comes directly from our annual report last year. And these are just some numbers to put some scale to that jobs challenge that we've taken on at the Business Council. So last year, we stated that if we want to make up for past job losses, we need to create about 1,600 jobs per year with annual earnings of $90,000. I want to show you this because it's a gigantic challenge. That's orders of magnitude more than we create right now. But I also wanted to show you this to draw the connection between the number that Kylie talked about, that 5,800 net new jobs number, and what we talk about in terms of how we can make an impact on the giant challenge that we've all decided to come together and take on at the Business Council. And to show you that there is a lot of hope going on. So, and I think we've talked about probably all of these projects that are that our state is seeing, and that we at the Business Council are helping to come to fruition. But they include Natrium, they include things around carbon management, where the market is finally here, where we can start to take advantage of the work that we've done over decades in Wyoming to realize that. We've got next generation agriculture opportunities. And it's just really exciting time because we together, the board, the staff, people from the public, people from other organizations throughout the state, have recognized this challenge, have done a lot of work to create a strategy that says we're going to leverage our strengths in our core industries to activate new sectors. And I think what we're seeing today is we're starting to see glimmers of where that's happening. We're starting to see that happening across our core industries of energy, agriculture, and tourism. That's, like I said, a more optimistic view of things, but that with all of that opportunity, the challenge remains. There's lots of opportunity. All of this means that focus is more important now than it really ever has been. And so I'm really grateful for the framework that we've developed in the triangle to help guide us and focus us in these times. In the strategy group, we have been working on the triangle and in the triangle, I like to look at it. So So working on the triangle, we're trying to help gain support for the triangle, put together the systems and the processes and the people and the teams to execute this triangle. One of the things that we've done there is we've hired a new economic initiatives director. Josh introduced him earlier, John Jenks, welcome to the team. We are also working on hiring a markets and industry manager soon. You'll see that posted here in the next couple of weeks. If you know any great candidates for that, please let me know. We're looking for somebody really, really great there. We've also been working on creating more consistency in branding and how we talk about what we do, so that when we come together in board meetings like this, when we're out at events around the state, we're all carrying the message of leading economic growth to create resilient communities. And finally, probably one of our biggest lifts in terms of working on the triangle in the strategy group is we're really working to build a system for collaborative innovation. And that's what we're doing with the Pathways to Prosperity initiative that we're working on with the Harvard Growth Lab. The folks from the Harvard Growth Lab are online today, and we'll get to them in just a couple of minutes. But first, I want to talk about how we're working in the triangle as well. You know, I want to emphasize that a lot of the work that we do in the triangle, at the top of that triangle, and remember at the top of the triangle is leadership, policy, investments. And we in the strategy group do a lot of innovation around those things. What are the new leadership, policy, investments that can help overcome constraints to economic growth? And so a lot of the work that we do is look at different problems and dig deep and ask, what is the real problem that we're solving? So we've been looking at things like housing. We've been asking a lot of questions about housing, asking a lot of questions about how does that fit in with workforce? How does that, is that a constraint to economic growth? And if so, how do we solve that? Where do we fit in as it relates specifically to economic development? We've also been doing the same sort of exploration around workforce, federal funding opportunities. You heard Brandy speak about those earlier. But that's a big part of the work that we do in the strategy group, is trying to identify what are the problems that we really need to solve to overcome our barriers. One of the projects that we've been working on as well that I want to highlight here today is industry and market development in the direct air carbon capture industry. This is something that we're working on together in collaboration with the Wyoming Energy Authority and the Wyoming School of Energy Resources. Direct air carbon capture is exactly what it sounds like. We've all are fairly familiar with point source carbon capture, where you capture CO2 from a point source emitter. This is capturing it directly from the atmosphere and then storing the CO2 underground. What's interesting about this industry is that it leverages a lot of the same infrastructure, the investments, the natural assets that we have as a state have been working to develop for decades to mitigate emissions via point source carbon capture. It's been a focus for our state for a long time. Direct air carbon capture is the technology has been in development for a long time, but what direct air carbon capture does is it opens a completely new set of buyers and completely new market for the assets and the investments that we've already made in Wyoming. And so what it does is it's firmly rooted in the heritage of our energy workforce, our energy focus in Wyoming, but it's opening up new market opportunities to activate new economic sectors. So makes me really excited that we can just say the purpose from our strategy, and that's what this industry does. So we've been working on that, like I said, with the Energy Authority and the SCR. We actually are very proud to be welcoming a direct air carbon capture project. They just are a company called Carbon Capture Incorporated just announced that they will be locating a project in Wyoming today, this morning. So we're very excited to welcome them. They're one of several companies that we've been talking to about locating in Wyoming. And in addition to that, this is one of those opportunities where there is lots of funding that related to the federal infrastructure bill that's becoming available. Specifically, there's $3.5 billion available for 4 what they call direct air capture hubs. And so we're looking to take advantage of that. And you'll be hearing a lot more about that in the coming months. We also in the strategy group are working to grow local capacity via building relationships with strategic partners. The work that Ron does on a consistent basis. That those relationships are really the foundation for building that local capacity. And we continue to work on educating through many channels through our communications capacity in the strategy group. With that, we've got Tim O'Brien on the line from the Harvard Growth Lab, and we can go to him in a minute. And I'd like to introduce our Pathways to Prosperity core team as well. But I want to pause there just to see if there are any questions for me before we move into a Pathways to Prosperity update. All right. So while I think Tim needs to be let in, but while that's happening, I just want to emphasize that the Pathways to Prosperity work is really a cross-organizational effort, and we've got several members of the team here, maybe all of the members of the team here today that have been working on this, and I'm going to try to do this from memory. I've been told that you can only hold 7 pieces of information in your brain at one time. So this is going to be a challenge to name all of the people on the team. But so Jill Tregemba, see, look, I have one person in my brain, but Heather Tupper, Jill Tregemba, John Jenks, Kristen Fong, Amber Power. I'm forgetting a couple people, Kayla, Claire, and well, that's it. But there's also several regional directors involved, including Brandy Harlow and Kylie Ingersoll. So I just wanted to emphasize that this is a very collaborative effort, and it has to be that way because this is not a series of reports that we're doing. This is not a new strategic plan. This is something that is a new way of working. And so people being involved in developing this new way of working is really the key to getting it to actually work. All right, Tim, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Great. And we can see you as well. Can you see us?
You can see me. Okay. I can see you. And
okay.
A few people in the distant background. So I'm just thrilled to be here virtually with you. My name is Tim O'Brien. I'm a senior manager of applied research at the Growth Lab at Harvard. And I'm going to be managing the project from our side. We are now a team of about 10 researchers, and we've been interacting very closely with the Business Council core team to get this project up and running, which we are super excited about. We've been hoping for this day for quite a long time. Some of you might know that the process to launch this project started around a year ago, when the Business Council championed a few people attending our executive education course, a 10-week online course. And we left that experience in December with a kind of joint proposal and a network-based concept for how we can work together with the Business Council and beyond to try to tackle some of the longer-term growth challenges in Wyoming that Sarah highlighted. So I'm not sure, Sarah, what would be most effective? Would you like me to speak a little bit about the Growth Lab and our orientation on this project, or something else?
Yes, I think that's perfect. Just what we had discussed. Yes, thanks, Tim.
Sure. So as I said, I'm managing the project, but we have a team of researchers. The way we're structured is we're a lab, we call ourselves a lab. We're about 60 people. We're housed at the Kennedy School of Government, and we call ourselves a lab for an important reason. We kind of grew as something that had dual focus, academic research and applied research around economic growth. We often think of ourselves with an analogy to the field of medicine. Our academic research team focuses about how growth happens, in general, like medical researchers study how drugs work, how the body works, how diseases work. And then our applied team, we think of ourselves more like doctors. We work on particular places. So I'm part of our applied team. I've been at the Growth Lab for 7 years. I've been working in Ethiopia, South Africa, Jordan, Australia, Albania, and this is one of our first projects in the US. But it's not one of our first projects at a state level, and it's not one of our first projects in a developed setting. One of the reasons why we were very excited about the opportunity to collaborate was because of the strength of the group that came to our executive education course, and we saw clear possibilities of working closely together, collaborating deeply to try to kind of merge capabilities that we have at the Growth Lab and more broadly at Harvard, together with capabilities that you have within state government, within the private sector, at UW and beyond. The other reason why we thought this was an important project for us to pursue is because of the nature of the challenges that Wyoming faces. Of course, in many respects, life is pretty good in Wyoming. You have strong communities, you have high income levels. When we look across all sorts of indicators of kind of the health of family incomes and community incomes, Wyoming does quite well. But there are clear indications that the growth process of Wyoming is under pressure. Right? And we immediately saw some indications that Sarah showed over more of the medium term about the nature of job growth and job losses, but also around this time last year, worrying signs about the recovery from the pandemic. I think we've turned a bit of a corner there. And also vulnerabilities for the future, centering around global decarbonization and what that means for the Wyoming economy. But it also jumped out to us very early on how we should not be thinking about the Wyoming economy as one economy. Clearly, it's a set of different regional economies, local economies, with very different dynamics. So the challenges are deeper and different in some parts of the state than elsewhere. So that was very much our orientation as we collaboratively develop what this project will focus on. And the way we like to work is we like to not write a lot of reports necessarily. We write reports, but that's not the point. We like to learn enough to find entry points to engage and build capabilities within agencies and government, across agencies and government, at the intersection of government and the private sector and community to solve problems, the problems that we think are most pressing from our analysis. We leverage two main frameworks. One is called growth diagnostics, and it's all about trying to identify those constraints that hold back growth. And that's can be at any level, that could be at the state level, but also the local level. And another framework we have called economic complexity, which uses a very disaggregated, high detail information to identify opportunities for growth, capabilities in the productive ecosystem of economies. Sometimes they're obvious, but sometimes they're not so obvious. So we bring those two tools. We're looking to leverage them very, very quickly in the scope of the next 2 months to put together our initial framing of where we think the pain points are, that then we want to kind of explore together, try to make ourselves useful in solving real world problems. I'm looking forward to, in 2 weeks, I'll be in Rock Springs as part of our first research trip. And that research trip is primarily interviewing firms, because one of the things that we've been studying through data is what sectors of the economy, industries, firms are growing or are emerging that you wouldn't necessarily expect based on patterns across states and across countries. So we'd really like to focus in our first trip on speaking to those firms and understanding why they're in Wyoming and what their hopes are for the future and what issues might stand in the way of their future growth. And one other thing I'll add that I think is very important, going back to what Josh was saying earlier about at the heart of things is resilient communities. We think that there's a rather simple but very important reality that faces a lot of local economies in Wyoming, is that to be sustainable, you have to produce things that you sell outside of the community. And that's kind of how ultimately Main Street thrives and jobs are created, is that there needs to be some kind of tradable income that local economies sell elsewhere, whether in the state, across states, or internationally. And we think that the struggles of many parts of the Wyoming economy within the last decade or so have everything to do with shocks to tradable income in different local settings. So a lot of our orientation is about supporting the discovery of new ideas, enabling private sector growth to develop new tradable industries, so that we hopefully are able to avoid the kind of hollowing out of local economies that have happened in so many other places in the US. So that's just a bit of how we're getting started. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be there soon, visit that T-Rex, which I saw pictures of, and get to work.
Thank you very much, Tim. Are there any questions for me or for Tim?
Sarah, I just have a couple comments. I'm so excited that this is going to start. It's going to be a practical, there are going to be some practical solutions to some of the things we've been talking about for years. And I think that this is going to be something that's, as we talked before in our committee meeting, not just reports, but some real sustainable action items that we can carry through. I do have one question for Tim. Tim, when you come, and we've talked about this a little bit, but when you come, are you also going to discuss with the firms the workforce situation and availability of different housing options and things like that? Is that something you do?
Yes, definitely. I mean, our approach to engaging with businesses is kind of disturbingly simple. We just start asking them about their businesses. We don't tend to ask firms about commenting on the economy as a whole. We tend to focus on what they really know, which is their business, understanding how their business came about, and how it's evolved over time. And through really getting into those details with a kind of also knowledge of microeconomics to know when things are kind of weird in the way that firms are operating, we tend to get into the issues that they find most problematic. So if the state of the workforce is one of those issues, we tend to uncover it. Maybe not necessarily in every interview, but that's why we want to focus on a range of interviews to begin with the private sector, to kind of reveal some patterns that we don't get to see by just looking at data. no matter how fine-tuned the data is.
Thank you. And I'm sure if you need any guidance in Rock Springs, you can ask anyone to give you a hand, point you in the direction you need to go. This is exciting. So are there any other questions for Sarah or Tim? Cindy?
Sarah, how many businesses are we going to interview in Sweetwater County?
That's a great question. Thank you, Cindy. It's a handful. I think it's not a huge number. They're really focused on those firms that are succeeding in places that are maybe a little bit surprising or we wouldn't expect. And they're trying to leverage as much of their time as they can here in the state. But I will also say that this is one of many trips to come. This is not the end all be all of the Growth Lab's presence in Wyoming.
Okay, but there's no lists that we can look at or?
Sure, we can share those business names with you if you want.
Thank you.
So any other questions?
I think just a comment, I think, and Sarah, maybe you and Tim can elaborate on this as we go through this process. But it's a very interactive process from the state standpoint, and the recommendations that come out of this are a lot in part in terms of the effort and the work that, we all need to put in to be able to help foster the economic growth that we want. And so while there's not going to be some very poignant, just do this type of stuff, it's going to be very analytical and things that we have to look at from a business council perspective, or other areas are not even under the realm of the business council, but in terms of, all right, what are we going to do to reduce some of these hurdles that are hindering our economic growth? And so I think it might be helpful just to elaborate a little bit, on that aspect of it, especially in expectation setting going forward, and really outlining what we should expect and what effort that's going to be for follow-up later on.
Sure, I think that's a great question, Madam Co-Chair, and I'll actually ask Tim if you want to take that answer.
I really don't want to give you the answer of give us a couple of months to create our first output together with the core business council team. But in part, I have to, because that first initial take is going to kind of set the stage on the areas where we envision engaging closely together. But I expect that there will be key opportunities around workforce development, where we think that there's some tools, ideas, experience that's not being fully utilized yet in Wyoming and might be very effective, but it depends a little bit on us visiting and seeing the approaches that are being taken. That's actually one of the reasons why we wanted to come to Rock Springs on our first trip and visit the community college where you are, because we've heard such good things and we want to understand what's happening there. Another area where we expect a lot of rich partnership and problem solving will be about enabling as many as possible of these new energy technologies that are emerging, and they're emerging fast. Many of them are relevant and huge opportunities for Wyoming. So we imagine that we can leverage some know-how from across the academic community and put it to work to help position Wyoming to enable as many of these new industries as possible. I think it was mentioned earlier, the federal resources, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Inflation Reduction Act. We have a lot of expertise on the details within those programs. So we have a special focus, I think, on understanding them as quickly as possible and enabling all of the approaches that we can for the state to benefit for those. If that's helpful, those are some of the areas where I imagine that we'll be collaborating closely beyond the business council to try to make ourselves useful, to try to add perspective and tools and analysis to improve those processes, workforce development, attracting new energy technologies, but several others as well.
Yeah, and if I could just add a little bit onto that, like Tim said, we don't know exactly what we'll be working on with this yet, but I do know, the things that I do know is that collaboration is one thing that's going to be very important to helping this project succeed. And each of the problems that we work on tackling will be worked on by teams that include people from the business council staff, perhaps members of the board, certainly partners from other agencies throughout the state, perhaps local EDOs or local community members, other organizations throughout the state. It just depends on what problem we're working on. And that's the team that we'll put together on that, and we'll design that project in a really agile way. Does that help create a little bit of clarity?
Anything else? Oh, Kim?
I don't know if that's going to work or not, but I was just thinking as you were talking, Sarah and Karen, you brought that point up that, and I always tend to go back and reflect because someday I won't be sitting here and the rest of you will be sitting here and you need to do the same thing for continual boards. I think 4 years back when we, maybe 5, met with the Endow group. And as in that particular situation, the enormous amount of work that you all will end up doing with the Growth Lab, that our whole state, all the agencies do, will only be impactful if we act on it and we move on it. And we learned a ton from the Endow push of, you can have this huge effort, but if you do not have the action aspect of it planned in advance and ready to launch, it becomes very frustrating. So I am incredibly proud of you guys, because the best thing we can always do is learn from obstacles that we did not foresee in the past. You know those obstacles, you're already working on it. You have multiple agencies going through this process together. And I can't wait to see when the first action comes out of it. But I'm really proud of how you have all developed a team and a plan to execute, because execution is what matters. That's what's going to help the state. So thank you. Thank you for leading through that. And thank you to the rest of you who will be leading through this process, because I think this will be a couple years, a few years, hopefully ongoing for a long period of time. And Tim, we can't wait to see you in Wyoming.
Looking forward to it. I believe our timeline for this Pathways to Prosperity project itself is less than a year and a half, but we hope that it kickstarts processes that last long after that, because our approach is also that we try to work ourselves out of a job, provide help, build capabilities that last long after the project ends. But that is a relatively short time frame for our projects. So we're going to be trying to work on very tight timelines and not leave things as written recommendations, but any written recommendation, try to collaborate on actual actions to move it forward as quickly as possible.
Anything else for Tim or Sarah? It's an exciting time. Thank you, Tim. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so if anybody can believe it, we're actually running ahead of schedule. And so in preparation for knowing that the investments committee is actually next, we're going to take this advantage and move up just a few items. So we'll move up the SBCI update, the review of the economic disaster loan and the Converse County Bank secession loan items. If there's nobody opposed to moving those up in the agenda, so we'll tackle those before lunch if we can get through those and then handle the rest of the agenda after lunch since we are ahead of schedule. And we'll see if Alex can maintain it.
Maintain this.
All right, so Alex, with that, I will pass it off to you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. No pressure, but point taken. And in case you hadn't mentioned it, Mr. Coyne was whispering in my ear that it's my job now to keep us on schedule and keep us going. So I appreciate the vote of confidence from my fellow board members, but we are a few minutes ahead. We've got about 20 minutes. I'll defer to Bert Adam to start on the SSBCI update.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I'm Bert Adam, the Investments Director, and I just want to provide a quick update on our SSBCI program and the rules. So previously, the board approved draft rules for the SSBCI program, and we did receive public comment. We also consulted with the Attorney General and realized that conflict of interest as defined by federal treasury could potentially present a challenge to our deal flow with the program. And so our approach today will be to not ask for the board to adopt rules, but to really do some more research on what that impact or possible impact of conflict of interest could be and what other options we might have, like program guidelines to produce to be able to define eligibility and how the program will operate without rules. So we're just going to take a little bit of a step back and go do some more research and then come back when we need. Happy to answer any questions on the SSBCI rules and the program.
Mr. Committee Chair. Bert, do you want to just kind of talk through where we are in the federal process and, kind of where things stand? I know this is one of our big initiatives and to Kim's comments previous, one of the things that we've been excited about and looking for opportunities from a board perspective for years now. So I know we are all, including yourself, very excited for this one to hit the ground. But can you just kind of give that update so everybody understands where we are in the process and hopefully how this will roll out?
Sure. So right now we're still working with Federal Treasury on the application. We have another set of revisions. This will be our third set of revisions on the application. So kind of a process where we go back and forth to make sure that they're comfortable with us running it, that we have the expertise. And then once we get through that, it goes to a review committee. The review committee then looks at our application, and if everything looks in order, then we have an allocation agreement that will come forward, and we've already had the Attorney General's looking at that, and so they don't have a whole lot of concerns. One small addition. And then once we have an allocation agreement in place, we have 90 days to stand up the program. We're trying to work ahead with our Salesforce contractors and have that 90-day timeline shortened. But that's kind of where we are in the process right now. We're still working on those revisions to the application so we can get that allocation agreement.
Any other questions for Bert? Seeing no hands. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Businesses 3 months from now.
Somewhere. Right. 3 to 4 months, right? So we have 90 days after the allocation agreement. So we have to have it stood up. We're trying to shorten that timeline. but it will depend on federal treasury's approval of our application and how long that process takes. It is like waiting for Christmas, yes.
Welcome to the federal government.
Yes. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. Any other questions? All right, I think you're up, Josh. We'll move on to the review of the economic disaster loan charge-off memo.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. I have two items on the agenda today. The first one will be the charge-off of an economic disaster loan in Torrington. This one was originated back in 2020. If you recall, we did 37 loans in Goshen County with the canal collapse that happened, totaling about $3.2 million. I won't go into the details as it's all detailed in the memo a little more explicitly, but basically what has happened is Mr. Lay was arrested in July for allegedly committing check fraud. And so I've been in discussions with Pinnacle Bank and how they're handling the situation because he is a current customer of theirs. And basically, we've both agreed that we were going to be charging off these loans. It sounds like Mr. Lay got money from a various number of sources, and we are not the only ones who did not get paid back. Let's just say that. So with that, I think it's also important, if you look at the last paragraph down there, like I said, we did about 3.2 million total in Goshen County. We've earned just under $200,000 in interest income off of those loans so far. And so while this will eat into that interest income that we've earned, about 50%, I think it's important to remember that overall, the goal of that was to help those farmers recoup some money from crop loss because of the canal collapse that happened. So I hate to say that there will always be a few bad apples, but I think overall the goal is that we're still serving that community and those folks to keep their livelihood going. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr.
Chairman
Brown?
Klein, and I would just like to add, Josh, being familiar with that community and that area and the disaster that occurred, and most of all the producers that we assisted. It has been a very positive thing for that community, and the business council and your staff folks are to be commended. It really has been extremely helpful in an extremely stressful situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other comments or questions? It is the staff recommendation that we realize the principal loss of $107,892 in the loan to Edward Lay of Torrington, Wyoming. Somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
So moved, Ms. Tomasi. The second by Mr. Brown. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion is passed. Mr. Keefe.
All right, thank you. The next item is, as Josh talked about earlier, we had a bill go through the legislature to really revamp the loan programs. And so in preparation for those rules being signed by the governor in late August, I'd been kind of working behind the scenes, talking to bankers around the state, trying to get the word out that these things are happening. And so with that, this first memo is officially the first succession loan request that we've had from Converse County Bank, is who it comes from. This is for the acquisition of an existing business. It's an oil and gas servicing business that works around the Douglas area. They do swabbing services. I won't again, I'm not a oil and gas field guy, so I know what it is on a basic level, but don't ask me details. And basically what is happening is the gentleman who has had this business for a number of years is retiring and is selling the business to another gentleman who also has extensive oil and gas field work. And so with that, Converse County called and said, hey, the new owners are buying all of the assets of the business. But again, as we all know, with the value of a business comes things like master service agreements that are in place and other blue sky kind of intangible valuables of the business. And so with this, what we did was Converse County has lent money up to their policy. The borrower is bringing money down as well. And now we're covering the blue sky gap to help pay for those things and keep the business operating outside of Douglas there and in that area. So you'll see the total loan's 180 grand. We're funding, that gap is $70,000. Still stays in accordance with the way that the statute was written, which says less than 500,000 or 50% of the loan. So you'll see we're at 39% of the loan. Again, we do get a 1% loan fee on our piece, so that's $700. The loan term is 4 years and is fully amortized over that. I've spoken with the borrowers a number of times, and they do plan to pay it off early, and the banker expects that it'll be paid off earlier than that as well. So with that, I think the intention of this program wasn't necessarily to provide a financial incentive like we do with a lot of the other loan programs, but instead to keep the business operating and rolling and to provide that economic impact to Converse County and the surrounding area. So in the cash flow section, you'll see, yes, it does provide a little bit of a benefit to the business, not really material, but again, just that we would keep that business operating. So with that, you'll see we have plenty of money available in the fund, about 9.8 million. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and would ask for approval of the recommendation for 70,000 with Converse County Bank.
Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Keefe? I'll just note it's great to see we approved rules within the last several months on this, and to see it actually coming to fruition and doing exactly what this program is intended to do. Great to have this in front of us to vote on. There's no other comments or questions. The staff recommends the Board of Directors of the Wyoming Business Council approve the loan participation in the amount of $70,000 as prescribed in this credit memorandum. Participation will be with Converse County Bank in Douglas, Wyoming as the lead bank. The loan recipient will be H&H Energy LLC. Somebody like to make that motion? So moved by Mr. Smith.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. DeVore. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please indicate by saying aye? Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. And we have 8 minutes, but it looks like lunch is set up. Just a quick housekeeping note. We'll go over the BRC annual report, and then there's 4 BRC topics to cover today, 4 submissions. We'll do those in order as presented. We'll hear from staff. We'll hear from the applicant and the business that's applicable, and then there will be an opportunity for public comment at the end of that presentation. Then as per usual, we'll close public comment after each of the 4 has been presented and allowed for public comment. And then the board will take up each motion on approving the various projects. Any questions on that? Madam Co-Chair.
Great. Josh, I think it's important to echo Josh's earlier words here. And thank you so much for your work on this project. This was one of those that we didn't have in our portfolio, and the need existed. And there was a lot of work and effort that you put in on creating this project to be able, for us to be able to fill some gaps in a great need, and a testament to, you know, a project right out of the gate. And I know there's others that have been discussed out there. So great job on this, and thank you so much for all your work and effort on it.
Madam Co-Chair, if I might, I do want to recognize that this is Josh Keefe's last board meeting with the Wyoming Business Council. I think many of you know that he is moving along to do some banking again. He took a little hiatus from banking and then came to us and to help out with economic development. And as our finance manager, I think you've seen the results of his actions in a lot of ways over the course of these years. I think he's been a really solid a solid person at the Business Council, and somebody that we can always rely on for analyzing deals, somebody we can rely on to really dig in and understand where the risks might be, where the opportunities might be, and present those in a way that makes sense to all of us, whether we have a banking background or not. But also, as you can see, he made a really big difference in policy and taking a look at what was needed out there and what we could do through policy, and then made that happen. And while he might have made it look easy, it's not. It's a really difficult thing to do. And I think he did a really, really good job of it. So I know I definitely appreciate his work at the Business Council for the last I believe it's 6 years. And I know he will be missed. But the good news is that I think that the Business Council gave him an opportunity to sort of flex his finance muscle in a different way. And now he's going to be able to take the experience from this to a community bank and make a big difference. I think still doing economic development for the state, just in a different capacity. So if you would all sort of join me in wishing him good luck and thanking him for sticking around the state. Sure appreciate it. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks. If I could, if you indulge me, I have 4 minutes. I wanted to say something short. March 7th, 2016 was when I started here officially. Let's just say it was a very interesting first SLIB meeting, as that was the distillers meeting that happened. And I was about 3 weeks into the job and thought to myself, I hope this isn't how it always goes. And so, but last week I heard the word legacy spoken, and I thought to myself, I'm not a guy that thinks about legacy very much. I just am, in my previous life, I had always said I was kind of the garbage man, and that I just kind of did my job. And if you would notice if the garbage man didn't come though, and so I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I think leaving an impression is what we all aim for, whether you're on the board or whether you're at the staff. And you hear that and see that with the staff especially. And so I thought about, some of the legacy projects that, gosh, I've gotten to be a part of, whether it's, BRC fixing the large loan process and taking that legislation through so that that could be more usable. I mean, how could we forget the summer of 2020 and all of that work where you saw this talented staff do work and meaningful and impressive work. And then, little things like doing the Wyotech project. I had 86 days to close that deal, and we made it by 4 to spare. And so that was another getting people on your side. And the legacy of Governor Meade told me that he liked the project, but he was worried about the risk that it was going to take and affecting legacy. And I think that you've seen what Wyotech has turned into now. They're over 100 employees, near 1,000 students, doubling their footprint in Laramie. really trying to focus on those trades that are so vital coming up. I was able to get the Brownfield Loan Fund started. You know, all that money is gone to Shoshone and Sheridan and cleaning up sites so that we can have economic development. And yeah, 3 rounds of economic disaster loans later, and it was a very busy 6.5 years. I'm not quite sure where it all flew, but I think the most important part is honestly is the ever support of the staff and the wonderful team. And so thanks. Let's eat.
And with that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch and meet back here at 12:45. Yep.
45.
45. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if we can keep ourselves on schedule. All right, thank you and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and pick up where we left off, and I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Klein, our committee chair for our investments committee.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and I will pass it off to Bert Adams. I think you're up on the BRC annual report celebrating 20 years of BRC.
Thank you, and thanks, Ben. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. So we're going to shift gears a little bit from what we've been doing before. We're going to talk about the Business Ready Communities, or the BRC program, and sort of the exciting history that we've had over the 20 years of the program. So the program started in 2002 and has made quite a few big impacts in the state during that time. And the Business Ready Communities, or the BRC program, is focused on building resilient communities, which is conveniently another BRC acronym. Next slide.
Bert, can you go ahead and pull your microphone a little bit closer to you?
I can. Hopefully it doesn't echo.
And speak into it really loud.
Better? Good. All right. So let's take a look, and Josh did a great job of setting the stage for us, but at how do we build resilient communities, and use the triangle to look at that. I'll try and go through it briefly because Josh did cover it pretty well during the CEO report. So if we focus as the State Economic Development Agency on leading economic growth and using the levers of leadership, policy, investment we can really help to build those resilient communities. The BRC program is designed to empower communities to build themselves into hopefully those resilient communities that we want. And the BRC program most visibly uses the investments lever that we have available there. So I think it does make sense to just look at overall how the BRC program works and sort of set the stage for Noel and Josh as they present projects coming up here soon. So who is eligible to apply for the BRC program, right? It's cities, towns, counties, joint powers boards, and tribes. What you won't see on this slide is businesses, right? So just to be clear on who is our eligible applicant for the program. And what projects are eligible as they come to BRC. So the program is designed to help fund publicly owned infrastructure and planning that serve the needs of the businesses, right? So some of those projects, and we just put a quick list here, but water, sewer, roads, and buildings, whether they're spec buildings or business committed buildings that we're going to build. And then lastly, really, what does the process look like for the program, right? So it starts when a community identifies the need that they have in their community and what a project or maybe possible solution would look like. And then they work with our regional director team to kind of get guidance and understand if it's a great application, what that looks like. And then when they submit that application, the team, the business council team, reviews the application. We perform diligence on it, right? We do a lot of work to understand all of the details behind the scenes on that. And then we formulate a recommendation. That recommendation is then taken to our investments committee, and we discuss the project in our current recommendation with that committee. And then coming out of that, sometimes we have a revised recommendation, and then that's what we'll present today at the board meeting. So we'll provide the projects and the current recommendation as well, just so that we can garner the board's recommendation that will then carry to the state loan and investment. So that's kind of the process for the BRC. So let's take a minute and look at some of the successes where the ripple effect that we want to see with this program is more visible. So we'll start with Cheyenne. And really Cheyenne is interesting with those early investments in business parks in the Cheyenne area in conjunction with Cheyenne Leads and tools like the BRC Managed Data Center Cost Reduction Program. We've sort of created a cluster in that area with companies like Microsoft and Nunavi and others building data centers in the area. And these data centers employ 209 primary jobs and have brought over 1.5 billion in capital investment to the community. Another great success story is up in Sheridan. The BRC funded CETA's long range plan, infrastructure and recruitment, resulting in a very successful business park where we've got 3 major anchor tenants. So Weatherby, Kennan, and Vacutech that employ more than 300 residents in the light manufacturing and R&D. And then the last success story that we'll cover today is Warland. And Washakie County and Washakie Development Association leveraged BRC infrastructure funding to build the Fairview Industrial Park and the spec building, which eventually supported local business expansion for Amish origins and the recruitment and relocation of Unique Precision Industries. And so this was a way that they recycled those funds from the BRC program. Again, setting the foundation here is what types of programs we have for the BRC. So first we have business committed, which I think all of us are fairly familiar with, but we do have a business that is committed and they are part of the application that is submitted by the county. We have community readiness programs that are typically things like infrastructure, water, sewer to get that community ready for businesses. A lot of times they're industrial parks. Then we have the community project, and that is the program that really assists communities that want to improve their aesthetic character and the quality of life in their communities. And then we also have planning grants, and those planning grants can be $25,000 or $50,000. And then, and last is kind of a subset of business committed. It also has a business in it, and those are managed data center cost reduction projects. All right. So as we evaluate the investments with the BRC program, we look at a lot of different things, and I'll just highlight a few here. But as we look at each one of these projects, we look at the grant versus loan balance, right? We look at private capital invested and the leverage ratios for our dollars compared to private investment. Specifically, we look at things with our evaluation tool like job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations. And last but not least, really, what is the return on investment that we're making? So this slide has a lot of the accomplishments for the BRC program for the 20-year history. I'm only going to highlight a few of the things on the slide. I'd like to start with the top right corner. And just this section explains the shift in our project evaluation and the shift in our focus of the program. And the key takeaway is that we're prioritizing investments in higher wage opportunities. A couple other things that I'll highlight on this slide. During the first 20 years of the program, we have supported 401 projects in 23 counties and helped to create 5,109 jobs. And that's jobs to date. The projects that are still in flight have a projected additional 615 jobs. And that was done with $423 million in BRC investment over the 20 years of the program. The good news with that is that had a leverage of, for every dollar we invested, $3.7 came from private capital. Ben? Thanks. All right, so why are we prioritizing those higher wage opportunities? And Sarah did a great job and covered this, and she also does a great job of keeping it top of mind for all of us on the team. But really, we have the jobs challenge, and we do have a lot of job losses that are piling up. And so we want to make sure that our investments are focused on sort of solving that challenge right now. With that, we've got a couple slides here that are just data heavy. You might not be able to see them from the back, but we do have jobs and wages by county for everyone to look at and understand what that data looks like. We also have the appropriation history for the program since the life of the program, and you can see that over the last 2 bienniums, our appropriations were around 25 million for 2 years. So like 12.5 million a year for those last 2 bienniums. We also have a slide here showing the funding per county. And again, this is the full 20-year history of the program and where those $423 million have went. So which counties. And then we have another summary here that's showing the projects that we've invested by project type. So this is a combination of grant and loan for the project, and whether that was business committed or community readiness, but all the way down the line, and seeing that our 2 highest investments are business committee and community readiness types of projects. I think it's also important for us to understand what happens with the money, right? So understanding where the money goes after we make these investments, it does stay within the state. And so with revenue recapture for any of our revenue generating projects, the primary recipient is the local community, right? So they get the majority of the revenue coming back. The secondary recipient of the money coming back is the state. And whether that's revenue recapture for those revenue generating projects through the grant side, where we get 25-ish%, or whether it's the recapture that we get from the loans that we make. All right, and talking about those loans, I think it is important for us to just look at the sustainability and what those loans do for us long-term and how those investments then have that interest that we can continue to run this program. So this slide is highlighting that out of the $20 million in approved BRC funding in the 2020-2021 biennium, 7 million or 35% of that was in BRC loans. So that'll be money that will come back. And then I will leave it up at this last slide that really helps us remember how the BRC program gets us to accomplish our goals, right? Whether it's leading economic growth or really building resilient communities and creating the opportunities to thrive in these communities. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or Noel can help me on the annual report.
Thank you, Bert. Any questions for Bert or Noel? Seeing none, well done. I think a great 20 years, and I think this document does a wonderful job of just talking about the many successes of the BRC program and what it's done for the state. So thank you for putting it together, and one clear, concise picture for all of us to review. And nice job on all your work. And I think that's a pretty good tee up for reviewing some BRC applications. So for those of you that were not with us before lunch, we do have 4 BRC applications today. We will allow staff to present each project individually. Then each applicant will be able to speak to that project briefly. In the case of the 2 business committed projects, we will also let those businesses speak briefly. And then if there is any public comment, we'll allow that immediately following the businesses or following the applicant. We would ask that you limit any public comment to 2 minutes per comment, just in the sake of efficiency. So on that topic, we'll go through all 4 projects in succession. And then once we've gone through all 4 projects, then it will be up for the board to continue with discussion and vote on the project. So Noel, I think you are up first on the first project, which I believe is Matitsi.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Committee Chair, Co-Chair, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed. I'm the Community Development Manager, and I will be reviewing the 4 BRC projects for this quarter. Ben, could you pull the PowerPoint up? Thank you. So as you can see, we received 4 applications totaling $22.25 million in requests, and we currently have about $58 million total in the BRC account available. So the first project is from the town of Bar None. The town of Bar None requests a $500,000 community project grant to construct a new community center and town hall. While this facility will be one building, BRC funds will only invest in a portion of the community center. The community is matching the project with multiple sources. The town is contributing over $7 million in cash and in-kind match. They've also raised almost $1.2 million in local fundraising efforts and recently received almost $1 million in SLIB funding. Thus, this project is being leveraged at a 19-to-1 ratio to BRC funds. The community center will provide a flexible gathering space with a kitchen for community events, various youth programs, and a space for recreation. The recreation portion of the building will include a large gymnasium, walking track and viewing area, and a weight and cardio room. Currently, there are no indoor recreational spaces available in town. Because this is a community project, there is no job quality or company strength, so that was not applicable for this project. So we'll move right into the community engagement and state considerations. This project does fit well within their community plan. A community and recreation center was identified in both a 2008 and 2018 community plan. Since that 2008 plan, the town has saved funds and prepared the proposed site for this project and has ended up investing over $7 million in total match. There's also potential to develop a downtown and Main Street area for the community. They envision this project as really their next phase of their community and economic development initiatives. This project is also in the same part of town as their upgraded park and a new splash pad that they've recently put in. So all of these initiatives hold the potential to develop a main street for Bar None, and they envision that creating that vibrant public space that main streets can bring to communities will be great for them. Finally, they are a young and growing community. The median age for Bar None is 29.4 years old, and it is currently growing at a rate of 2.4% annually. Its population has actually increased by 34.7% since 2010. Furthermore, they're currently in the process of approving a new subdivision to the west of Bar None Elementary School for 175 new homes, with the potential for more developments in the future. And the town really believes that they've proven that they're able to attract that young workforce. And so they envision that as the community continues to grow in population, the need for new small business will also grow. There are also letters of support in your packet starting on page 161 for this project. When we looked at state considerations, the 19-to-1 local to BRC leverage ratio, we looked at that. It means that BRC funds are only about 5% of total project costs. Furthermore, this project aligns with the state economic development strategy by empowering Bar None to sustainably develop their own unique economy by investing in their downtown and Main Street potential. This project also has the potential to activate new economic sectors by investing in amenities like downtown's connectivity and recreation. When we looked at this project, we looked at it from a couple areas, things that we felt were compelling about the project and things that we found concerning about the project. So some of the compelling items were that high leverage ratio, that the community really sees this as their next tier in their economic and community development plan. This project has been identified multiple times by the community, and there's great potential for that downtown and Main Street area. Some of the concerning items is this project does not create primary jobs. And so there is some low vision for that job creation part of it. It is a mixed use building. As we all know, Bar None is fairly close to Casper, which could be compelling as well, depending on how you look at it. There is some low business development potential, and there is no county economic development tax. So the recommendation is do not fund. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know that we have several members of the community here to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Noel. As I try to figure out how my microphone works, it looks like we have members of the community ready to speak, so the floor is yours. Thank you. You should push it till the light turns green, but you have to hold it for a second.
Okay, I apologize. You're gonna have to listen to me for a quick minute here. So thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. My name is Patrick Ford. I am the mayor of Bar None, and with me would be our town engineer, Ray Catalier, and the town's owner rep for the project, Tom Brower. Do want to be respectful of your time, so I am going to be as brief as I can so that we can all rattle through what we've got here. But my wife and I moved out to Bar None in 2003 when the population was about 912 on the population sign out there. And the reason we moved out there was because it was affordable new housing, big lots, a younger community, places to store your toys, work on your projects, etc. Fast forward to 2012, 2013, 2014, Bar None was the recognized fastest growing community in the state of Wyoming, 3 years straight. As a result of that, our population today sits at just shy of 3,000. And in 2012 or 2014, I apologize, I decided to run for mayor because I felt that our community had seen those leaps and bounds of growth, and maybe the current administration had a slightly out of order project list, if you will. At that time, the community center was the #1 project, and there was a bunch of money earmarked for that project. But to foster further growth and in the community, I felt that we needed to get the I-25 interchange done. That would open up land
open up the ability to extend West Winds over to the airport. And further the growth for the community before we would actually need a community center. So we as a town were faced with money set aside for a community center project. And we ended up having to unearmark $1 million of that funding to go towards the I-25 interchange project to make that actually a reality. So that kind of put us backwards on our funding of it, which is what has led us to seeking grant funding at this point for our project. So, and Representative Sweeney is online. I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget about him. He sent me a text message saying, hey, can you make sure that they know I'm there? So, with that, I think I'll just get the other two guys up here real quick and then we'll stand for questions. That works.
As the mayor mentioned, well, I don't have to do that. My name is Ray Catalier. I am the town engineer for Bar None. And my personal story with Bar None, well, goes back quite a ways. I'm a Casper boy, and the first time I remember going to Bar None was 5th grade basketball, where the Bar None basketball team destroyed Park Elementary School. So since that time in the 80s, I'm not going to go back to when that was. You know, Bar None it's incredible where it is now. I have 4 kids, and I take my kids out there. I'll tell you, last Christmas, Santa Claus flew in on a helicopter and then rode around the community on a horse-drawn carriage. Then the fire department hosted a Christmas party. And I think every single person in town showed up. I mean, just in a quick finger count. So that, I mean, it was incredible. The fire hall was completely overwhelmed with people there for that event. They host their Arbor Day celebration. We go out there, make my oldest 2 boys dig a hole for a tree, and it's fun to watch. It takes about a day and a half, but it gets done. Just the people that come out, the fire department, the various churches that come out to support the events, the car shows. I couldn't even begin to tell you the number of cars that were out there. The new splash pad that was just completed 4 months ago. Just the things that are happening in Bar None are truly building a community that people want to live in. You know, it has served as a place, just workforce housing for Casper. And I think that Bar None recognizes that is the role that they serve, and they want to be complementary to the things that are happening in Casper. And one of the things that there is no gathering space. There's the fire hall, but it's a fire hall. It's, you know, it serves a very distinct purpose that's not hosting community events. And this project, I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent, and I apologize, but this project really does give that community that has that community feel a place where they can meet and they can not overwhelm their fire department and kids climbing all over the trucks, which they love, but they can do that someplace that's distinctly made for that sort of a purpose. We have gone through a very intricate, modest design process. This is not going to be an architectural wonder. And, you know, we've had some criticism from some architects in Casper that we chose an architecture firm out of Sheridan that actually designed some of the buildings in that Sheridan project they're very practical, but they're beautiful buildings that, you know, they're probably not going to be featured in any sort of an architecture magazine, which is exactly what the town of Bar None needs. They want their dollars to go towards square footage and practicality. So in that realm, this building is on track to cost about $250 a square foot, which when compared to some other municipal buildings that are being built in our region, they're anywhere from $600 to $800 per square foot. So we're a fraction of the cost of those other buildings in the area. Some of the information in your packet can be a little bit misleading. It is a mixed use building, but only 12% of the building will be used as a municipal space. So the town hall, offices, lounge area, it's 12%. 88% is going to be community space. That includes the community room, the community kitchen, even the council chambers. The intent is to open that up, you know, other than the 2 days a week when it needs to be used for council meetings, it can be used for whatever purpose the community has in mind for it. And I can tell you that in my 5 years as their town engineer, they have been laying the groundwork for this building the entire time. We've done a significant number of projects to beautify the community. It is an old airport runway or airport landing area with multiple runways. We've taken those runways, which they're runways, they're made for things going fast on them, and we've turned it into a more of a drivable community. We've added pathways to the area. Honestly, all of the pathways kind of lead to this town hall project. It's almost by design. But in that vein, it will serve as the nucleus for the community. It will serve as the anchor point for their main street. Right now, if we were to show you a picture of it, it's acres, 10, 12 acres of prairie right in the middle of Bar None, waiting to be developed. This will be the anchor for that area. So when this project is done, about half of their main streets landscaping and design will be complete. So, and to end my part, I've seen too many projects in Casper where, you know, we plant a seed and then there's a lot of handshaking, there's pictures, people pat themselves on the back, and then we walk away and nobody waters the seed, nobody nurtures it, nobody gets all of the basil that you have growing in your yard right now because no one's taking care of it. But what I've seen in Bar None is the churches come together, the fire department comes together, and they are nurturing everything that they have growing there. So as far as whether or not this project will work, I think that we all stand up here with just as full believers that this project will be a successful project for the town and help spur economic development and growth. Thank you.
My name is Tom Brower, and I'll be serving as the owner's rep on the project. And what I want to talk to you today a little bit about is kind of my perspective on economic development. So I want to make it really clear that I'm going to present some of my opinions that have been formed over about 40 years of thinking about economic development. Please, I'm not speaking for the town of Bar None. I'm presenting, and really mine started roughly 40 years ago with a dinner table where my dad was involved with economic development formation in Casper and listening to him about different projects. And then I was actively involved when I was a civil engineer, helping Kate out when they were looking at sites and how they could develop them. And then I served on the board for several years. And the last 2 years, I was the chairman of the CATA board. And I came to some conclusions and some that rival, I think, the way the state, even the way the Economic Development Authority in Casper thinks about it. But I think it's worth thinking. And the reason why is it makes sense for why the project in Bar None is an economic development project, even though it doesn't create jobs immediately. Why is it important to the state of Wyoming? Why is it important for economic development in Wyoming? One of my observations is in economic development is, guess what? Wealthy people are going to get more wealthy when the state or the city or anybody funds economic development. It's just the nature. The guy off the street, a really poor guy, isn't going to come in and have a really great economic development project. The big but of that is, but it helps us all. It helps everybody. When we grow the economy, when we grow the tax base, when we grow the number of jobs, it helps us all. So we just have to accept that. It's one of those things that I know we fought. And for 40 years, I watched Casper try and hit a home run over and over and over again. And the two biggest ones I could come up with, and thanks to Noel for helping me remember, one of them for sure was Boise Cascade and Excal refinery or foundry, excuse me. And Boise Cascade's gone. And, you know, it brought a lot of construction to the town. It brought some full-time jobs in there for 8 or 9 years, however long. But now it's gone. And I think it's reflective of something I'm going to talk about a little later on. My ultimate view, leaving the CATA board after years and studying this, is that we really had economic development, that it's really driven by employees. All the manufacturing jobs. I remember my dad talking about Bohemia. I remember all these other different huge projects that were coming. The reason we lost all of them is because we didn't have any employees. Being a business owner for, I don't know, 25 years in Casper, engineering firm, employees are key. That's the key, and trying to find them right now is incredibly difficult. And I think our economic development model of trying to just promote businesses to come here is backwards. I think we need to focus on building livable communities, places where people want to live. I'll give you an example. My daughter, just spent $340,000 to buy a condo, a 40-year-old condo in Fort Collins. She doesn't want to live in Casper. She wants to live in a more vibrant community. Ray tells me, hears that all the time when he tries to hire people at the University of Wyoming. These are young engineers. These aren't real gregarious, outgoing people. They're engineers. And they're like, no, I don't want to live in Casper. I want to go to Colorado. And so I think from an economic development model, I think we have to focus on how do we get people to come and live in Wyoming? And if we can figure that out, then the businesses are going to come because we have the employees and we have the livable community. So there's another observation that I've made again over years in Wyoming, and that's looking at growth. Larger communities see sustained growth. I've worked with a bunch of small communities, Douglas for 30 years, Glen Rock for 20 years, currently helping Ray out on a project in Wheatland. And all these communities are really flatline. Small communities in the state, just very flat, some of them declining. All of our growth is occurring where? Occurring in the population centers. Well, why is that? To me, there's a handful of reasons. Number one is socioeconomic and cultural. Things have changed, you know, and one of those is dual income families. When I was a kid, every kid's mom on the block was at home. You know, it's completely changed now. That's in the dual income families. The dramatic increase in household income. The other one is the quality of roads, road maintenance, and vehicles. Think about living in Casper and working in Midwest in 1965 and driving your 65 pickup down a 2-lane road to Midwest. You wouldn't think of it. Today, you hop in your $80,000 diesel, you're there in about 20 minutes. So there's all these different things that have changed. And the other thing that's really come out is the importance of recreational entertainment, dining activities, kids in sports activities. That stuff has become very important. So people are focusing in on living in larger communities where they have access to all these things. And the small communities are just pretty much flat. A couple quick case studies. One is Douglas. 15 years ago, I remember talking, I was a city engineer at the time, and them saying, hey, we've got a perfect storm. Douglas is going to double in size. I told them, I said, guys, I don't think it's going to happen. I was on the CATA board at the time. I was like, I don't think it's going to happen. Didn't happen. They had a little spike in growth, drop down. Now Douglas is where it's been for a long time, right around 6,000 people. So they the perfect storm didn't happen. And if you want to know why, just stand on the corner of Hot 6th and 2nd on the weekend, and 3 out of every 4 cars have Converse County plates going to Sam's Club and Walmart. Another case study, and again, I was born as a Casper kid. I never thought I'd be praising Gillette, but this is a case study for very positive things, and that's Gillette, Wyoming. Gillette has done an amazing job. You look at the vibrancy and the livability in that community. I didn't think about it. My memory of Gillette was the 1980s when I was up there for sports activities. And then I take my daughters up there to play volleyball, and I'm like, wow, they have poured a lot of money into this community. And what did they survive? The war on coal, where I thought Gillette, oh, houses are going to be $75,000 a piece. Gillette hasn't missed a lick. And why is that? It's not because coal is raging. You know, there's still coal production going on, but for me, it's because it's a very vibrant, livable community. And those people had to rotate and switch, but they were like, this is where I live. This is my home. I'm not going to leave Gillette. And so I think it's important focus that these families are in Wyoming are making a choice to live in bigger communities because of the amenities that occur there. And bar none is just like the town where I live, which is Evansville. You can get kind of a rural, small community feel, but you have access to all the good stuff in Casper. We love going to David Street Station. You know, you go to the theaters, you go to the restaurants, you go partake of that. But then when I go home, I live in a small community and I know my neighbors and we talk over the back fence. So you get all the benefits of the big city, but you live in a rural community. And that's bar none, again, the fastest growing community. So I think I covered this. I think I'm going to skip over that. But here's one of mine that I hope not to be too critical of, but it's one of my criticisms of economic development, especially at the state level. And we hear the naysayers always say, oh, you guys are picking winners and losers. And I say that's baloney. We all win. You know, when all the projects that are mentioned and we build 5,000 jobs, we all win, the state wins. And so the whole idea that we're worried about picking winners and losers. The other one that's driven me crazy for years is the idea that we got to keep our powder dry. You know, oh, we got to keep some dry powder. I used to always hear that. We got to save our money because you never know when the next big project's going to come. I can tell you as a small business owner when I was, that's not the way we operated. If we had money, we reinvested it. You know, we bought new survey equipment. We did what we had to do to keep the company going and to try and grow it. The other one is save, save, save. We're a state that's, whether it's municipal level, county level, federal, state level, we're just always save, save, save. And my biggest question has always been, when is it going to rain? You know, when do we get to the rainy day account? I've taken to calling it a rainier day account. We keep waiting for the rainier day. and have yet to see one. So I thought about, what would a small business do? And, I think about some of the failures, and it was kind of fun to research some of these. The Edsel, Windows Vista, DeLorean, Betamax, Lisa by Apple, the USFL, Google Glasses, and my favorite, the new formula for Coca-Cola. Well, these companies, they must have gone under, huh? Wow, it's Microsoft, Ford, Coca-Cola, Apple, and Google. I know in my retirement account, I own all of those in investments in mutual funds. My guess is everybody in this room does. So you got to take some risks in order to have success. And you're going to stumble and you're going to have some problems. But we can't say everything's going to be a winner. It's just like the one bad loan in Torrington. Like, those things happen. You keep plowing forward, you keep making mistakes, and you keep moving forward. Bar none is about affordable housing. You move out there for the affordable housing, you stay there because of the community. It's the most vibrant and alive community, more so than Evansville where I live. Constant activities going on. And it's the hub. It truly is the hub of workforce housing. Because what do all these people have? They have 2 or 3 cars or 4-wheelers or RVs, and they have room to park them there. And this is the perfect community, and it's affordable. And again, we've been focusing our whole life on economic development about, we got to go find the business to come here. And then that will create jobs. And I think we've got the cart in front of the horse. Because to me, the horse for driving economic development is employees. If you have good employees, that cart of new jobs will come behind it because they know you have available workforce. We have a beautiful state that all of us live in and so many opportunities, and we don't support the communities. And so to me, this is a project. It's an opportunity for you guys to focus on the horse that's driving this economic development, which is building vibrant communities where these young people want to live. I remember Scott Sutherland asked me one time, what's Wyoming's single largest export? Well, I know when I graduated high school in '84 and all the way through about 2000, our well-educated youth. I love it. Ray's 40 years old. I won't tell you how old Patrick is, but he's about 40 as well. If they were in my class, they would be in Arizona, Nevada, Colorado right now. But the young people are coming back here to live. But they're usually only coming back because they have deep family roots here. Again, if we can build more livable, vibrant communities in the state, we're going to attract more people to live here. So the neat part is this is almost a $10 million project. And for $500,000, you guys can have a stake in trying to promote and support workforce housing and livable, viable communities in areas where we're seeing growth. Again, Bar None's top of the list for about 20 years as far as growth in the state of Wyoming.
Thank you. Patrick, Ray, Tom, appreciate your words and your comments. Any questions from the board for Noel or these gentlemen? Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, Tom knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to add, Mr. Chairman, and the board really appreciate the opportunity. Just a couple of things to add to that. So there's not many places in the state of Wyoming that actually has suburbs, but Casper does. And that's not a bad thing. The workforce housing issue is a real concern. And that's what, honestly, the McMurrays really helped with that development and spur that growth in Bar None for affordable workforce housing. And where am I bringing that to? So honestly, on the concerning part on primary jobs, I see that a little differently on the concerning portion of the report. Why do we suppose the new Family Dollar located just outside of Bar None? My belief is that happened because of the traffic created by the commuters going to and from Casper. And so there's also other projects on the horizon. In the approval process right now is the new solar farm array, which will be just west of Bar None. And where this next 175 houses will come into play away from that legally. Why do I bring that up? That's really probably not a lot of job creation. However, the extension of West Winds over to the airport will spur that, and that has been designed in such a way, the solar array has been designed in such a way to allow that expansion of West Winds, which will directly create more traffic, more opportunities for commercial and industrial growth with a truck stop, other avenues of advancement. So I do believe there will be primary jobs created out of this, and reverse the quotation of low vision for job creation around that. So those are my comments. I would urge you to come to a July 4th celebration in Bar None 1 year. You've heard about Santa Claus, but July 4th to me, it was one of Mayor Ford's visions. And I got exposed because running for office, Bar None has always been a great supporter of mine. And I have admired what Mayor Ford's done with the community, and his council and his leadership has brought about so many changes. And that July 4th, I come from a very small town in Pennsylvania of 600 people, but what that is an inspiring community, and the turnout from the community is amazing, and the amount of kids that line up to get the candy and the handouts is really tremendous. And it's an old fashioned, just like the Christmas story, it's an old fashioned true red, white, and blue celebration. So I urge the board, and you know, it is part of my district, but that's really not why I'm speaking. I just have total admiration for what the community has done, especially under Mayor Ford's time, and appreciate the board's support of this project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Always nice to see you. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. I do have a question for the mayor, I believe. So the ask is for 500,000. You've been able to save quite a bit of money towards this project. Do you have any other funding sources identified in case the 500,000 doesn't come from the Business Council? Or would this stop the project if you weren't able to obtain these funds?
It would probably require me to be the one out there painting lines on our basketball court instead of having an actual resilient surface. I suspect I'd be out there with a can of spray paint and some Scotch tape to stripe the basketball court. I say that in jest, but there would be some pretty significant cuts to the project, and we've already done a ton of value engineering at this point to get it to that $250 a square foot build cost. So I don't know how much deeper we could honestly.
So you don't think there's other alternative funding sources out there? You think you would have to value engineer $500,000 out of the project?
It'd be tough. I mean, we'd be certainly open to, if somebody knows of other fountains of money somewhere that are available for a project like this. I'm all ears. The good Lord blessed me with two big ones for a reason. So
I think we share in your quest for the fountains of money.
Uh,
But no, you've been very successful in raising capital for the project and also being, I think thrifty over the years to actually amass, $7 million. But the 1.2 million, that's all been just from philanthropic efforts from town.
So 450,000 of that, we were awarded $500,000 SLIB grant. There was one project that was not going to be funded at that last SLIB board meeting, so bar none, right, wrong, or indifferent, even if it's the sword I fall on, we stepped up and said we'd be willing to give up $50,000 of our grant funding to fund this hospital district project, which then luckily started the domino effect of other projects stepping forward and also giving up a share of their funding. There's a $500,000 SLIB loan in there. And then there's $250,000 from a grant from the Natrona County Rec Board.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And just of note, I'm glad that it looks like that $100 bill I slipped Representative Sweeney to speak highly of me paid off. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Well, I think, Noel, you're up next on Matiti, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So the next project is from the Matiti Joint Powers Board. They're requesting a $750,000 community project grant to construct a 6,600 square foot community center. This community center will be located on a Matiti Recreation District owned lot. The lot has most of the basic utility services, only sewer piping will need to be updated. The community center will include a fitness area, multi-court, rehab therapy area, a recreation area, and a flexible gathering space that can host meetings or other events. The Matiti Recreation District has become the main hub for all community members and hosts a wide variety of programs and activities. In a 2014 community survey, it was illustrated that residents of Matiti consider the Recreation District to be one of the most positive attributes of the community. Some of the events that they currently have include an after-school and summer program for kids, public transportation services, exercise classes, holiday events, outdoor recreation-based activities, organized sports, and more. Again, this project is a community project, so there's no job quality or company strength. So when we look at the community engagement, this project, while it's been in the works for a few years, the town solidified the plan to move forward through a community-wide strategic doing initiative. It became apparent during this process that the community really needed a facility that was multi-purpose and could be many things for everybody in the community. There's also potential for increased childcare options. Several years ago, Matiti lost their only daycare facility and it has yet to be replaced. The Recreation District currently offers an after-school and summer program, but must limit the ages and the numbers of kids that they can accept due to their lack of space and lack of resources. With the proposed larger facility, the Recreation District anticipates that their youth programs could increase. And additionally, they are looking at licensing and it's currently underway for an actual daycare. So this would fill a major void in the community in that respect. And finally, they did develop many partnerships. The Recreation District and Gachi Therapy and Rehab have been partnering to offer therapy services over the years. Again, because of the lack of space, they were only able to do a few patients at a time. So both parties see with this potential expansion that that partnership could expand and Gotchi Therapy could service more clients in the facility. The Recreation District has also partnered with some other individuals such as the school district, the senior center, and other local businesses in the area. And you'll see some letters of support in your packet as well. For state considerations, this project will also enable use of a federal transit facility. So right now, the Recreation District is located in a transit facility. And so they have to be out of that facility by the summer of 2023. That building must revert back to a federal transit facility for vehicle storage purposes. And that's because it was paid for with federal funds. And so that facility is still under federal funding requirements. And so it has to be used as a storage facility. So this project will not only enable a larger recreation facility, but will also enable that building to be a storage unit again. And finally, importance of amenities. And this is really not just with this project, but any community projects that we have. A couple of years ago, the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis released an amenity index. And so this report indicated that the importance of amenities was 3.5 out of 5. And that's relative to other factors such as salary, family, things like that. Another study that came out in 2020 by the Knight Foundation also found that people that choose to live in an area because of quality of life express stronger sentiments of attachment to that community than those living there for different reasons, such as salary only or family only or things like that. And again, this does align with our state strategic plan with the potential to activate new sectors by investing in amenities like downtowns, connectivity, and recreation. So some of the compelling items that we found in this project is the community is very involved in the strategic doing initiative. Sounds like they are getting a lot of buy-in from the whole community in that process. They've developed great partnerships with the school, businesses, senior center, et cetera. High potential for that expanded youth program and daycare that's very much needed in the community. And their match is 32% higher than required. Their total match that they're bringing to the project is 42%. Some of the concerning items is, again, it does not create primary jobs. There is some low business development potential, and the county does not have an economic development tax. So the recommendation for this project is do not fund. I believe there are some community members in the room and online, and so they can answer any questions, and I can as well.
Thank you, Noel. Do we have community members in the room that would like to make a brief presentation? We have one, I think, walking. Just
Okay, hi everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you on behalf of the Matiti Community Center today. Please excuse me that I have this all wrote down on paper because we might start talking about the community center and we might end with the blister that I got on my foot trying to find this place here this afternoon. So as you guys can see, we are in the—
Sorry, can I just interrupt?
Yes.
If you could just tell us who you are.
Yes. So I am Brody Sears, and I am the Matiti Recreation Director for the last 4 years, and also a representative from the Matiti Joint Powers Board. First off, I would like to extend a huge heartfelt thank you from the entire community of Matiti for taking time to review and consider our application. I know it's probably a lot for you guys to go through all of that, so we really appreciate you guys even taking a look at it and considering us. So like I say, Matiti, Wyoming, town population of 309, 308 today. Our area population is plus or minus in between 600 and 700. A small rural community with everything that small towns have to offer. An area that produced over $8 million in oil and gas tax revenue last year, but also a town that lacks sufficient community facilities. As you saw in our application for the development grant, the Matiti Joint Powers and Matiti Recreation District is proposing the construction of a $1.3 million community center that will satisfy the construction of a 6,600 square foot public community facility. The goal is to create a multi-purpose reconfigurable space that will act as a Swiss Army knife for our community and hopes to generate economic development within the community. Meeteetse has grown across the board. Our population increased 62.5% in 2022 and is still on the rise. In the last month, we have gained 28 new students in our school, which is one of the biggest enrollment jumps in a very long time. The rec district has also seen a major increase in membership sales and participation in events and programs. In 2021, we had 63 total memberships. As of today, we have 81, which include families, individuals, students, and seniors. Our fitness center continues to break use records month in and month out. Back in 2019, before the idea of the community center, we saw 619 recreators over an entire year. From this year, January 1st until today, we've had over 2,300, and it's only September. One of our partners, Gotcha Therapy and Rehab, saw eight total patients in 2018. In 2022, they treated 259. Many local businesses utilize the rec for employee and customer benefits, and families can now enjoy the benefits of expanded child care programs. I know Noel commented that we are looking into the daycare deal. We've actually started that in the last couple of weeks, and we actually have a waiting list. So we are off and running on a lot of the things that our application said we were going to do. We've just decided to do it. So we're kind of in the midst of transitioning between planning and actually doing. So due to our growing population, the COVID pandemic, an increase in community needs, and an overwhelming amount of support for expanding community service, we felt it was time to start acting on our dream of building a community center in Meeteetse. In 2021, I was able to raise over $96,000 for our project by simply having project goals and a plan to better serve our community. We then sold our inadequate office and fitness center downtown to allow another business to have storefront property in downtown Meeteetse, as well as generate more funds for this dream community center. In just 3 months, we gathered over $260,000 for our project, well beyond the minimum match requirements. Unfortunately, as we all know, building anything in today's economy will empty your wallet in a hurry. Our architect had even mentioned us that we could have built this exact building in 2020 for just over $650,000. Therefore, this is why we are desperately asking for assistance from you guys. Investing in our new community center project would be beneficial not only to the community of Meeteetse, but also for the state of Wyoming. We understand that projects in small towns like Meeteetse will not have as large of an impact on the state's economy or create as many jobs as other projects in some of the other larger towns in Wyoming will. It is my understanding that we do not have the recommendation from the investment team for this project, but I assure you that this project will have a rippling economic effect in Meeteetse, Park County, and in our state. This project and grant application has been such a positive experience for our community, and many great things have already come from it. And we hope to be able to follow through on our promises to our whole community. This project will benefit the local businesses, residents, elderly, youth, and a variety of groups and organizations in and around the state of Wyoming. Comparing apples to apples, Wyoming is the Meeteetse to the rest of the nation. Does this mean Wyoming is less important than the more populated states just because they provide more jobs and more opportunity? How do these large populated states generate these opportunities? They invest in their states, just as Wyoming does. The potential to expand small towns is becoming more and more favorable. Some surveys have revealed that people like moving to Wyoming because of the rural, affordable, safe, natural beauty, and the sense of community that communities have to offer. These are all things that Meeteetse has. Investing in communities, regardless of size or economic impact, is strengthening the state of Wyoming. Investing in small town Wyoming is investing in Wyoming. All Wyoming towns started small. It was attributes like community resources, tourism, schools, and rural living that grew small towns into larger towns. The positive progressions the community of Meeteetse has shown over the last couple of years has been nothing short of amazing, largely due in part to the Strategic Doing Committee. The amount of collaboration between many groups, clubs, organizations, and businesses has been one of the greatest accomplishments this community has seen in the last several decades. All people are working together to better our community, youth, residents, businesses, infrastructure, and facilities. As a result, Meeteetse is growing. Projects to better serve our community to retain residents and businesses, as well as attract new residents and businesses, is our #1 priority. We feel the new community center will jumpstart development in our town, increase community involvement, fill a void, retain our residents that we currently have, as well as being a driving force in gaining the new residents and businesses we hope to have. We hope to lay the framework for future community expansion and business development. We want to be able to compete against other small towns that offer more amenities, resources, and services. Seeking your help in building our community center to its fullest potential to utilize space and funding is our last effort. We truly hope you find our project worthy of Business Council funding, and thank you guys for your time and consideration during this process and your dedication to improving Wyoming. And I would be glad to entertain any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Do we have anybody else on the phone? And are they representing the applicant or are they public comment? Representative Winter. Okay, thank you. Representative Winter, are you there?
Yes, I am. If I can get this.
Great, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, well, greetings, council members. My name is John Winter, and I'm the state representative for District 28, of which Meeteetse is a part. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the community of Meeteetse. And I wanted to thank Brody there, the Meeteetse Recreation Director, on her fine presentation for this project. Brody has been done a phenomenal job representing this plan for this community center. And she has been a leader in putting this plan together and has had great cooperation from enthusiastic residents, both urban and rural. And I want to emphasize the rural part because there's a lot of rural folks live around Meeteetse and they're all in very much support of this project. We just came from the Labor Day celebration up there and there's lots of interest in this project. This community has done the background work necessary to make this project a success, including fundraising projects and donations to the tune of over $300,000. These folks have a plan and just need some support to finish the effort. I strongly encourage the board to give the town of Meeteetse the ultimate in consideration for this requested funding. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Representative Winters. We appreciate your comments. Do we have anybody else in the room or on the line wishing to make public comment? Are there any questions for Noel or for Brody from the board? Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, Brody. For the Rec District Community Center, where are you getting the equipment? Who's paying for that if this came to fruition?
We already have it.
Okay.
So when back in 2019, we'll actually go even further back than that. We got a grant. It was before my time with our old director. They got a grant from the West Park Hospital and Park County Parks and Recreation Board to start putting together some fitness equipment, things like that to build. I guess you could have called it a fitness center. Back then it was in a room that was like less than 1,000 square feet and it was just kind of all jammed together. Anyway, over time, we've just been gathering more and more equipment and now we actually have a state of the art, I would say, for a small town fitness center, as well as one of our big donors that actually donated a large sum of money also came in and bought up a ranch that had a really, really nice fitness center and they donated every piece of equipment that was in that to the community as well. So we have a bunch of equipment, I guess.
Okay, great. I have one other question.
Yes.
One of the concerns was there's no extra penny tax.
Correct.
However, and I kind of read about it, Park County has always been historically very good about special project taxes or special interest taxes. Have you investigated that to see if you could get some money from there?
Moving forward, we definitely have. We're kind of in a time crunch right now when we missed the ballot, for this season and everything. But unfortunately, Matiti makes up a very, very, very small portion of Park County. We do get a huge amount of support from Park County on various things. But when it comes to probably implementing a tax that would be special for this project within the whole county, I'm a little skeptical that that would probably go through just because of our voting base is not big enough to offset both Cody and Powell. So to answer your question, no, we have not, mainly because we don't really necessarily feel like that would be feasible moving forward for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Any other questions from the board? I appreciate the question on the spet tax, because that was one I was going to ask. I did have a quick question on the daycare potential that's been talked about. Is the facility being built to the specifications to be a state licensed daycare facility?
No, it is not. However, so how it's working right now is we have two buildings, like Noel mentioned. We are in a temporary location. One is a transit building that we are required to be out of by May 2023. So we condensed everything down into both of our buildings. We have an after school program building that was actually the old transit garage that they reverted. I can't even tell you the dates. It was when I was a little kid, so I'm not exactly sure. And that turned into our daycare facility, after school facility. So all of our child programming is currently in a different building. However, we've had to overrun into other things. Our gym is kind of a multi-use in that would be considered the daycare facility for some of the adult things that we do. Like, for example, we have senior yoga that does their yoga classes in the after school daycare facility. So we're not able to offer a lot of other programs and activities just because of the timing, the facility space, things like that. So our plan moving forward is with this new building, we'll be able to move most of our programs and activities other than like the preschool and after school to the new building, which will eliminate any kind of time conflict or anything like that, to where then we can license our current after school building or daycare building to the state standards if we so choose.
Thank you. Makes sense. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Noel, I think you're up again.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So the next project comes from the city of Cody. The city of Cody requests a $1 million business committed grant to construct a 16,000 square foot facility for the expansion of Wyoming Legacy Meats. This facility will be located on a 7.6 acre parcel owned by Forward Cody. All infrastructure is at the site. So a little history about Wyoming Legacy Meats. They initially opened in May 2018 and realized almost immediately that the demand for processing was very high across the region. So by fall of 2021, they had completed some expansion plans. That expansion would allow for an increase of processing from 50 head a week to 100 head a day. Also at around that time, the Economic Development Administration, or EDA, awarded the project a $2.2 million grant, and Forward Cody secured about $550,000 loan from a local bank. However, during this time, the owner, Frank Schmidt, determined he could no longer manage the company due to health concerns, and so he put the business on the market. So on February 15th, 2022, Complete Health and Wellness, doing business as Complete Human, closed on the sale. The new owners have continued to operate the plant under the Legacy Meats name and will increase capacity by marketing not just to their existing customers, but directly to consumers as outlined in their business plan. Also, this project has submitted an application to the USDA for about $1 million. Job quality. Wyoming Legacy Meats currently employs 24 people at an average wage of about $20 an hour. Complete Human plans to retain those 24 employees and create 117 additional positions when at full capacity. Furthermore, the average wage for all 141 of these positions will be $24.46 an hour and will include benefits. Many positions in the Cody area do not have benefits as they are more tourism and service oriented community. And so the fact that these positions will have benefits is definitely a bonus for this project. And finally, the number of jobs created fits well within a community of this size. For company strength, Complete Human is a nationally recognized health and nutrition company. Their products are marketed direct to consumer to over 3 million customers. During their research, they became interested in high quality proteins, which led them to the Wyoming Legacy Meats. Company founder Olaf Sandnes has been working in the health food industry for over 40 years. He and partner Evan DeMarco co-own KD Pharma, the third largest manufacturer and distributor of omega-3s in the world. Their third partner, Jana Breslin, is a fitness and nutrition expert with a social following larger than the population of Wyoming. So Complete Human plans to utilize these key industry influencers like Ms. Breslin to inspire consumers to seek high quality Wyoming beef as part of their wellness and fitness lifestyle. Another component of this expansion is the waste product or offal, OFFAL. The current plant is unable to attract buyers for the offal, and as a result, much of that waste or byproduct is taken to the county landfill. So Complete Human recently closed on the Cody Labs facility, which will be converted to a value-added processing facility where edible offal will be converted to capsule form. So like they'll be able to take cartilage and create like collagen capsules out of it. And then they'll also be able to take bones and turn it into dog treats or broths. This is a win-win for both parties as the company is then able to utilize that for product. And then landfill space is a commodity. And so having that space available to the landfills, it'll just benefit both parties. And then furthermore, an aerobic digester will be installed at the plant by the company to convert any unused byproduct into fertilizer. So anything that they can't turn into capsule form or broth or things like that, they will turn into fertilizer. And finally, the financial strength of the company is strong. As stated before, the company has had a change of ownership earlier in 2022. And so while there is potential risk during management changes, the financial capacity of the owners is and has been sufficient to handle any adversities that the company may encounter during that transition. This project does align with local community plans. Forward Cody has a focus on growing manufacturing in targeted industries that fit with their community. And so those industries include firearms and outdoor equipment, furniture, and food products. So this fits right in with their targeted marketing plan. And there already is a food products cluster occurring in the area. And so this will just further add to that manufacturing cluster. There are local workforce training options available. Northwest College has an existing certification program for training opportunities, and the company plans to utilize workforce training funds through the Department of Workforce Services. And then the local revenue recapture plan, the anticipated recapture for this project will come from the lease payments to Forward Cody. So the net lease at the end of year 20 will be about $1.7 million. BRC funds will recapture 25% of the grant amount, so $250,000, and then the Grow Cody Fund will recapture the remaining $1.3 million. The Grow Cody Fund is the title that Forward Cody has given their recaptured funds program. So what they plan to use recaptured funds for are industry studies. They're looking at a potential updated housing study, potential design work for other projects, and then match dollars for other revenue generating grants or loan projects going into the future. And then there are letters of support in your packet as well. For the state considerations, the Wyoming Beef Industry Report released February 2020 points out that the Wyoming market can support more processing facilities. Furthermore, the Beef Industry Report identified value-added opportunities for animal byproducts or the offal that we discussed earlier. A lack of market for animal byproducts in Wyoming puts processors at 148 per head disadvantage. The report also indicated potential economic multipliers. So this project specifically, for example, has the potential to create even more full-time positions that was not reported in the job creation and retention numbers discussed earlier. Additionally, this project is a business retention and expansion, or BRE project. BRE is an important component to economic development. Up to 80% of all new jobs in small towns come from existing business expansion, and a community's existing businesses are major contributors to the local and state tax base. And finally, the economic impact return on investment or recapture period for the BRC account will only be 82 days. And we can kind of go into the numbers here. As you can see, so this is specific to Park County. So the direct annual impact is about 2.7 million, indirect about 1.7. So total annual impact to Park County is just shy of $4.5 million. And so then when you take the $1 million investment of BRC and you look at that total annual impact, it'll only take about 82 days for the BRC program to recoup that $1 million investment. And then there's just the numbers for the recaptured funds, where 25% will come back to the BRC program. This is another way to look at some of those numbers. So that in that year 5 that you see, the 4.5, that's the number that was on the previous page. So what we did is we looked at the new jobs created and kind of did this is what we can expect up through the first 5 years after construction is done. So it will take a while for the company to ramp up those 117 employees. So that's why the numbers grow as you go up to year 5. So we can anticipate that over the first 5 years after construction is complete and the company is on the ground rolling, over the first 5 years, $13.33 million. And then if you add our revenue recaptured back to both the state and the local economic development agency, total return just at year 5 is about $15 million. And so then if you look at our return from the BRC, it's about $14 million, or an annualized ROI of 69.7%. So some of the compelling, this does have a 13-to-1 leverage ratio, which is very high. ROI, 82 days to recoup BRC funds, is very good. We often talk years, not days, so that's good. It's a BRE project, which is a big driver in economic development. Wages are 27.5% higher than the county median wage, and there is a 9.26 million private investment as part of this project. We didn't really have any concerns. It was more a contingency that the recommendation of fund as requested is contingent on final EDA and USDA approval for their funds. I know we have some community and business owners here, so happy to turn it over to them and answer questions.
Thank you, Noel. Why don't we move to the community and then the business? I see people getting up from their chairs.
There we go. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is James Klessens, and I'm the CEO and president of Forward Cody, Wyoming, the purveyor of the project. Some of you may recognize this project as it came before the Business Council in 2019 in conjunction with a conversation about doing the Wyoming beef industry study. And so if you are familiar with that study and you've read this application, you'll understand very quickly that it comports fully with the results of the study. It was what we were trying to do with the beef industry study. So we're happy to have that document as a tool to lead the way. Noel did such an excellent job framing the project. I'm going to simply stand for questions and take that time. But I would like to introduce you to the owners of the company, Complete Human, Olaf Sandnes and Evan DeMarco with Complete Human. And I'll just have them talk a little bit about what they're doing.
Hi, thanks for having us and listening to us and spending all the time on reviewing all our plans and dreams, I guess. So I come from the omega-3 industry, spent my time in the ocean, not on land, so this is a bit new to me. I grew up in Norway. If you hear an accent, that's where I originate from. Maybe that's why we're in the fish business, but I would say that what excites us about the Wyoming Legacy Meat opportunity, maybe weirdly, it's not, for me, not the meat, it's the byproduct and the organs, because that's where the exciting opportunities are in terms of creating a product that will bring health to a lot of people, and also where I think the economic benefit will be right. So I'm personally more driven by that than the basic meat processing, even though we are, and which my partner Evan will talk about, focusing on natural and regeneratively farmed ranching and all that goes with that. So anyway, I'm here to answer question after we do our presentation and talk. So thank you again very much.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind just stating your full name for the record.
Oh, yeah. Olav Sannes.
Thank you.
Distinguished board members, thank you very much for allowing us to speak here. Noel, I do want to point out one thing that was wrong on the presentation. We actually closed on February 14th, something Janet reminds me of. Apparently, a lot of women get roses. She got a meat processing facility. So just that one point of clarification. You know, as Olaf said, this is something that we're kind of excited about. And the interesting dynamic between fish and beef is that there are very few industries that allow you to take a whole and break it apart and sell those individual parts for something. So while we spend a lot of time in the ocean, the land part is actually something that we feel we have a really big operational background in. I want to just pivot quickly and talk about everybody's favorite subject, and that's COVID. We're not going to get deep into this, but if any of you guys are like me, at the beginning of COVID, you probably knew your Amazon delivery guy on a first name basis, maybe your Uber Eats guy. And that's true for, that was true for me. It was, I think, like every day, maybe multiple times a day, there was that box that showed up. And shortly after that, I read an article by Jeff Bezos that said, our manufacturer's margin is my profit, which is one reason he was probably able to take William Shatner up into space in a rocket. Now, that's great for products coming in for China. That's great for a lot of other things, but the American rancher, especially the Wyoming rancher and farmer, can't afford that type of margin hit. So one of the things that we're really focused on at Wyoming Legacy Meats and Regenerative Pastures is really optimizing that entire value chain. Work directly with the ranchers, produce the product, box the product, ship it directly to the customer. And through strategic partnerships like Traeger, if you guys are familiar with Traeger grills, our complete health and wellness platform, all of these different companies gives us really unique outlet to just sell a lot of beef all across the country, shipped right to your door. And that's kind of the exciting part. So with your guys' help, and I think blessing, this allows us to scale up a lot faster, to really support a lot of local ranchers and farmers, pay them a premium for what they're doing. And right now they're taking a hit, right? We know that with the cost of inputs going up, with a lot of the things that they're dealing with, they just can't make the money that they're used to. And it's not like they were making a lot of money to begin with. So this model is really designed to support the American rancher and farmer, specifically the Wyoming rancher and farmer, and then put a high quality, high protein, nutrient dense product in the hands of the consumers. So, and delivered right to their door. So they don't have to go to the grocery store anymore, or at least not for their meat. So I think that's kind of it in a nutshell. We didn't want to waste a lot of time on this one, so we'll just kind of leave it open for questions or comments.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Questions from the board? Mr. Coyne?
Evan, we had the chance to meet before, and I know I asked you a lot of questions that day, but I think one of the compelling pieces to the story is how are you going to secure product, how far you can ship it, and in that input through so that you can have a stable slaughter rate or kill rate, if you will, through the company.
Great question. Now, typically when we look at traditional transit times for beef, bison, all the things that we're going to sell, you usually can't go outside of a specific geographic area. Now, luckily, I think the thing is that there are more cows than people in Wyoming. And there are a lot of ranchers who have actually made this commitment to go regenerative, grass-fed, grass-finished. So we have a really big surplus within Wyoming, but through a strategic partnership of ours, utilizing some fascinating technology, putting red lights in the shipping containers of the transit vehicles, we're actually able to keep the cortisol levels of cows really low and melatonin levels up really high. And what that does is it actually protects the meat. It doesn't create this water weight loss. It doesn't create this really stressful environment. So before 12 hours was really the max that you could ship. Now we're at 16 or 20, and we're able to, through science, actually expand that entire geographic area. Now, that's great too, also because in winter, there's just not that many here. So we can start to import from more warmer places, ensure that our supply chain is strong. Now, as far as where it's going, we shipped 3 boxes to Alaska last week. We've gone to Hawaii. In fact, I think we've 4 states that we haven't shipped to in the 90 days that we've been doing this. So the entire country is the market. And with the dry ice machine that we just purchased, that gives us ample opportunity to really ship to the entire nation.
Thank you, Mr. Coyne. Mr. Law.
I'm a little scared to use this thing, but it sounds like it's better. So anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of innovation with shipping and so on and so forth. I have received some shipped beef before and things like that. And I was quite surprised to see, even the packaging that I got it in was like cornstarch, and just dissolve it right in the sink and box and all those sorts of things. Is that the kind of things that you guys are doing in terms of green packaging and some things like that?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of different major vendors for this. One is Temper Pack, which is I think probably the one that you used, and that's literally, it's just paper and cornstarch. So you throw it in your sink and it'll dissolve. Actually, there's a new thing that they're doing is they're telling you to put it on your lawn because it will help with moisture retention in a drought. So there's some cool elements there. So we use that. But all of our packaging is designed to be environmentally friendly, sustainable. If we follow what's happening in the marketplace, General Mills, Whole Foods, Kroger, a lot of these companies have made a massive commitment to go regenerative in the next 3 to 5 years. And that's not just on their beef or chicken, but that's on all of the agricultural products. So knowing that and knowing how important that is to the consumer, we've really put an infrastructure in place that allows us to make sure that almost every touch point in that finished product to the consumer is something that they can feel good about. And cornstarch or recycled newspaper or any of the stuff that, really is just you throw it in the recycle bin and away you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Any other questions? Absolutely.
I so anticipated a question about workforce that I chose not to stand up and speak on behalf of the Matitsi project. One of the things that we've experienced in Cody in the last year because of COVID pandemic and the influx of people from other places is our housing prices have gone from $265,000 on average to $385,000, which makes availability and affordability really a challenge. And so one of the things we're looking to Matitsi to be a location where a lot of employees can actually work. Affordability in Cody just isn't there. Matitsi does have that opportunity. And so we're working with Matitsi to try to help build them as a bedroom community for us in Cody, being 30 miles away. In fact, my office manager lives in Matitsi and drives to Cody every day. So we are concerned about workforce. There's make no bones about it. Just like everybody that takes on a project like this, it's a challenge to be sure. What I've seen with a Complete Human gentleman and their treatment of their employees, that they're going to be able to not only retain who they have, but to be able to grow their workforce as well. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to our project, and have a good day.
Thank you. Well, 3 out of 4, it's 2:16. So we'll see how I'm doing on time, Madam Co-Chair. There's no other questions. I think, Noel, you're free now. Is there a question? Somebody's pointing over there. I think
No,
they're just pointing at Josh
Yeah,
because
sorry,
Josh is
Mr.
up.
Committee
Oh,
Chair. Yes, I will go to, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Durrell now.
So Mr. Durrell, I think you're presenting the final project.
I am, yeah, thank you. And it's unfortunate that you are going to try to make up time with the most verbose person in the room. It's not going to happen. So today I'm going to discuss the city of Laramie's project called Project Jupiter. Many of you will be able to quickly deduce who this is, but we're going to go ahead and stick with code names. And the reason we're going to do that is because all of the collateral that we have provided sticks with that. And we wanted to be respectful of this project in the building of it and the work that we've done over the last 6 or 8 months, because it's important for us to maintain that anonymity and non-disclosure for businesses that are working with us. And so we're going to continue that through today. Again, there are some news articles and all of that that are coming out that, again, kind of make it a little anticlimactic, but the bottom line is today it's Project Jupiter, and we'll stick with that throughout this board meeting. The city of Laramie is requesting a $20 million grant for a business committed project to build a nearly 60,000 square foot research and development facility on the Cirrus Sky Business Park or Technology Park. And that is located in the north part of Laramie and is owned by the LCBA, or the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. This is a pretty big request, but I think we want to talk through some of the things that are great about it and make sure that everyone understands a little bit of the history. More folks will talk about its history, but I do want to at least recognize that this was a really exciting and it doesn't happen often where an entrepreneurial, or maybe it's a mad scientist type of idea. Sorry, Mr. Story, scientist comes up with an idea that then goes commercial and then grows through that really challenging part of commercialization and grows up to be a real company. And then that real company has the ability to grow and scale at a worldwide impact. And so we're really happy that that's happened in the state, and we want to retain that. And so this is a business retention and expansion project. The state is looking at more jobs, and we'll talk more specifically about those in a moment. Obviously an increase in tax revenue as a research and development facility. The other part of this that's really exciting and something that we need to make sure we think about when we think about economic development is the cluster effect that an opportunity like this builds. So this is not just, and it is on its own a really good project, but it's not just that project. It's a project that goes beyond the 80 employees that are already in Laramie and the 120 that will be housed, 120 additional that'll be housed there. The industry that it creates, as well as the partners that will likely locate in our communities, are really, really important. And the R&D hub that it creates for indoor farming is also very important. That partnership with the University of Wyoming and other universities throughout the state can be very, very impactful. And I think really demonstrate that it's possible to do that in Wyoming. And maybe not quite like the 4-minute mile. Once that happens once and people see how that it can be done, I think it will be done more often. And I think that this is one of those projects that looks like that will help do that. If you look at this company, it's received over $1 billion in equity over the past decade. I think that shows, and if you look at the investors that have done that, they're very astute, they're very impactful on the nation, and they're investors that take a lot of time and diligence to make sure that they're making good decisions with their money. That's something that we looked at and thought about for the strength of the company. Noel, if you want to jump to the next one. As I mentioned, there are currently about 82 jobs in Laramie, Wyoming that work with this company. And this project will add another 120 within that 5 or 6 year period. Again, those are the wages are quite high. I believe that they're over $30 an hour as the average job wage there. And that's 55% over the county median. So these are jobs that are really high paying. They'll have everywhere from folks who are technicians and working on the facilities all the way up through scientists, R&D scientists who are doing really at the top of their field in plant science. And again, I'll allow others to talk more about that. The strengths that this company has are obviously it's continued to grow and have investors put money into it. I think that the other part of it that's really exciting is that they're solving a problem that we all face all the time, which is food production. And food production doesn't seem like it's going to go away. I think it's going to be an industry that's here to stay. And it's really exciting that could be done in Wyoming. Jump to the next slide. Well, so if we think about how it aligns with the community and it aligns with our goals, I think it's really pretty close to a perfect fit in many regards. You think about the ability to leverage the university system, to leverage the state of Wyoming and be able to do this kind of thing within a community that has been thinking about and developing a project like this for a number of years, not just in its economic development infrastructure, but I think the foresight to have the business park, to be able to have those spaces available. incubate this company as well as help it move through its early stages of commercialization and now into its expansion, I think is really good. The folks at Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, as well as the city, have engaged with multiple partners, including the University of Wyoming and others, to really bring this project to fruition, or at least to this stage. And there is a way to build that local economy and resilience by a recapture plan that is going to make an impact on the community, but also it's going to make an impact on the state, because the money that comes back to the state through that recapture plan is quite generous from the community. It looks like it'll take about a little less than 5 years to recoup those funds. But before we dive into that, I want to talk a little bit about on the next slide, I believe it is, we're going to talk a little bit about the way we look at return on investment for projects like this. And Noel did a good job of showing with the last project kind of how we look at this. But I think it's important to think about the investments that we make are a little bit different than a bank, right? We make investments, and we make that investment in a place where without that investment, it would not happen. And in this case, without that investment, it would happen, just not in Wyoming. I think that's a really important thing for folks to realize. And so when we look at this investment, we look at it as how do we continue to keep a company in Wyoming? But of course, it has to work out numerically. We like that. And so when we make this investment, what we look at are, what is the economic impact to the community, to the state with this investment? And then what is the revenue that we recapture through the beauty of the BRC program? And to do that, we're going to take a look at both sides of this in the next slide. And you'll find that the first things first, we'll put in, say, $20 million if this goes through. The economic impact of that is a little over $20 million. The revenue recapture is just under 10. So the total return at year 5 is nearly $30 million. Now, if you annualize that return on investment, it's about 8.4%. I think those of you who've been following the stock market would take that no problem. So that's a really good thing. Here's a little bit of a look. This is also interesting because it does retain the jobs we have and then add jobs to that. And so if you look at this, the economic impact of retaining those 82 jobs in Albany County is about $1.5 million per year. And then on top of that, the economic impact of the 120 new jobs is a little over $4 million a year, for a total of, well, it's about 5.6 or so million dollars, if my rough math is correct. And so we did the same type of model as Noel. We took a look at the retained jobs, which again, those are going to stick around for the next hopefully much more than 5 years, but we like to look at things from a reporting perspective at 5 years. And then we took a look at the new jobs and really just scaled that based on the projections of the applicant and the business here. And so you look at that, and at the end of 5 years, the economic impact equals the investment that we make. And so then you add on top of that, you take a look at the recapture plan, and here's how that looks. BRC the total recapture is about 9.8 million. BRC will get a little under 4 million of that. The other 6 million of that will go to the community. And again, one of the great things about BRC is that we want to build local capacity. One of the ways you do that is by utilizing these funds to build future buildings, matches, land, whatever it might be, to continue to build out this ecosystem that a business like this can create. So again, I think we take a look at that. It goes to that return on investment there of 8.4%. And we took a look, we always take a look at what are the things that are really good about this project, and then what are the things that are concerns for us. Those, and I've only been playing this game for about 2.5 years, so I don't have the full on experience that others have had. But as we talk to folks who have been around the Business Council for, 15, 18 years, they said, this is what you strive for in economic development. You strive for a business and a community that can support it and have it become the first big stone in the pond and let those ripples go from it and develop and start that cluster. Now, I also want to say that we don't want to play the game of, well, if you build it, they will come, right? So just having this business in Laramie does not create that ecosystem. That's something that we have to be intentional about. And it's actually something that Laramie and the business itself is intentional about, because they see it as a way to develop a cluster, develop and attract workforce, and make sure that the best plant science in the world, which is already happening in Laramie, just happens at a greater scale. I think that's really, really exciting. And so if you think about the idea of, we always hear this about economic development being that game where you go outside of the state and you try to lure somebody back to Wyoming and all of those things. Well, the last two projects that we've seen, including this one, those are businesses that are already here. They're business retention and expansion. And it's such a great story, but it's also really great for our communities to be able to keep those businesses here and help them expand. We actually do a lot more of that than you might imagine. And so the ideas of BRE, partnership engagement, the fact that the business is really solid and has a great future ahead of it is incredible. And I think also that the company is investing its own money into this capital investment into a non-money making, R&D is non-money making typically, element of their business, but it's so important to their business, I think means a lot. Some of the things that concern us though, the fact of the matter is that the cost estimates are not finalized. And I think we've heard about construction costs and the challenges they're in. But the good news for the state is we know how much we're investing. And so that's an important consideration, but it's something that we can hedge and we know what we can spend on this. And then also I think it's important for everyone to know that the company headquarters are not in Wyoming, and that this is one of the locations of the company. The headquarters are not here. That just gives us something to work on later, perhaps, but it is something that we consider. But many, many companies are not located here, and we want to be able to make it attractive for them to grow and expand here. So those were things that we looked at. The team, our investments team, as well as the Wyoming Business Council is basically recommending that we do fund this project. We think it's pretty groundbreaking. We think it's one that will make a big difference. And in a few years, I hope we're looking back and saying, gosh, I hope we get more of these. I know a lot of people have said, well, gosh, it's a lot of money. Do we really want to do those? And we're going to say, yes, actually we do, because these are the ones that make a big difference and will change the landscape of Wyoming. So with that, rather than have me stand for questions, although I would be happy to answer some, I think it would be good for the community and for the business to come speak on the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Looks like we have some representatives approaching the podium. So if you could just state your name before you speak and let us know who you are and speak to the project.
Yeah, you bet. I'm Nate Story. So I founded Bright Agritech, which eventually became Plenty. So I'm one of the founders of Plenty and the chief science officer.
I'm Dan Malik. I'm the senior vice president of strategy, as well as being the company's general counsel.
So are we going to run through a presentation? Yeah, there's some slides we were going to run through if they're available. All right. Giving me these things is always a risk. All right. Great. Well, thanks so much for having us today. We're really excited about this. And you know, as we go through this, happy to answer any questions. But I figured I'd sit down and tell you the story of Plenty. The story of Plenty is in a lot of ways a Wyoming story, because I was raised here, went to school here, high school here, college here, did my bachelor's, my master's, my PhD here. I love this state and I love this business. And so this is, I think, a really interesting opportunity for the state, and it's one that means a great deal to me as a Wyoming resident. So Plenty is a farming business. We grow plants indoors. We grow them vertically, and it represents a new way of growing. And we view this as an accretive way to grow. We are adding to the agricultural economy. We're bringing crops to places where they could never be grown before. I don't necessarily have a bone to pick with California. California has been good to us. in a lot of ways. But in many ways, this business started in Wyoming because Wyoming is a hard place to grow certain things. We don't have 4 seasons of growing, right? And that's pretty limiting. So in places like California, in places like Yuma, Arizona, we're able to grow all year. And the inputs are there to grow all year. And that's a great thing for those states. California is the fruit and the vegetable basket of the US. And really objective in starting the business. First, Bright Agrotech, and ultimately Plenty, was to democratize the ability to produce food. So take that production and manufacture prime California ag land anywhere in the world, including in Wyoming. So, the company itself changes the way we grow. We grow in on these vertical planes in an indoor setting. So we have no sun at all. We're growing entirely under lights of our design. And, this allows us to grow anywhere. And it's pretty amazing. We grow at phenomenal rates. So our productivity is very, very high. I'll chat about that in a second. But it also allows us to place these farms almost anywhere, places that are food insecure, places, food deserts. Wyoming is an example of a food desert where we're placing our farm. I just flew out here from Compton, California, late last night, actually early this morning, I guess. And I'm flying right back after this to finish standing up our farm in Compton, which is also a food desert. So, this business was born of a desire to impact some of these food supply issues that are both geographic and related to, regions like the Wyoming, regions like Compton, California. So our business builds the world's most advanced farms. We do it with R&D, with plant science, with engineering. We do it with, folks that work on deals that help us, reduce the cost of capital, allow us to go out and build these massive CapEx projects with long payback. This is a hard business to be in a lot of ways. It's like traditional ag plus all of the hard stuff in manufacturing. You've got to build these big facilities. They're complex. They're giant robots, essentially in a box. Inputs go in and food comes out. And, we've done that with an amazing team across multiple locations. So from day one, our science team was in Laramie, Wyoming. I went to school there. I started my first business, Bright Agrotech, in Laramie, and I hired some fantastic folks. We actually have Bright Agrotech alumni in the room here. We built a great team there. And when I left to go get Plenty started and eventually merge those together, we kept a lot of those people in place in Laramie, and they kept plugging away on these science and R&D problems. And so we built this great base in Laramie. Simultaneously, we were building a farm in the Bay Area. So the Bay Area is where we're headquartered. We built a farm there for the purposes of raising money. We've been quite successful in raising that money. We're currently building a farm in Compton. Now, I should say it's built. Now we're getting it to run smoothly. So everything works, but getting everything synchronized, getting that plant productive for our first sales in October is kind of the process we're in now. And we're getting prepared to launch our next farm in the Northeast, where we will be growing strawberries and supplying the market there. So, we've got a pretty incredible business in a lot of different ways, not just because it was born in Wyoming. It was born because of Wyoming conditions. It was born because of Wyoming thinking. It was born because of Wyoming values. We are an energy and an ag business, and this is an energy and an ag state. So, we've really tried to build on, my experience as a Wyomingite and make a great company. So to date, we have built these farms. They produce mostly greens and herbs. I'll talk about some of the other crops we'll be launching a little later. We've raised a little over 900 million bucks, and we have the largest IP portfolio in the space. So other folks have taken a system integration approach. They build farms that can grow food. We've taken an R&D approach, which is really why we're here talking about this project. We've focused on accelerating plant growth, maximizing yield, maximizing quality, and maximizing flavor, and a technology approach, if you will. So that approach is borne fruit in the form of a highly productive system. So to kind of put this in perspective, if you compare, if you compare 350 acres, for example, of field space to our space, we're growing in 1 acre, which you can grow in 350 acres in the field. So this is take half a section and put it in an acre. That's equivalent productivity wise. So just for illustration here, we've got a soccer field. We're growing the equivalent in the field of the entire soccer field in the space of that goal. We've done this by investing a lot of money in R&D. And so these are a few examples of the products we've built internally in order to achieve our goals. We've invested in tower technology. This all began at the University of Wyoming as part of my master's, and then ultimately as part of my PhD. I built the first technology, the prototypes, if you will, for what the technology has ultimately become. Licensed those back from the university when I graduated and used those to start the first business, and they've evolved massively since then. So the towers that we have today are much more productive and much more suited to automation and interaction with robots than they were when I first built those towers. We've invested a lot in lighting tech. So LEDs, they're on a technology cost curve. They're getting cheaper every year. And we've invested heavily in figuring out how we pull more cost out of these lighting systems to really grow plants in what are extreme growing environments. And this is all part of this very unique approach that we've taken to our farms, which is very high intensity production environments. This kind of just speaks to the fact that, Plenty has its roots in Laramie. The backbone of Plenty has been its R&D program and the technology that we've developed. The IP that Dan and his team have filed on, they're driving forward. That all began at the University of Wyoming first, and then at Bright Agritech, which was a company that I founded as soon as I was done with my PhD. They're in Laramie, Wyoming, and we're very focused on small farmers. We thought small farmers are the way to do local everywhere. This thing that doesn't scale easily, local ag. We can do it with small farmers. We tried it out. It was the wrong idea. It's a good idea, but it's the wrong idea from an impact standpoint. And that's really what kind of drove me to rethink how we do this and participate in the founding of Plenty. A lot of the folks, you walk in through the doors to our R&D facility at Plenty, they were there in the early days of Bright Agritech. They're still plugging away. And when you walk through the doors, you'll see a lot of UW grads. You'll see a lot of folks that grew up in Wyoming that were looking for an excuse to stay in Wyoming, that wanted to do something fun, wanted to do something in technology. And we have given them an opportunity to stay and make a good living. So the story here is, started with Bright Agritech, around 2012, right as I was finishing my PhD. And we built a great business with Bright Agritech in Laramie, Wyoming, building towers. In around 2014, I handed it off to Chris Michael, and I went off and helped start what was then CJ and Farm. We changed names a couple times and then merged the two businesses together in 2017. In 2018, we started selling in the Bay Area. 2019, we launched our farm, our kind of scaled model farm in South San Francisco. 2020, Whole Foods, Albertsons, Driscoll's. And, it brings us to where we're at today. In the last raise, we had a couple of very interesting investors. Walmart was one of them. So today, 2022, we're in the process of launching our Compton farm. That is a heck of a thing. And if any of you are ever in LA, I would love to show it to you. We're getting ready to build a lot more all over the place, all over the US and ultimately all over the world. And I think that Wyoming can be the epicenter for this new industry. It really is a new industry. We are building something new that the world has never seen before, that the world has never had an opportunity to enjoy, and we're building it in Laramie, Wyoming. A lot of people recognize this, it's, not just the state of Wyoming at this point. And so, several states have come to us over the last several months and said, hey, you should relocate to our state. And that's really kind of what kicked off this whole conversation. Right? I live in Wyoming. I want to raise my kids here. This is a great state. I love this state. I want to stay, but we have to do the right thing for our shareholders as well. And there's a lot of those at this point. So we're partnering with Driscoll's. We're getting ready to build our next farm in the Northeast. And, we've got a lot of exciting announcements here over the next coming weeks and months. And then, we're continuing to refine our technology platform. We're doubling down on R&D. We're not scaling back. A lot of companies kind of get to their product and then they say, okay, we're done. We're going to scale this thing and we're going to skimp on our R&D budgets. We're going to, it costs a lot of money. Plenty is going the opposite direction. We're doubling down on R&D. So, we're going to continue to, build this team. We're going to continue to invest in this research and, grow our team and pursue our mission of feeding everyone everywhere, making great, healthy, amazing, affordable produce available to everyone. Just talking a little bit about what the science does. To date, we've mostly focused on greens and we've screened thousands of varieties there in Laramie. We're working on berries in Laramie as well. We've kind of got our scaled facility in South San Francisco. We're preparing to launch a full-scale farm. Tomatoes in Laramie, we're actively breeding. I think we've probably got one of the world's most advanced tomato breeding programs, especially tomatoes for extreme environments. And we're looking at a lot of other crops. So pretty much anything you buy in the grocery store 10 years from now, a healthy chunk of that supply, if not all of that supply, is going to come from our farms. That's my prediction. If you walk into Safely, you want to buy a cucumber, it'll probably be grown in our farms. If you want to buy a strawberry, our farms. And as time goes on, you're going to see more and more crops migrating into these farms. So Laramie is the place where I would love to be able to pursue taming or redomesticating a lot of these crops that have been bred for the field for eons. And now we're saying there's a more productive way. We're going to bring them indoors. So I'll hand this off to Dan at this point, let him walk through the expansion, what that looks like.
Thanks, Nate. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to talk a little bit about the business outcomes that we're driving with this project, as well as the process that we've run, excuse me, to get here today. As noted, I'm Senior Vice President of Strategy, and one of my mandates is to work on large transformative projects on behalf of the company, and this is that in a nutshell. If you look at what we do and what drives value for the business and helps us achieve our mission, it really starts with our R&D capability. If you look at what Nate built in Laramie, that's right at the heart of our success to date, not only for ourselves, but for the city of Laramie as well. We've employed dozens and dozens of people. There are spin-out businesses forming in Laramie, and we've achieved really fantastic success, both in the market as well as in the capital markets and fundraising. If you talk with some of our key strategic partners, and that includes Driscoll's and Walmart, who are both commercial partners as well as investors in the company, what they're looking for out of us and what really makes us go fast together, fast and big together with our partners is two things, if you had to boil it down on the R&D end. It's driving yield, so getting more output out of the farms that we build. And that really allows us to make sure that the crops that we bring to market are at fantastic quality, year-round peak freshness, all of those good things, but also affordable, everyday low prices so that we can become accessible to the entire market and everyone everywhere. And then the other thing that they're looking for is assortment. So as Nate noted, we have 3 commercial crops in pipeline right now. Those are leafy greens, strawberries, and tomatoes. But Nate and his team in Laramie are working on dozens and dozens of other crops that are very early stage. And what we need to be able to take those crops and optimize them and bring them to market in a big way as well is just more capacity to be able to bring crops online and bring them in parallel. And we've gotten that feedback loud and clear from our partners that that's why they chose us, our ability to do that. And being able to do that is what lets us go bigger and faster together with them to really achieve the mission. If you look at what we're proposing for the project, and I won't go into the full details here, but we're estimating it's about $35 million in total of investment. And what we get out of it sequenced in phases is, employing another 120 employees in the city of Laramie. And importantly for the business, it'll allow us to bring up to 6 more crop programs online at the same time, in addition to our 3. So that's a really big and significant step up
in our ability to achieve our mission and go fast and large as a business. Our board of directors and our shareholders are highly supportive of this plan and understand the strategic need to do this as a business. They also expect the management team to be very good stewards of the company's capital. So we've been very successful in fundraising. As noted, we've raised almost $1 billion of equity capital. However, as Nate noted, what we do is expensive. R&D is expensive, as well as deploying these large capital assets and running them. It's the economics are very attractive, but it's expensive to do. And what our board and shareholders are looking for us to do is we're looking at an R&D expansion like this is one, make sure that the management team is being good stewards of the company's capital and getting the best deal that we can. And two, making sure that the financials make sense. And so what they asked us to do is run a competitive process, and that's what we did. You know, Nate and the rest of the management team's hearts are very much here in Wyoming. This is where we started off, and this is where we'd like to remain. But as we went out to market, several states got very aggressive and competitive in terms of what they could offer us. And there's a couple of reasons as to why this has attracted such interest across the country. And one of the big ones is something that Josh brought up is that we really view this as the start of a cluster that will be not just the country's, but the world's epicenter of indoor farming research, which is really the next wave of agriculture in our point of view. And so we actively want this to start to form a cluster. If we attract our competitors to Wyoming, that would be great for us. It's a bigger, more liquid talent pool. And you know, what do the best scientists and engineers in the world want? They want the best facilities in the world, and they want to work with the other best scientists and engineers in the world. And we really view this project as getting over this activation energy, if you will, to really make Wyoming and Laramie the #1 place on the map in the globe for this kind of research. And we all win if we do that. And so, you know, maybe in closing, we're really excited about this project. We're really excited about the proposal that's on the table here. And we think that if we can achieve this together with the state of Wyoming, it'll really root not only ourselves, but the industry here for a very, very long time to come. And I think we have the opportunity to build something really special, not just for Plenty in our business, but, you know, for the state and ultimately for the world and the overall food system. And that really concludes. I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions along with Nate.
Thank you, Nate and Dan. Appreciate it. I saw Ms. Johnson eagerly raising her hand. So you have a question, I take it. Ms. Johnson.
That's from California that I bought last weekend.
Yeah, so, you know, we're focused. I got to be careful what I say here. We're focused on the best possible tasting berries. So, you know, the farm allows us to harvest them at peak ripeness. So in the field, you don't get to harvest at peak ripeness. So they've got to travel, right? Our strawberries don't have to travel. So I'll let you be the judge of how good they are. But I think they're pretty gosh darn good. They're the best strawberries you get in Wyoming in the middle of the winter for sure.
I know, I think we have the energy. What about when we add 5 more? 5 more? Are we gonna have that energy that's necessary? Because meaning how long you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Wyoming's an energy state. I mean, we're throwing up, you know, fields of wind turbines. We're putting up solar fields. There's a lot of stuff happening in the state from an energy production standpoint that wasn't true even 10 or 15 years ago. So I'm pretty bullish on energy in Wyoming. And yeah, I mean, for now we have plenty of energy. We're going to need more in the future. Yeah.
If I can just add something specific on that point, because I think it's pretty exciting. One, the state of Wyoming has a great story to tell in terms of energy and also renewable energy, which is something that we're very interested in our business. And number two, some of the utilities, including Rocky Mountain Power, have actually been very forward thinking and have started to create programs specifically with indoor farming in mind. So I think that the seed, no pun intended, the seeds have been planted. And I think that the energy story in Wyoming is actually very compelling for our industry.
Thank you. I think Mr. Law had a question and then Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Yeah, great story. I was curious on a couple of things, or maybe it's more of a statement than a question, but I think in lieu of the things you've discussed in terms of timing and things, I think some things maybe you didn't mention, but I'm sure you probably looked at is that with the water situation being so abysmal as they feed down into the Yuma irrigation and Imperial Valley. I mean, I have to believe that your water utilization has got to be significantly better than a question I did have though, are you, as you build this out and you scale these things, is some of it being driven as well by reducing a carbon footprint of transportation? Because all of these companies now have sustainability reports that they have to give and things like that. So are you looking, would these things be like distribution centers, or would you push those out to more at a store level?
Yeah, I mean, these are really productive, these farms. So, initially we'll be distributing to multiple distribution centers from a single farm, right? Down the road, I anticipate we'll be plugging these things in to distribution centers. So, it's kind of a vertical integration at the distribution center level for grocers, for folks that sell produce. On the carbon point, yes, I mean, there are a lot of advantages to what we do. There are a lot of potential disadvantages as well, but we're working very hard to figure out how we can build on sites that have access to renewable energy. And on the water point, this is, I think, one of the best examples of how this industry comes in and solves a problem in a way that is not just an incremental improvement to the system. Our system's the theoretical bottom on water use for our farms is 1% what the field uses. So take all of that water from the field and multiply it by 100, right? Or multiply that yield by 100 as a function of that water input, and that's what you get with our farms. Ultimately, today we're higher than that, but we're still high on the technology cost curve, and we're still many multiples lower than the field.
Well, I think from what I can see is you have a lot of just immense upside potential. I did a lot of work in the Netherlands, and you have 10,000 acres of greenhouses in a country that's 20% of Wyoming that exports. It's the number 2 exporter of food in the world.
That's right. They've done what I'd love to see happen in Wyoming.
I think it's there.
I agree.
I bought some of your stuff and put them in our greenhouses. I love playing with that. Your stuff up in
Oh,
Sheridan.
Zipro stuff. Yeah, that's great.
I had a lot of them up there. No, I don't need a job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Mr. Vore.
Actually, I have the water question. You asked it, you answered it. Thank you for solving something that the world needs to solve. We're beginning to solve. But you finish solving it.
Got it.
Mr. Massey.
Hi, I met you in Laramie. It's an awesome project. But I was looking at some of your numbers, and your contingency costs are 2.5 million. Is that enough? Is that?
I think in short, yes, we do think that the contingency cost of 2.5 million is enough. Obviously,
Josh and his team have worked to get those numbers validated in advance of this meeting. In addition, one of the great things about this project is once the core infrastructure is there, we can phase out the full build out of the facility. So we'll get a good chunk of the operational capability, and then we'll continue to build and continue to grow as we go. So I think that maybe the two answers to that question are, we do think that the contingency is enough and robust. And also it's a relatively flexible project once we have the core infrastructure there, and we can continue to expand as makes sense.
Okay. And one more question. What is the timeline for the build and the opening of it?
We would like to, this is one of those things that we need to continue to validate as we get the designs finalized for the facility. Our target, if at all possible, is to have this open as close to 12 months from project initiation as possible. That's probably on the aggressive end, but we'd really like to see that happen, because the sooner we can start those research programs spinning, the more impact earlier we can have on our business. So I'd love to see this project off the ground and creating jobs and creating new crops and creating yield during the course of 2024, if at all possible. That would be a great scenario. And the earlier in 2024, the better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. I think we have a question from Jason Kinsler, who's online. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Nate, I had the pleasure of meeting you and hearing your story back when the first round of the Business Council came to Laramie. First of all, we're super happy you're here. We're lucky to have you. We're lucky you are a product of Wyoming. Two things come to mind. For the rest of the board, I think, for me, 5 years ago when I got on this board, I made it my mission to help us think a little bit more like a group of venture capitalist investors with a pot of money that wants to get the best return on our investment. And to do that, we needed to take risks, and I think this is the first project I've seen probably ever that has a little bit of risk, and not necessarily in the risk of the company we're funding, but just in the risk of, the type of investment, the level of investment, and the type of industry it's in, and all the things. And so I'm a proponent of that. I'm excited. It took a lot of work from a lot of people, I'm sure, to get this done. So kudos to all of you that sort of put this together and realized that this is the kind of thing we need to do. One thing, I guess, specifically to you, Nate, and it's a little bit of a suggestion on our part. And if there's any way I can help in this, I'm all about it. But I feel like this project, just as it had projects that Pliny has done in places like Compton, California, has a really big impact and a potential to have a really big impact on a place. And so I believe this project's bigger than Laramie. I think it's a statewide type level thing. And so I would be curious if you had any ideas. I know I have a few of my own on how to pull this through and make it felt by the state and make it feel like a benefit to the state. I think from the education standpoint, there's obviously ways to plug in, and the university is already trying to reach out to all these communities around the state. But from the Pliny perspective, are there ways we can integrate what you're doing and make more visible or make more felt, whether it be in the school systems and our school lunches or pop-ups in our small communities or whatever it is? Are there ways you see that we could pull this thread through to the rest of the state? Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I don't think it's an opportunity. I think it's kind of a requirement, given what we're trying to do. So we're not trying to build a research facility and staff it up with a few people and call it good. We're trying to build a new industry. This is a new industry. This does not exist. 10 years ago, people thought this was nuts. 5 years ago, people thought this was nuts. Like 3 or 4 years ago, people started to say, I get it, right? So on that technology adoption curve, we're like at that inflection point, right? As an industry, and Plenty leads. Plenty is the best. I say that with some bias, but we are. We've got more patents than the entire rest of the industry combined, right? We've got the best technology. We've got the best people. We're building the best farms. And in order to keep doing this, we're going to have to scale very, very quickly. We're going to have to build a lot of farms in a lot of places. That's going to take people that know what they're doing. It's going to require an expansion of our R&D projects. And you know, we walked into the community college this morning, and Dan and Jason were commenting on just, you know, wow, this is a really nice community college. And I said, you know, the state has invested really heavily in community colleges because it's such a small state, and because it can be so focused. It's tied those community colleges together and linked them with the University of Wyoming in a really pretty special way when you compare it to other states. And it is a small community. This entire state is a small community. We're very tightly bound to each other. And so when I think about what we have to do, the number of farms we have to build, the R&D program that we have to build, the number of crops we have to bring through the door, we need people. We need people, and we will need people 10 years from now. They might be in middle school today, but 10 years from now, I'm going to need those people. And 20 years from now, I'm going to need the folks who are in elementary school today. And, you know, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we're going to need a lot more UW grads and graduates from the community colleges in the state. So I don't think it's kind of an optional, maybe we'll do this, maybe we won't. I think it's, you know, if we build this R&D center here, it's a long-term commitment to engaging with the state, the community colleges, putting some curriculum in place, building some programs, and starting to build the pipeline of talent that we're going to need to both continue our R&D as well as build these farms. These are technical facilities. These are not, this is not traditional farm labor. You are sitting there, you are running a robot, right? You are programming, you're debugging controls, you're doing any number of very technical problem-solving tasks. So, you know, as part of this process, we haven't gone super deep with UW. You know, we've had enough conversations to know that there's something there and there's something we need to build together. And I think coming out of, you know, this decision and, you know, understanding where this process goes, will drive those conversations pretty heavily, because that's a necessary collaboration in my book, both with the university from a research standpoint, from a talent building standpoint, from a technology development collaboration standpoint. You brought up, you know, the Netherlands and the greenhouse industry there. You know, the Dutch figured this out, right? They said, hey, we're going to build these public-private partnerships. We're going to get universities involved. We're going to figure out how we build a team between the government, the universities, private industry. And we're going to try and do this to basically monopolize world food production in greenhouses. And they did it. They've done it very, very well. And we're coming along now and saying, we've got something that we think is better than the greenhouse. We think we can do what the Netherlands did on steroids. And we think that Wyoming could be, at least I think, Wyoming could be the new Netherlands, right? And we could own this.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Brown?
So, and this question may be for Josh or the question. So if I understand it, if this is approved, that $20 million and goes to the city of Laramie and their economic development group to build this facility, and then over time, Jupiter, Plenty, purchase it. So the city of Laramie then will receive these funds back. And then a portion of that comes back to us. And then the balance of it is used for future economic development projects. And my second question is, in the future, these farms, if that is what you call them, is the state of Wyoming or other locations or other communities, are they viable locations for a farm, if you will, realizing that we're not near population centers, and I understand probably that freight is an issue, but it's still a question I have.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to that is yes. I will say, you know, our model is very rapidly becoming one where we're owning and operating some farms in some areas, and then we're partnering with other folks, retailers and commercial partners, to build in their facilities. And so to some degree, they kind of get to call the shots on where we build the farms, right? They're the folks buying the farm, buying the product. But yeah, I mean, listen, the Front Range will need a farm. And it makes more sense to build it in Wyoming than in Colorado, I think. And it's on a, we're on a very interesting, interstate corridor here. It services a lot of population centers. Yeah, well.
And Mr. Brown, if I might say, you did a great job of describing how BRC works, the recapture. You nailed it 100%. You had it right.
Thank you.
I just have to note the time. I've done a poor job chairing this committee. It's 3:08 now. Are there any other questions from the board? Is there any public comment?
The city's here.
So we have representatives from the city and public comment. Are you representing the city?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Brad Enzi with President and CEO of Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. I've got Janine Jordan, the city manager, with me, and plenty, which I was going to go first and introduce you guys, but hey, steal the thunder, go right to work. I want to thank the members of the council and the council for really creating the opportunity that is before us today with Plenty. This is really a true partnership that goes back to the start of a company and a partnership with the council, and shows the reinvestment in working with local EDO, the city, the state, and how we stack investments and then reinvest them back. You have really the culmination of how I envision economic development in Wyoming working. How do we have a company that starts local, that can stay local, and then grow global right here in our state? This is truly that opportunity where you have global people and global monies coming back into Wyoming to share in a research and development facility that impacts not only our local economy in Laramie with the retention and expansion of jobs, but it impacts how we view the world and our mark as a state in the world. The project is the intersection of where we're able to go to Board Member Brown's reinvestment. This is truly what started when Janine sat down with one of my predecessors and the regional rep from the Business Council about 10 or 15 years ago and said, how do we position the local EDO to have the money to make these reinvestments? Today, what we're showing is how that local capacity can be leveraged to create a global opportunity. In addition to the $500,000 that you see in the application process, as the local EDO, we've pledged an additional $200,000 to job recruitment. We've pledged an additional $75,000 out of our coffers to lease abatement on the existing facility. And we've positioned ourselves to add another position within our walls to have a grant writer as Plenty identifies and sees opportunity in different grant streams at the federal level. We'll have a grant writer that works directly with Plenty in our walls to support the company and the growth, really to that, how do you tie beyond the investment in the facility to the future and the growth to make sure we stay integrated. This has all been made possible by the stewardship of our city council, our local EDO's board of directors, and really being conscientious when we take money to say, we're going to set this aside for an opportunity just such as this. Plenty in this critical expansion, housing the global R&D is part of our local EDA strategy to encourage the growth in the specialty food market. Earlier this year, due to that capacity that we've generated from reinvestment, we were able to give a lot to a specialty food company that's a gluten-free and allergen-free bakery that will employ about 25 people that's been privately funded. We put up the lot, they're putting up the capital. We've got other allergen and gluten-free companies that we're in constant contact with, and really look at this as an extension of that specialty foods market to create both lateral and vertical mobility in our workforce in a certain sector. Through this investment in what we term locally as a beacon facility, meaning something that the world will say, we go to Laramie, Wyoming for that. Meaning they'll come to Wyoming and it will grow. We've worked with the city, with Leeds and Cheyenne on this project. And how does this look as this expands? We've worked with the University of Wyoming, LCCC, the community college system, the local superintendent of schools. It really, how are we going to evolve this workforce to meet this need and grow that spot on the map so that when the world looks at Laramie and the world looks at Wyoming, they say, that's still the leader in ag. And the really cool thing about Plenty is that's still the leader in energy, because this is really the conversion that I remember 22 years ago sitting in legislature, and we said, how do we do value added with our energy? And this is a direct value add with energy to where we convert it into a higher value crop and export it around the world. And that money comes right back to Wyoming. And that's really the vision of what Nate and Dan and the whole team at Plenty do. Is we take one commodity and we add value add to that commodity, and we make another commodity that is of a higher value. I greatly appreciate your time. I appreciate the support. I'd be negligent if I don't know where Josh went to, but Josh Boudreau on my team has put countless hours through many challenges, including I'm standing on a new hip today. In getting this together for presentation today. But this is the culmination of really what I think we want to see happen in Wyoming, where we can build some local capacity and build some local business units that then can create these beacons. And it's really where we see as a community our future in investing in a market segment. And this is really the beacon facility, and we're very excited and would appreciate your support moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Any questions? Do we have any additional public comment? Okay, I think we're done. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Durrell. And now I think we're on to the fun part. We need to come to some decisions. And so I think we'll take these in order in which they were presented. And we'll start with the town of Bar None. I think when I ask for a motion, we'll ask for a motion in the affirmative consistent with the recommendation, if that makes sense. And so on the motion for this, it would be a motion to accept the staff recommendation to not fund, and then we'll vote accordingly. So is there any discussion on the town of Bar None? Cindy?
I would like to make the motion that we not fund this project, but I do want to say, I have never heard such a heartfelt community project. And did you see all those letters that we got from the community? I don't think we've ever gotten that many letters from a community before. And so I'm a little bit, if I was more of a heartfelt person, I'd say yes, but I have to say, based on business, I mean, I have to say no, but wow, I want to commend Bar None if I could just take that moment, but I do have to say my recommendation and my motion is not to fund the project.
So we have a motion from Ms. Johnson, as well as I believe some discussion points to accept staff recommendation to not fund Bar None project. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ernst, any further discussion?
So we're clear, this is not a motion in the affirmative.
It's an affirmative
a-
motion to accept staff
it's a motion.
recommendation. So if you vote yes, we will not fund.
And no is to fund.
Correct. Good point of clarification. Any other discussion?
Mr. Committee Chair,
Yes, Madam Co-Chair.
I think as we roll through these, it's important to kind of explain strategy and philosophy and stuff that we've discussed through committee and that as a board, we've been working on strongly over the last couple of years, right? And as a board, over the years of the Business Council, the priorities shift and ebb and flow with what's going on in our economies. And this board is no different than previous boards in that, in looking at where investments need to be spent and where our focus needs to be based on the funding levels that we have in our priorities. And this project certainly, by no means in our motion are we saying is a bad project. I think we all feel that it's a great project for the community. But we look very carefully at the dollars that we have and the investments that we want to make and the impact that we expect on those investments. And that's what drives a lot of our conversations and very hard decisions as we move through this process. And as a board, we're very thoughtful about those dollars and how to invest it and creating a ripple effect that then has a big economic impact in our communities. And so I think from that perspective, there are some projects that are very good projects that unfortunately we have to make some tough decisions not to fund. And so I feel that we always owe that explanation and should be providing the justification for our decisions here today. So.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Any other discussion points? Just to second what Madam Co-Chair said, I think this is, it is tough when you see a project you like and a good project and a project you want to see get funding. I think we're seeing some of the limitations of what's out there. And I think we're seeing some of the challenges of, Ms. Tomasi brought up the SPET tax in relation to the Matitsi project. And if you're not the county seat, how do you get the votes to get the SPET tax going? And there are some hurdles for sure, but I think our co-chair expressed some of my thoughts about the shift in the priorities and what our focus is right now. And so I think we do have a motion on the table. We have a second and we're ready for a vote. So would all of those in favor of accepting staff recommendation to not fund, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
I think the motion does pass with 2 in opposition. So thank you. We will move on to the Matitsi project. Once again, I think we'll ask for the motion in the affirmative, accepting staff recommendation to not fund. Does anybody want to make that motion? Mr. Law? And Ms. DeVore has the second. Any further discussion? Yes.
So I thought there was an interesting aspect that came up through the discussion, and the gentleman from Engage Cody, I really appreciate the comment in the later part about looking at some of our smaller communities that are adjacent to some of ours that are growing kind of as almost developing bedroom communities. And just that thought around if we're trying to drive, if Cody's looking for a larger workforce, trying to support those communities where that workforce is moving to. Not necessarily directly tied to this project, but I think it's something interesting to keep in mind as a state, because we have certain cities that are bringing a lot of outside, added residents into the area, moving people into the local community, continuing to support those smaller communities to keep our workforce here and not push them out of the state.
Agreed. We've heard a lot about housing. We've heard about childcare. We've heard about recreational facilities, and they are part and parcel to a growing community. Mr. Massey?
And I have to say, the premise of the community project is not to have a ROI. It would be fabulous if it did, but the community project in our BRC information is that it is supposed to enhance the community. And I think some of these projects do enhance the community. And if we don't want to fund some of these projects, I think that we should have a huge discussion about it.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Ms. DeVore?
And Kathy, you actually bring up a point because we obviously had we've had years of discussion about this, not just, I mean, it's been all of us for years going through this. Exactly to your point, Aaron and Alex's, these are tough because these are good projects. These projects need to be funded. I go back to Josh's world of what problem are we trying to solve? And I ask it from the standpoint of economic development approach, because that's our role. That's this board's role, is economic development. So are we solving an economic development problem? Are we solving a problem that doesn't have funding? And we're trying to be that funding source. And back in the day when we had $65 million in allocation, we could. Now we have $25 million in allocation. But Kathy's right. I mean, I thought about this a ton after you said this yesterday. So I went back and I read how we define in the rules a community project. And actually something popped up to me that I think we need to have more discussion about, because there's a statement in there that says recreation, convention, and cultural centers must have a draw greater than the jurisdictional boundaries of the applicant. And I think that is how we define the economic development component of it. If you are asking us to help you build a center, whether it be recreational, cultural, whatever, you need to be drawing people outside of your boundaries into your town. And that's how we apply an economic development component. I think I would agree with you. We need to have way more discussion around it so that we can provide clarity to the staff and communities.
I agree wholeheartedly. And again, we have had many, many discussions about this, and I feel like maybe these projects would bring people to their area. And as the Matitsi project that is being voted on in a few minutes, that is a potential for people to build and live in Matitsi if Cody can draw them in as a bedroom community. And I think the Bar None project also has the potential to have young folks living out in that area, and they want it as a town hall. So I was thinking, well, maybe they couldn't go into they could go into Casper for recreation, but they can't for a town hall. And I know we could go on forever with this, but.
And trust me, we do.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday we did.
And I think the conversation taking place between Mr. Vore and Mr. Massey is very similar to the conversation that took place in the committee. And it is a struggle. And I think, you know, the point's been made. We have limited funds. We do need to choose what we're going to fund, what we're not going to fund. And And some of these decisions are not easy. And I think we do see the merits of these projects and what they can do for these communities. Did you have a comment, Mr. Law?
It just reiterates, if we had $65 million, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation right now. And we have limited resources. And that's, we're trying to work with it, live within that.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Committee Chair, I just think
Madam
that
Co-Chair.
The funding aspect is huge. And there's a much broader conversation that has to be had there around funding small community type of projects and where that's best suited and what that looks like, because these smaller communities do need to be able to have access to capital to be able to fund their projects. And so I think this conversation doesn't stop today. There has to be a continuation of this and what that looks like and what it looks like with limited dollars. But there is a much broader conversation that has to happen. There is a huge component, though, as we're looking through these on the economic driving aspect, is what we really want to do as we're looking to help fund small communities is we want to fund and partner with you guys to fund the projects that bring in the revenue that fund the community center, that fund the town hall, that fund the other aspects that you guys want to do in there. And so what we really encourage as we walk out of here today is let's have a conversation around what it looks like in Bar None or Meeteetse to start funding some of those projects that become revenue generators for you that allow you to then fund your community projects. And so that's really, as a board, what we're saying and where we want to focus our economic development dollars is how do we target it to projects that then create the ripple effects that allow communities just to thrive. And so those are some of the aspects that are on our minds today, as well as what we look and where we find funding sources as we continue.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Any other comments or discussion from the board? Seeing no hands raised, I think we're ready for a vote. Those in favor of accepting the staff recommendation to not fund the Meeteetse Joint Powers Board, please say aye. Aye. Would those opposed to accepting staff recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
It's like we have 3 in opposition, so the motion does pass. Thank you, board. We will move on to the city of Cody and the Wyoming Legacy Meets Business Committed Project. $1 million grant. Somebody like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation to fund this project?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Smith has made the motion. Mr. Coyne has seconded. Discussion? Ms. DeVore.
I can't get away without saying something because we toured this facility years ago. I am so excited at the transition that it's made. And I think about the Cody Labs building, all of those aspects, all the investment that Cody made and the county and this board years ago, all culminating into something this large with this much reach. And at the same time, when you're exporting all of the potential, you're also serving an entire ranching community within Wyoming who has had a massive challenge in getting processed. So sometimes things just come together and it sure feels like this is one of those moments. So thank you for investing in Cody and in investing in Legacy Meats.
Thank you, Ms. DeVore. I was going to say they had me at the 82-day ROI. It's a pretty compelling story and yeah, receiving a lot of additional funding. Any other comments from the board? Sensing we're ready to vote, would all in favor of accepting staff recommendation to fund the city of Cody, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. It's unanimous. Thank you. We will move on to Project Jupiter, the city of Laramie. This is actually going to require two motions because of the size of the request exceeds the BRC grant maximum. So I think first I would ask for a motion to waive the BRC grant maximum rules for the project, for Project Jupiter, because the waiver is consistent with the purpose of BRC. Mr. Brown has made the motion. Ms. DeVore has seconded. Any discussion on that? Just for clarification, due to extraordinary circumstances outlined in the project write-up. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. It is unanimous. We can now move on to the second motion, and the motion is to accept the committee's recommendation for Project Jupiter and submit Project Jupiter to the SLIB board with our recommendation that it fund the project. Ms. Johnson would like to make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. DeVore, I think, has it? Do we have a motion and a second? Is there discussion?
All right, I'll go for it.
Madam Co-Chair.
So this is a very exciting project for the board. And I think it's important to say that this is an exciting project for many years of many board members, some of which who are not sitting up here today, unfortunately. I mean, well, we only get 6-year terms, so we all get kicked off. But the board over the last 5+ years and, you know, all the way through the history, though, has worked really hard in trying to set ourselves up and trying to set up the state for a project like very similar to the Cody one that we just voted on, but on this one here with Plenty, of a company that starts here from its very roots, you know, grown out of the university and grows up and really grows to be a strong anchor tenant in our communities, as well as bringing on a large component, right, that we've been talking about for a long time in trying to foster R&D here in the state of Wyoming, especially in an industry that we consider one of our staples. And so, Nate, it's very exciting to see what you took from a very small roots and grew into a very large company that can have some amazing impacts on jobs. And, you know, sometimes I think we are not always as strong as we should be in patting some very successful Wyoming people on the back about sticking to their guns and working really hard and drilling through it and building a really good economic driver for the state. And so, Nate, congratulations for working so hard to get this company to where it is. And thank you for the fight to keep it here. And I'm very excited to be talking and considering this project here today for those reasons. So.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Any other points of discussion? Mr. Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Like many people, I think when I've thought through and processed this, I go to risk pretty quick, which is what Mr. Kinsler mentioned as well. And having been on the site visit and seen what I saw, I was certainly impressed. But I felt much better about the risk after doing that, given the trajectory the company's on and what appears to be a high likelihood of success here or somewhere else. I thought one of the things interesting that I read in the report had to do with indirect financial impact. I don't remember exactly how it was phrased because my computer died, but it seemed to be a little bit ambiguous, which I recognize that we can't calculate that exactly, but a company with 200 employees can't not have an indirect financial impact that's significant for the state. I just don't think that's possible that that doesn't happen. So those were my takeaways, and that's all I have, Mr. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron's. Any other comments? I'll just expand on my journey with the project. I think it's very similar. While I didn't go on the site visit at first, I was a bit uneasy. And then after learning more and more about the project, I think it did become more and more clear to me that this is a winner and this is what the state really needs. And our primary mission is to not just promote economic development, but to diversify the state's economy. And that's what we're doing. This is innovative, and to think that we could lead the world in something is pretty exciting. And yeah, it is exciting to be here talking about this project. And I know it's bigger, and it does have a little bit of risk to Jason's point, but I don't see much of a risk at all after really peeling back the layers of the onion on this. It seems like a real big win for the state. Any other comments, points of discussion? Sensing we're ready to vote, but all in favor of accepting staff recommendation, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. It is unanimous. The ayes have it. And that brings us to the conclusion of the Investments Committee at 3:39 p.m. Just 39 minutes late, but I would like to thank the other committees for being efficient in their time. And Mr. Coyne, do you want to re-chair this committee? Because it's a tough one.
It's the curse of the investment committee. His timing is always difficult, but you did well.
So
I will say though, you're forgiven because such great projects and great conversation that we had today, and some very exciting steps forward for the Business Council and for the state of Wyoming. So, and with that, I will just make note that the SLID board meeting is on October 6th at 8 a.m. And we have a few standing committees that are listed in your agenda that will be coming up. So we'll be prepped and ready for those. And our next regular meeting of this board will be in December on the 15th, and that'll be held virtually. So I'd like to thank everybody for participating today, and wish everybody who is traveling safe travels home. And Rock Springs, thank you so much for hosting us. It was wonderful to be here. So, and if I can get a motion to adjourn, we shall adjourn. Hey, do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion. Thank you.